Chapter 5678. The mysterious fatty finally showed his true colors. He had taken a fancy to Wang Zhan's sister, but it was Wang Zhan's sickly sister. Wang Zhan's little sister had been frail and sickly since she was young. She always looked sickly, and everyone around her said that this little girl would never grow up. However, Wang Lingxue was already more than 10 years old. She did not die, but she was still sickly. People with such an innate Taoism aptitude would not live past 20 years old if they did not cultivate. If Gu Fei had not possessed Wang Zhan's body with his divine will and discovered that Wang Lingxue had an innate Taoism aptitude, Wang Lingxue would only have a few more years to live. Not everyone could see that Wang Lingxue had such a heaven-defying constitution. There were many cultivators with high cultivation in Black Qilin City. The city lord Dong Yutian was a heaven stage cultivator, and earth stage cultivators could be seen everywhere. However, even heaven stage and even God stage cultivators could not see through Wang Lingxue's constitution. Otherwise, Wang Lingxue would have been taken away by those cultivation forces. Even the 5 magnates of the limitless realm would be jealous of someone with such a heaven-defying constitution, especially a young one, not to mention other superforces. Brother, you have to think this through. Don't let a good seedling go to waste. Inside the tent, Fatty said in a serious tone, I say, Fatty, don't try to fool me anymore. Do I look like I'm easy to fool? Gu Fei's clone said impatiently. Fatty was speechless. This fellow was simply impervious to everything. Why was this fellow so stubborn? Could it be that he really had to reveal all his cards? At this moment, the ears of Gu Fei's clone twitched, and a gleam of light flashed in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, teams of soldiers were patrolling the camp in the small valley. After nightfall, the entire valley was on guard against the people of the tyrannical empire taking advantage of the darkness to rescue the prisoners. The capture of the tyrannical war god was a serious blow to the morale of the tyrannical empire. At this moment, the army of the tyrannical empire had already reached Black Qilin City and confronted the army of the East Moon Empire. A great battle was about to break out. However, all of this had nothing to do with Gu Fei's clone. Moreover, to Gu Fei's clone, he was just a passerby in this world. He was here to scout for his original body. However, the limitless realm was too big. Even the easternmost region was comparable to a super large world. Even powerful infinite primes did not know how big the limitless realm was, because there were some places that even powerful infinite primes did not dare to set foot in. Throughout the history of the infinite world, it was not like there had never been infinite primes who had died. Of course, the death of a powerful infinite prime was an earth-shaking matter in the infinite world. It was enough to shake up the entire infinite world. Gu Fei's clone was well aware of his mission in the unbounded realm. However, it seemed that it wouldn't be easy for him to complete his main body's mission. Li S was AMOS FASS MOSSSS S ESS S SSSS SSSS SSS SSS. It's here again. There's really no end to it, Fatty said impatiently. He had also sensed the commotion. Kid, you've hidden your strength well. Gu Fei's doppelganger glanced at Fatty with a faint smile. You're the one who's hiding your strength. Fatty said snappily. Why don't you do it this time? Gu Fei's doppelganger said indifferently. TSK, why should I attack? When Fatty thought about how he had been cheated by this guy during the day, he was very unhappy. It had always been him who cheated others. Who could cheat him? However, ever since he had met this guy, he had been at a disadvantage. Could this guy be his nemesis? Sai, why are you so insensible? Gu Fei's clone sighed. Hee hee, you want to play this trick with me? You want me to be your free fighter? That won't work on me, Fatty said calmly. You're awesome. Gufei's clone gave Fatty a thumbs up. At this time, a black shadow had actually avoided the numerous sentries and sneaked into the small valley. There were many heaven rank experts in the small valley, but none of them sensed the arrival of the mysterious black shadow. In the prison carriage, the Sky Overlord War God, who was chained up, suddenly sat up. His gaze became sharp, and his eyes flickered. Although his cultivation had been sealed by Gu Fei's doppelganger, his perception was still amazing. After all, the Sky Overlord War God was a divine rank expert. However, the area around the Sky Overlord War God's prison carriage was the most heavily guarded place in the small valley. Even the main tent of Princess Dong Yue Shui was not as heavily guarded. Therefore, no one, not even a flying insect, could get close to the prison carriage. Only air could get close to the prison carriage. Everyone knew that the entire small valley was filled with hidden dangers. Once Dong Yue Shui's sentries were alarmed, it would be impossible for them to attack in the dark. They could only confront Dong Yue Shui, head-on. If you don't make a move, and I don't make a move, then who will? Gu Fei's clone laughed. I don't care who will make a move. I won't make a move, Fatty said in a determined tone. Is that so? Gu Fei's clone laughed. Don't even think about sneaking up on me. Fatty stared at Gu Fei's clone nervously and became vigilant. Gu Fei was laughing at him, making him panic. Sigh, your reaction is a bit slow, Gu Fei's clone sighed. In the next moment, Fatty felt as if something had drilled into his body. Moreover, these things were like thin ice lines swimming around in his body. Needless to say, he was hit again. You're too despicable. Fatty felt depressed. He had been very careful, but he still fell for it. He could only say that the other party's methods were more brilliant than his. There was no helping it. He was inferior. The consequences of being inferior were very serious. Very soon, Fatty's primordial spirit was sealed by a mysterious force. It was as if he had instantly turned into a puppet. His entire body was no longer under his control. What did you do to my body? Don't you dare mess around. Fatty's divine sense fluctuated violently. Sigh, what are you talking about? You're not a woman. Why would I mess around? Gu Fei's clone laughed. So you're going to mess around just because I'm a woman? Fatty was shocked, anxious, and afraid. This guy was really too awesome. This kind of method was really impossible to guard against. This time, he was really completely and utterly defeated. I'm not a casual person, Gu Fei's doppelganger said, seriously. Sigh, brother, stop fooling around. I'll do it, all right? Fatty immediately cowered to the end. You were going to do it anyway. Let's go. Gu Fei's clone waved his right hand. Fatty, who was controlled by a secret technique, was immediately sent flying out of the tent and smashed into a forest 10 feet away. A black shadow was directly smashed out of the forest by Fatty's self-sacrificial attack. Enemy attack. Chapter 56-79. Fatty was tricked again. There was nothing he could do about it. Although he was extremely smart, he was still a far cry from Gu Fei's doppelganger. If he wanted to play with Gu Fei's doppelganger, he would only be playing himself to death. Gu Fei's doppelganger threw Fatty out again. Fatty was smashed into the forest 10 zhang away, knocking out a mysterious man in black who was hiding in the forest. What? Someone actually entered the valley? Dong Yue Shui immediately rushed out from the main tent. There's indeed an expert here. The black figure was extremely depressed. He had just entered the valley and was forced out. Expert my ass. Fatty crawled up from the ground and spat out the mud in his mouth. The smell of dried leaves and twigs mixed with the mud made him vomit and almost threw up yesterday's dinner. Wang Zhan, you bastard, Fatty was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "You called me a bastard?" The voice of Gu-Fei's doppelganger rang in Fatty's mind without any warning. "Brother, I was wrong, I was wrong. Is that enough?" Upon hearing the voice of Gu-Fei's doppelganger, Fatty immediately cowered. He had no choice but to cower. He was afraid of Gu-Fei's doppelganger. "All right, do your job well, got it?" Gu-Fei's doppelganger said. "Yes, yes, yes. I'll definitely do my best." Fatty hurriedly nodded. Swish! At this moment, a cold light shot towards Fatty's face. "Pah!" Fatty felt as if his forehead had been hit hard, and a burning pain spread from it. What? An exclamation was heard. That mysterious black figure directly charged towards the prison carriage of Sky Overlord War God. Wherever it passed, those who tried to stop it were sent flying. Damn it! Fatty was immediately enraged. "Does anyone think they can step on me now? This guy called Wang Zhan is so awesome. It's fine if I can't beat him, but now even a sneaky guy wants to give me a beating. If it weren't for his thick skin and thick flesh, his head would have exploded from that attack." Roar! The Fatty was enraged. With a roar, he charged out of the forest like a cannonball, directly pouncing towards the mysterious man in black. Wherever the Fatty passed, people were thrown off their feet and horses were thrown off their feet. Smoke and dust billowed. "Is this guy crazy?" Dong Yue Shui, who happened to witness this scene, was dumbfounded. The others were also shocked. This Fatty was too ferocious. This guy, Gu-Fei's doppelganger, was a little surprised to see the Fatty flipping out. It seemed like the Fatties in the world of cultivation were not to be trifled with. If he could not suppress this guy, he would be the one in trouble. "Give me your life." The Fatty roared and instantly caught up to the mysterious black shadow. He then stretched out his hand and directly grabbed at the mysterious black shadow. Powerful origin energy gathered in an instant, and a huge palm the size of a small mountain appeared in the void. It was about to grab the black shadow in its hand. However, the black shadow instantly sped up, and the big hand grabbed nothing but air. "You do have some skills." Fatty grinned hideously and disappeared into the void in an instant. Just as the black shadow was about to reach the prisoner's carriage, a figure suddenly appeared beside the black shadow. Bang! With a muffled sound, the black shadow that was charging towards the Sky Overlord War Immortal's carriage was directly sent flying, directly knocking down a tent at the side. "Damn Fatty!" The man in black rushed out and pounced towards the Fatty like a ghost. Obviously, the man in black was also angry. "Who are you calling a Fatty?" The Fatty directly went up to meet him. Boom! Bang! The two figures moved quickly in the void. Muffled sounds of collisions were constantly heard, and origin energy was mighty. The mighty origin energy ripples directly overturned the prisoner's carriage at the side. The prisoner's carriage fell apart, and the Sky Overlord War Immortal naturally rolled out. Divine, level experts, all had thick skin and flesh. The prisoner's carriage fell apart, but the Sky Overlord War Immortal's skin did not even break. However, the Sky Overlord War Immortal's cultivation had been sealed by Gu-Fei's clone, and he could not use his divine level cultivation at all. Apart from his thick skin and flesh, he did not have any other attributes. The Sky Overlord War Immortal fell flat on his face, which made him so depressed that he almost vomited blood. "I am the high and mighty Sky Overlord War Immortal. Even the Emperor of the Sky Overlord Empire has to address me as Imperial Uncle. When have I ever been so embarrassed? Moreover, the Sky Overlord War Immortal was bound by iron chains, and it was difficult for him to even turn over. His head and face were stuck to the ground, and his mouth and nose were full of sand. He almost could not breathe. If he suffocated to death, he would be the most aggrieved divine, level expert in the history of the Limitless Realm's cultivation. Seeing that the matter had been exposed, and that the fatty was so fierce, the Black Shadow seemed to know that he could not free the prisoner, so he wanted to retreat. However, the fatty had suffered a setback at the hands of Gu Fei's clone, and he had nowhere to vent his anger. How could he let this guy go so easily? Want to escape? Dream on, the fatty said angrily as he attacked. Transfiguration, shadow. The figure of the Black Shadow suddenly became blurry, and then with a swish, countless black shadows appeared in the void around the fatty. No one could see the true body of the Black Shadow, of course, except for Gu Fei's clone. However, he did not use his eyes, but his powerful divine sense. Gu Fei's original body was a supreme existence in the infinite prime realm. Even if it was a clone, the strength of his clone's divine sense was far greater than that of a divine-level expert. I don't care if you are real or fake. I will destroy you completely. The fatty laughed sinisterly. The next moment, his body shook, and in the next moment, countless sword lights rushed out of his body. These sword lights seemed to rush out of his pores, and they were everywhere. Countless black shadows were directly pierced by the divine light. This was an indiscriminate attack. No matter how many clones the Black Shadow created, they would only end up being pierced by the sword lights. Sword. Inside the tent, Gu Fei's clone sensed the power of the sword principle that suddenly erupted from the fatty's body, and he could not help but be surprised. Even he could not tell that the fatty was an expert in the sword principle. This guy really hit it well. The sword principle. Could this fatty be related to the infinite sword sect? Gu Fei also played with the sword, and his sword principle cultivation was also quite good. As Gu Fei's clone, the current Wang Zhan naturally grasped the sword principle, and was also proficient in it. As soon as the fatty made his move, Gu Fei's clone Wang Zhan knew that this guy's sword principle cultivation was also quite good. Wherever the sword light passed, a few streaks of blood appeared in the void, and the Black Shadow screamed, and was sent flying. The Black Shadow turned around and fled. The fatty directly chased after it. Just as fatty was chasing after the Black Shadow, another Black Shadow broke through the ground and rushed out. It grabbed the Overlord War God who was on the ground and soared into the sky, rushing out of the valley. What? Seeing this, Dongwu Shui could not help but be shocked. The Black Shadow that broke out of the ground instantly disappeared into the night with the Overlord War God. Chapter 5680. The Sky Overlord War Immortal was rescued just like that. Everyone was dumbfounded by the sudden attack of a mysterious person. Many people had yet to react. Wang Zhan, Dongwu Shui went crazy. With a roar, the entire valley shook. Everyone's ears buzzed as they looked at Dongwu Shui. In fear. She rushed straight to Wang Zhan's tent and barged in. However, only Wang Zhan's mother and sister were in the tent. Wang Zhan was nowhere to be seen. Fatty stood guard near the tent. At this time, the entire valley was in chaos. The Sky Overlord War Immortal was rescued. What should they do? After all, everyone only had one mission this time, which was to escort the Sky Overlord War Immortal back to the imperial capital of the Dongyue Empire. Now that the main character had been rescued, wouldn't it be over for them? Your Highness, in the tent, Wang Lingxue and her mother, who were awakened, looked at Dongwu Shui nervously. It's fine. You guys rest. Dongwu Shui said and rushed out. Even though she did not find Wang Zhan, there was still a glimmer of hope in her heart. Wang Zhan must have chased after them. Otherwise, why wouldn't he be here? Wang Zhan was a ruthless person who could torture the Sky Overlord War Immortal. How could it be so easy for those guys to rescue the Sky Overlord War Immortal from his hands? At this time, in the ancient primordial forest, A figure was moving quickly with a middle-aged man who was tied up in chains. Wherever they passed, there was no sound at all. Obviously, the man in black was proficient in the art of stealth, and his cultivation was not low either. Soon, the mysterious figure was far away from the valley where Dong Weishua was. He came to an empty space in the forest, and through the Sky Overlord wore immortal on the ground. Shit! The Sky Overlord wore immortal fell flat on his face again. This almost made him break down. He was the high and mighty Sky Overlord war immortal. Even the Emperor of the Sky Overlord Empire had to listen to him. The events of the past few days had caused the sky-dominating battle god to question his life. What Sky Overlord war immortal? Wasn't he still tortured like a dog? The man in black said coldly, The Overlord battle god spat out the soil in his mouth. He was angry and aggrieved. When had he ever been in such a sorry state? Isn't it? The black shadow sneered. His tone was very disdainful. You think you're awesome? Then why are you still running? Go kill Dong Weishua. Sky-dominating battle god roared in anger. My sky-split tower will not do anything without value. The man in black was incomparably cold and arrogant. What? You're from Sky-Split Tower? The sky-dominating battle god struggled to sit up from the ground. He was shocked when he heard the news. He did not expect the sky-dominating empire to ask for help from the Tongtian sect in order to save him. The Sky-Piercing Tower was the #1 assassin organization in the eastern region of the Limitless Realm. It would not be easy to invite the people of the Sky-Piercing Tower to take action. One would have to pay a huge price. Not everyone could invite the people of Sky-Split Tower to help them. The moment he heard that it was someone from the Tongtian Tower, the Overlord Battle God was terrified. He had no choice but to be terrified. The Tongtian Tower was simply too powerful. It was definitely one of the top forces in the East Pole. Before the Tongtian Tower, the sky-dominating empire, and the East Moon Empire were all Boolsh *T. They could easily destroy them. If it were not for the fact that the price offered by the sky-dominating empire was not too bad, the Tongtian Tower would not accept a rescue mission like this. Meanwhile, the people of the Tongtian Tower were well-behaved. They would never do anything without value. Therefore, they would only attack the target. They would not care about anyone else. All right, my mission is complete. Not bad. I've gained quite a lot from this trip. The man in black said calmly. The black-clothed person said indifferently. Her voice was clear and melodious, but it was the voice of a woman. Who said you've completed your mission? At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the forest beside them. Who? The woman in black roared and waved her right hand in the direction of the voice. A dozen or so faint rays of light immediately flashed through the air. At the same time, a black figure walked out from the forest. The dozen or so rays of light shot out by the woman in black directly struck the figure. However, the figure still walked out step by step. The woman in black was shocked when she saw this. This guy was hit by her bone-piercing, soul-destroying needles, but he seemed to be fine. How was this possible? The bone-piercing, soul-destroying needles were a killing weapon of the Tongtian Tower. If they were hit by a cultivator, the needles would travel through the cultivator's body along with their chi and blood. Then, the needles would enter the brain and directly destroy the cultivator's spirit. The assassins of the Tongtian Tower could easily kill their targets with a single strike. You're that little guy called Wang Zhan? The woman in black asked coldly after seeing the person's appearance. You know me? Gu Fei's clone, Wang Zhan, was slightly surprised. After all, he had only risen to prominence in Black Qilin City for a short time, but the other party had already noticed him. Looks like I can't be so high profile in the future. It's safer to play the pig, to eat the tiger. Humph, it's impossible not to know. The woman in black sneered. What should we do? Goofei's clone rubbed his chin. What do you mean? The woman in black was taken aback. You know me, but I don't know you. That's not fair. How about this? I'll give you a chance to introduce yourself. Goofei's clone said with a straight face. Wang Zhan, are you stupid? You know who you're talking to? Overlord War Immortal, who was sitting on the ground, couldn't help but mock him. Haven't you been tortured enough by me, you idiot? Goofei's clone didn't take this so-called Overlord War Immortal seriously at all. Who are you calling an idiot? Overlord War Immortal glared at Goofei's clone angrily. He looked as though he wanted to fight with Goofei's clone. The problem was that he didn't even have the right to fight with his life in front of Goofei's clone. One must have the ability to fight with his life. So what if I call you an idiot? Goofei's clone said disdainfully. Overlord War Immortal was so angry that his face turned red. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. You want me to introduce myself? The woman in black smiled. Can't I? Goofei's doppelganger said seriously. It's not impossible, but it depends on whether you want me to introduce myself or not. The woman in black crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked at Goofei's clone mockingly. Her face was covered, and only a pair of big blinking eyes could be seen. Sigh, after talking so much, we still have to fight. In that case, I'll take you down and talk to you about life. Goofei's clone said helplessly. Ha! The woman in black laughed. This guy wants to take me down? What a fool's dream. He doesn't even know who he's facing. Chapter 56, 81. The people from the sky-towering tower made their move. The #1 assassin organization of the East Pole was quite efficient, snatching the sky-hegemonic battle immortal from Dong Yue Shui Er's hands. The small valley was heavily guarded, but the sky-towering tower only sent 2 people to kidnap the sky-hegemonic battle immortal. This was a very clever move. However, even if the people from the sky-piercing tower were skilled, they were still targeted by Goofei's doppelganger. There was nothing they could do about it. Goofei's doppelganger would not allow someone to kidnap the Overlord Battle God under his nose so easily. If the sky-towering tower really did kidnap the sky-hegemonic battle immortal, where would he put his face? Goofei's clone caught up, but he was a little surprised. The person who kidnapped the sky-hegemonic battle immortal was a woman, and she was quite capable too. Kid, you better scram. Otherwise, I won't go easy on you. The masked woman crossed her arms and said proudly, Tisk, are you that old? How dare you call me a kid? Goofei's clone said disapprovingly, Ha! Since you want to be tortured, there's nothing I can do. All right, I'll play with you. Don't cry later. The masked woman smiled. Sigh, Goofei's clone was speechless. Was he really that weak? Swoosh. Goofei's clone suddenly disappeared on the spot. The black-clothed, masked woman's pupils constricted. In the next moment, she tilted her head to the side, and a hand grabbed her face, almost ripping off her veil. Kid, the masked woman's figure suddenly blurred, as if she had become one with the void around her. Then, a fist directly punched through the blurry figure of the masked woman in black, and the figure immediately dissipated into the void. Goofei's doppelganger appeared where the black-clothed, masked woman stood. Interesting. Goofei's clone also disappeared on the spot. Swoosh. Just as Goofei's doppelganger disappeared, a cold light suddenly appeared and cut the afterimage left by Goofei's doppelganger into 2. The 2 of them moved quickly in the open space in the forest, exchanging blows at lightning speed. Their speed was extremely fast, but they were actually unable to touch each other. These 2, Qian Kuan, who was sitting on the ground, was shocked. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't catch the movements of these 2 fellows. Sky-dominating war god had no choice but to admit that the combat power of these two people was above his. It was not an injustice for him to lose to Wang Zhan. However, he just could not accept it. After all, Wang Zhan was just an ordinary soldier in Black Qilin City. Damn. After a while, there was finally a muffled sound, and Gu Fei's doppelganger flew backwards. After landing on the ground, it slid several feet on the ground before coming to a stop. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Hee, it turns out to be a little chili pepper. You're quite ruthless. Gu Fei's doppelganger reached out to wipe the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth and said coldly, "Sai, I told you not to play with me, but you didn't believe me. You know the pain now?" The masked woman smiled. "Humph," Gu Fei's doppelganger sneered, and then stretched out his right hand that was behind his back. He was holding a hairpin in his right hand. What? The masked woman subconsciously touched her hair. Then her eyes became even sharper, and a cold, murderous intent spread from her body. Her opponent had pulled out her hairpin without anyone noticing. This method shocked and angered her. If he had casually poked between her eyebrows, wouldn't she be dead? A layer of cold sweat immediately appeared on the masked woman's forehead when she thought of this. "Why? So you've taken a fancy to my hairpin. Why didn't you say so? If you had said that you liked my hairpin, I would have given it to you. You wouldn't have had to be slapped by me. Are you trying to seduce me?" Gu Fei's doppelganger looked at the masked woman with a faint smile. "Then are you seduced?" The masked woman looked up and down at Gu Fei's doppelganger. "Of course I am. I found a wife for free. I'll wake up laughing even in my dreams," Gu Fei's doppelganger said proudly. "Dream on." Just then, a voice with a murderous intent came from behind Gu Fei's doppelganger. Gu Fei's doppelganger turned around and saw another masked man in black staring at him fiercely. If looks could kill, he would have died many times over. "Where did this lunatic come from? Did I offend you?" Gu Fei's doppelganger said as he looked at the man in black. It was obvious that this man in black was in cahoots with the masked woman. This guy was the man in black who had been smashed out of the forest by Fatty. "Trying to seduce my junior sister? I'll kill you." As the man in black spoke, he pounced towards Gu Fei's doppelganger. The man in black waved his hands, and transparent threads that were almost invisible flew out from his hands, entangling Gu Fei's doppelganger. A thin, transparent line streaked across a fallen leaf, instantly slicing it in half. "Huh!" The eyes of Gu Fei's doppelganger flickered. These threads were extremely sharp. If he were to be entangled by these threads, he would definitely be dismembered. At this moment, in the blink of an eye, the threads that flew out from the hands of the man in black interweaved into a large net and shrouded Gu Fei's doppelganger. Heaven-splitting sword. Gu Fei's doppelganger stretched out his right hand and slashed upwards. Then, the large net that was interweaved by the threads was cut in half by the sword light. The man in black was shocked. With a casual wave of his opponent's hand, he had actually struck out an extremely sharp and indestructible sword light. After the sword light broke through the net of threads, it did not dissipate and continued to slash towards the man in black. The man in black was shocked and hurriedly used his movement skills to dodge. Wherever the sword light passed, the soil was splattered, and a sword mark that was tens of feet long was left on the ground. Seeing the power of the sword attack from Gu Fei's doppelganger, the man in black was shocked. Even the veiled woman was extremely shocked. This guy's swordsmanship was so powerful. "Junior sister, let's go together," the man in black said to the veiled woman. "Senior brother, aren't you very powerful? You can deal with him yourself. I'll leave first," the veiled woman said as she grabbed the sky overlord warrior god and soared into the sky breaking through the air. Junior sister, the man in black was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. The relationship between the two of you is really good. Your junior sister actually abandoned you and fled alone? Chapter 5682. The mysterious masked woman from the sky-piercing tower actually grabbed the sky-dominating war god from the ground and rushed into the sky, fleeing directly. Trying to escape, Gu-Fei's clone was taken aback. With a thought, he also rushed into the sky, wanting to chase after them. He could not let this girl save the sky-dominating war god. If he wanted to settle down in the East Moon royal capital and find a place for Wang Zhan's family, the sky-dominating war god could not be saved. This was his proof of allegiance to the East Moon royal lord. With this proof of allegiance, he would have a lot less trouble in the East Moon royal capital. However, someone wanted to be abused and actually blocked in front of him. You're courting death. Gu-Fei's clone directly slapped him. Slap. The guy was directly slapped away by Gu-Fei's clone, directly smashing into the forest. Gu-Fei's clone had no time to play with this guy. He strolled in the air and immediately used the desolate steps. With one step, he instantly appeared in the air, not far behind the black-clothed masked woman. Then, with a second step, he directly appeared in front of the masked woman, blocking her path. What? The masked woman was stunned. How did this guy catch up so quickly? How was this possible? She was very confident in her escape technique, but now the extreme speed displayed by Gu-Fei's flying body was actually much faster than her escape technique. All right, I don't want to bully the weak, nor do I want to bully a weak girl. Leave him here, and then go back to where you came from. Gu-Fei's clone slowly turned around, calmly looking at the masked woman. The masked woman was really angered by this guy in front of her. This guy actually dared to call her a weak girl. This guy really did not know how to write the word death. I need to let this guy see the power of a weak girl. Gu-Fei's clone's expression of not taking the masked woman seriously at all directly angered the masked woman. She was someone who had come from the Sky-Split Tower. The Sky-Split Tower was the #1 assassins organization in the East Pole of the Limitless Realm. It was definitely one of the superpowers in the East Pole. The East Moon Empire and the Tyrannical Heaven Empire were all trash before the Sky-Piercing Tower. Even if they weren't trash, they would still be smashed to smithereens. No one had ever dared to underestimate him. You're dead. The black-clothed masked woman glared at Gu-Fei's doppelganger. I'm dead. Gu-Fei's clone was stunned. You've successfully angered me. The black-clothed masked woman was brimming with killing intent. Gu-Fei's doppelganger was really baffled. How could this girl get angry just like that? What's wrong with me? I didn't even touch her. How did I provoke her? I say you can be angry, but don't let go. At this moment, overbearing battle immortals spoke. They were high up in the sky, and the sky hegemonic battle god's cultivation had been sealed by Gu-Fei's clone. Naturally, he couldn't use his various abilities. If the black-clothed masked woman loosened her grip, he would fall from the sky. If he fell from such a high place and fell to his death, it would be an unjust death. However, in the next moment, the black-clothed masked woman loosened her grip. Shit! With a whoosh, the sky hegemonic battle god fell directly. At this moment, the sky hegemonic battle god directly had a mental breakdown. I actually flew into the sky. Didn't he tell you not to let go? Seeing this scene, Gu-Fei's doppelganger was also stunned. Who does he think he is? Don't let go just because he told me not to let go, the black-clothed masked woman said angrily. Gu-Fei's doppelganger was speechless. A crazy woman was really scary. You bastards! The sky hegemonic battle god was depressed. He directly fell from the sky and then smashed into the forest. Why is it so smelly? The sky hegemonic battle god looked around, and was almost going crazy. There was a series of squeaking sounds coming from the surroundings. He actually smashed into a big pit that a group of barbaric monkeys usually used to poop. This big pit was full of poop, and he was now covered in a strange fragrance. Ah, an earth-shattering roar sounded from the forest, reverberating in the mountains, and startling countless birds in the forest. This guy didn't die from falling from such a high place. Hearing the sorrowful and desperate roar from the forest below, Gu Fei's doppelganger was really surprised. "He won't die, but you're dead for sure." As the black-clothed masked woman spoke, she instantly disappeared into the void. Golden body protection. Invincible in the world. Without hesitation, Gu Fei's doppelganger directly roared. In the next moment, a golden figure emerged from his body and shrouded him. This was a kind of mystique that Fatty had used before. Given the eyesight of Gu Fei's doppelganger, he could tell at a glance that Fatty's mystique was somewhat fake. Now, he directly imitated Fatty and used it. Of course, even Gu Fei's doppelganger could not learn this kind of mystique at a glance. But with the ability of Gu Fei's doppelganger, it was not difficult for him to imitate it. The golden figure that emerged from Gu Fei's doppelganger's body roared into the sky, and a powerful wave of essence chi erupted from the golden figure, causing the void to tremble. A figure was directly shaken out of the void. The black-clothed masked woman stared at Gu Fei's doppelganger with extreme shock. "Sai, you're clearly the one who bullied me. Why do you look so wronged?" Gu Fei's doppelganger looked at the black-clothed masked woman helplessly. "You bastard!" The black-clothed masked woman crushed a talisman in her hand. In the next moment, she directly disappeared into the void, escaping just like that. Gu Fei's doppelganger was stunned. This girl was so aggressive and looked like she wanted to eat him up. Why did she suddenly run away? What was going on? Could it be that this mystique that I used scared her away? Did she see through this mystique? Gu Fei's doppelganger was even more curious about Fatty's identity. After all, this was the mystique that Fatty had used to deal with the dozen sword cultivators during the day. He had merely imitated it. Although the special effects were exactly the same, it was in fact a fake. Gu Fei's doppelganger released his spiritual force and no longer sensed the aura of human cultivators in the vicinity. The two fellows from the sky-piercing tower had actually escaped, and the only cultivator's aura was the aura of the sky overlord battle immortal in the forest above ground. However, when Gu Fei's doppelganger sensed the scene in the forest, he was immediately dumbfounded. The dignified sky overlord battle immortal was actually being bullied by a group of barbaric monkeys. Moreover, he was being bullied miserably. The group of barbaric monkeys had actually defecated and peed on the sky overlord battle immortal's head. The sky overlord battle immortal was flopping around in a huge fecal pit, and the doppelganger could even smell the stench from afar. Chapter 5683. Overlord, War God fell into a cesspool. My God, what's going on? Damn it, he really fell into a cesspool. When Donghua Shui, and the others arrived, they were immediately dumbfounded by the scene. Was the guy flopping around in the cesspit really the sky-dominating battle god of the sky-dominating empire that even the sky-dominating emperor had to bow down to? No one was willing to get too close because the smell from the cesspool was too strong. At this time, the overlord war god in the cesspool even wanted to die. Someone go and fish him out. Donghua Shui said to her subordinates. Everyone's expression was very unnatural. They did not want to do anything, but they could not refuse directly. They did not dare to disobey the princess's order. However, someone had to do it. In the end, Dragon Elephant Barbarian stood up. He led his trusted subordinates and dispersed the monkeys around the cesspool, then ordered someone to pull the overlord war god out of the cesspool with a rope. The Overlord War god was in a sorry state. He had lost count of how many bars of soap he had used, and his skin was torn. However, the fragrance on his body was still strong. It was a fragrance that could not be washed away. At this time, Gufei's clone did not care about this and directly returned to the camp. Everyone was curious why the Overlord War god would fall into the cesspool of monkeys. Could it be that Wang Zhan threw him in? How much hatred did he have? Even Dongwei Shui thought that it was Gufei's clone who threw the Overlord War god into the cesspool. Gufei's clone wanted to humiliate the Overlord War god in this way. Everyone was making wild guesses. Gufei's clone naturally did not care to explain anything, and the Overlord War god would not tell anyone that he fell into the cesspool because he was extremely lucky. The night uneventfully. Early the next morning, Dongwei Shui's team set off again. By noon, they had passed through 800 kilometers of forest. General Long, how far are we from Flying Cloud City? Dongwei Shui looked into the distance as the team advanced. Not far. Dragon Elephant Barbarian quickly replied, "Can we reach before nightfall?" Shui asked again. Spending the night in the wilderness was very dangerous. Who knew what kind of crafty plots those fellows had in the dark? Before they reached East Moon Imperial City, the Overlord War god could be snatched away at any time. Dongwei Shui couldn't let anyone save the Overlord War god from her hands. He was of great use to her. Yes, at our current speed, we should be able to reach Flying Cloud City before nightfall. Dragon Elephant Man pondered for a moment and said, "That's good." Dongwei Shui said happily. However, she was not happy for long. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from the mountain path, and everyone felt the vibration coming from under their feet. What happened? What happened? That is, smoke and dust billowed in front of the mountain path, and the rumbling sounds were rapidly approaching. What now? Gufei's doppelganger, who was driving the carriage, frowned and glanced at the fatty beside him. "Boss, don't tell me you want me to take action again." When Fatty saw Gufei's doppelganger looking at him, he immediately cursed inwardly. "Am I the boss, or are you the boss?" Gufei's clone said indifferently, "You're the boss. Of course you're the boss." Fatty hurriedly smiled apologetically. "Isn't that enough?" Gufei's clone continued driving the carriage. Fatty, however, was extremely gloomy. Gufei's clone had placed a forbidden technique on him. Currently, he was completely terrified in front of Gufei's clone and was completely subdued by Gufei's clone. Although he found it difficult to accept his current identity, Gufei's clone was the boss, and he was only the boss's subordinate. To be more precise, he was Gufei's clone's shield. When the time came, he would naturally be the one to take the lead, while Gufei's clone could continue hiding. This was the goal of Gufei's clone. He wanted to keep a low profile, so Fatty's role was very important. Swoosh! At this moment, Dongwei Shui shot into the sky. She focused her gaze and saw a black torrent rushing over from the mountain path in front of her. This torrent was indestructible, and everything on the mountain path was crushed wherever it passed. A black steel bull, Longxiang Barbarian, had also arrived in the sky. He could not help but exclaim when he saw the black torrent charging at them from the mountain path. Hearing Longxiang Barbarian's exclamation, the group immediately became restless. Everyone wore a look of fear. "Is this black steel bull something powerful?" Gufei's clone asked Fatty next to him. "Not at all. It's just a savage beast with thick skin and flesh." Fatty hurriedly replied, "Why would they be so afraid if we didn't leave?" Gufei's clone glanced at the panicking soldiers around him. "One or two of them aren't powerful. They're only equivalent to the greater mastery of the human level, but their defense is a bit insane. Ordinary swords and sabers won't be able to cut through their thick skin. Moreover, these savage beasts live in groups. They'll move in groups of thousands. Fatty explained. What? Gu Fei's clone finally understood why the people around him were so afraid. Who could stop thousands of black steel bulls charging at them at the same time? Quick, 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 hide in the forest on both sides. King fast. We don't need the carriages anymore. Dong Yue Shui, Longxiang Barbarian, and the rest yelled anxiously. If their team of several thousand were to face the black iron barbaric bulls charging at them head-on, they would be completely annihilated. Only those who could fly would be able to survive. Boss, what should we do? The fatty was completely unperturbed. With his cultivation, the herd of black iron barbaric bulls was unable to harm him at all. Moreover, he did not care about the lives of the others. Fatty, it's time for you to show your prowess. Gu Fei's clone patted Fatty's shoulder and said, What? Fatty was dumbfounded. What does boss mean by that? He wants me to stop the black steel bulls. He's trying to kill me. At this moment, everyone was rushing towards the forest on both sides of the mountain path. Carriages, prisoner carriages, and these large items were directly thrown on the mountain path. CK, save me! Overlord Marshal Immortal, who was in the prison carriage, shouted at the top of his lungs. Save me! The fellow in the other prisoner carriage also shouted for help. As for the dozen or so sword cultivators who were suspected to be from the Measureless Sword sect, they were tied up and dragged behind the prisoner carriage. No one cared about them now. When the dozen or so sword cultivators saw the black torrent charging at them, they were scared out of their wits. Everyone had escaped, but Gu Fei's clone and Fatty were still sitting in the carriage calmly, as if they did not see the black torrent charging at them. Wang Zhan, are you crazy? Chapter 5684. No one expected the people in the dark to act so quickly. They had just suffered a setback last night, and now they were back to cause trouble the next day. This time, the people in the dark had actually driven the herd of black iron bulls onto the mountain path. They wanted to use the bulls to annihilate Dong Yue Shui's escort team. Countless black iron bulls galloped on the mountain path like a black flood, charging towards Dong Yue Shui's escort team with unstoppable force. Dong Yue Shui, and the other experts directly charged into the sky. They were naturally unafraid of the black iron bulls. However, the several thousand warriors of the East Moon Empire did not know how to fly. Thus, when they learned that the herd of black iron bulls was charging towards them, the team immediately fell into chaos. Under the shouts of Dong Yue Shui, and the other generals, countless warriors rushed towards the forest on both sides of the mountain path in a panic, fighting to be the first to hide in the forest. However, while the people could escape, the carriages and prisoners in the team would suffer. As the mountain path was surrounded by dense trees on both sides, the horses and prisoners could not enter at all. As a result, the carriages, prisoners, and horses were all abandoned. They had no choice but to throw these things away, because if they did not, they would be throwing away their lives. No one wanted to die. Moreover, everyone knew that if they could successfully escort the Overlord of War to the East Moon Imperial capital, it would be a great merit. They might even be able to settle down in the East Moon Imperial capital. The East Moon Imperial capital was the most prosperous and largest city in the East Moon Empire. The people in the East Moon Empire were either rich or powerful. One had to know that not just anyone could live in the East Moon Imperial capital. Ordinary people would not even dare to think about it. As a result, everyone fled faster than rabbits. Very soon, the only things left on the mountain path were the scattered horses and carriages that were filled with various supplies. The most important rations had been thrown away by these warriors. After all, this was a team of several thousand people, a small army. It was not easy to maintain the daily expenses of such an army. These guys are really fast. The mountain path was suddenly empty, causing the fatty to exclaim, "They're here." Gouffet's clone suddenly said from the carriage. He stared at the corner of the mountain path ahead. Rumble. In the next moment, countless black figures rushed out from the corner of the mountain path, accompanied by a thunderous rumble, and rushed toward Gouffet's avatars with unstoppable force. Boom. Bam. Wood splinters flew everywhere. Wherever the black torrent passed, the carriages on the mountain path were immediately smashed into pieces. It was as if there was nothing that could stop this black torrent. Wang Zhan, up in the sky, Dong Yueshui was shocked to see that Gouffet's clone did not dodge. Wang Zhan's mother and sister were also in the carriage. Without any hesitation, Shui took out her East Moon bow, knocked an arrow, and shot towards the herd of bulls. Swoosh! The arrow flashed. Boom! The black iron barbarian bulls at the front exploded, but the barbarian bulls at the back instantly charged up. This kind of attack simply couldn't stop this black flood. "Fatty, what are you waiting for?" Gouffet's clone sat in the carriage, extremely calm. At this moment, a strong gust of wind blew, startling the horses in the carriage. They neighed and kicked the ground uneasily. Sigh. The fatty jumped out of the carriage with a helpless expression and landed in front of the carriage. Is he crazy? Who does he think he is? He actually wants to stop the black iron barbarian bulls by himself. This guy's brain is flooded with water. Everyone who saw this scene was indescribably shocked. Even if the fatty was at the divine level, he was only one person. How could he stop the charge of so many black iron barbarian bulls? "Brother, what's wrong?" Wang Lingshue's voice came from the carriage behind Gouffet's clone. "It's fine, don't worry." Gouffet's clone was still calm. At this moment, the black torrent was less than 100 meters away from the fatty. The strong gust of wind blew the fatty's hair to the back of his head. At this moment, he stood proudly on the mountain path as a powerful aura erupted from his body. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a huge mountain, blocking the black torrent that was charging towards him. This guy, seeing this, Gouffet's clone still had a calm expression. He had already noticed that this fatty wasn't an ordinary person. Is that fatty an idiot? On a hillside in the distance, there were a few black figures standing, looking at their handiwork. Yes, Guji was scared silly. Otherwise, how could he be so stupid? A black-clothed man on the hill mocked, "I bet that he'll be smashed into pieces in the next moment." A black-clothed man said coldly, "Haha, is that so? Then I'll bet with you. If his clone doesn't get smashed into pieces, you'll kneel down and eat this thing. How about it?" A masked woman chuckled and pointed at a lump of black stuff on the ground next to her. What? The masked man looked at the thing on the ground and was instantly enraged. This guy is too despicable. How dare he ask me to eat **T? I wonder what kind of beast poop that thing belongs to. What if you lose? Although the masked man was furious, he didn't dare to do anything. "If I lose, I'll give you this divine artifact." The masked woman waved her right hand, and a divine sword flew out of her hand and stabbed into the ground. "Okay, I'll bet." The masked man stared at the divine sword with greed in his eyes. Who wouldn't want a divine artifact? "Very well, we'll know soon enough." The masked woman said, looking at the black torrent that was about to hit the fatty. The masked man was also nervous. He didn't think that the fatty could stop the black iron bulls. Even a peak immortal state expert wouldn't be able to. Once the black iron bulls were disturbed, they would go crazy and destroy everything in their way. With the golden body protecting me, I'm invincible. At this moment on the mountain path, the fatty roared angrily. His hands formed a seal, and a violent energy wave erupted from his body. Boom! A golden figure rushed out from Fatty's body and enveloped him in an instant. The surrounding leaves were swept up into the air. The Fatty was like a deity that had descended from the heavens. In the eyes of Goofei's clone, the Fatty actually seemed to have a majestic image. Where did this guy come from? Boom! Following a loud bang, the herd of black iron barbarian bulls instantly collided with the huge golden figure, and a cloud of blood suddenly appeared. Chapter 5685. Fatty was completely subdued by Goofei's clone. If Goofei's clone wanted to keep a low profile, then Fatty would have to take care of everything. This guy had thick skin and was very suitable as a shield. Fatty was depressed, very depressed. However, he had no choice. He couldn't beat this guy called Wang Zhan, so he could only be a laborer. Rumble, the ground shook. On the mountain path, the herd of black iron barbaric bulls rushed towards Fatty crazily. Their momentum was even more shocking than the charge of a magnificent army. This black torrent was unstoppable, and the mountain forest shook. At this moment, Goofei's clone was still sitting calmly on the carriage, controlling the horses. Wang Zhan's mother and sister were very confident in Goofei's clone and weren't worried at all. As long as Goofei's clone was around, no one could hurt them. Golden body protection. I'm invincible! Fatty roared, and a terrifying aura surged from his body. The golden figure was like a god of war that had descended from the 9 heavens, emitting a supreme majesty. He really did have that kind of oppressive and invincible aura. Goofei's doppelganger's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. This Fatty had actually held back when he was dealing with the cultivators who had cultivated the sword Dao. At this moment, everyone was extremely nervous as they stared at the golden figure on the mountain path and the black torrent that was rushing towards it. Boom! Following an earth-shattering sound, the black torrent directly collided with the golden figure that was standing on the mountain path like a huge mountain. In the next moment, a violent wave of energy swept in all directions. The mountain path was immediately filled with sand and stones, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. The trees on both sides of the mountain path were instantly torn to pieces by the energy storm that swept out. With Fatty as the center, everything within a radius of 30 meters was directly shaken to pieces. The powerful storm swept towards Goofei's clone. Goofei's doppelganger didn't move at all. The terrifying energy storm swept towards both sides of the carriage. Even his hair and clothes didn't move at all. An invisible force enveloped Goofei's clone and the carriage he was in. No matter how much the energy storm raged outside, he and the carriage did not budge. That carriage, that guy, on the hillside in the distance, when the masked men saw this scene, they immediately noticed Goofei's doppelganger. Sigh. On the carriage, Goofei's doppelganger's heart skipped a beat. He sighed helplessly. He had wanted to keep a low profile, but things didn't go as he wished. He was being targeted again. The moment the men in black on the hillside noticed Goofei's doppelganger, Goofei's doppelganger had already sensed their presence. Looks like my strength doesn't allow me to keep a low profile. However, even so, Goofei's doppelganger didn't change his mind. He still wanted to keep a low profile. Goofei's doppelganger protected the carriage, but the carriages behind it suffered a calamity. They were all sent flying by the energy storm. Both the Sky Hegemonic War Immortal's prisoner carriage and the Large Man's prisoner carriage were sent flying before crashing heavily onto the ground. As for the dozen or so sword cultivators who were tied to the Overlord War God's prison carriage, they were also pulled into the air by the chains. If not for their high cultivation and strong bodies, they would have fallen to their deaths. The soldiers hiding in the woods on both sides of the road were not affected. Roar! At that moment, Fatty let out an earth-shattering roar that attracted everyone's attention. Buzz! An even stronger wave of yuan qi erupted from the fatty's body. The golden body that protected him shook violently and became as large as a small mountain. The golden body seemed like it was going to walk out of the void and become a real golden deity. The black flood was directly blocked, and countless black iron barbaric bowls that slammed into the golden figure were directly turned into clouds of blood mist. In just a short while, hundreds of black iron bulls had already died. However, the black iron bulls were still charging forward madly. They couldn't stop at all. Dong-Yue, Shui, and the others in the sky were shocked that Fatty was actually able to block the black iron barbarian bulls by himself. How was that possible? That fellow was too amazing. Could it be that he was a saint-rank existence? A divine level can block a herd of black iron bulls. On the distant hillside, the black-clothed men were also dumbfounded. Bahong, you've lost. Eat that thing. The masked woman pointed at the black shit on the ground and said to one of the masked men. What the masked man called Bahong couldn't help but be shocked when he heard that. It's just a joke. You don't have to be so serious. Bahong said hesitantly. TSK. The masked woman sneered. Do you people from the tyrannical Sky Empire treat your words as farts? The masked man called Bahong was both shocked and furious. What? Still not eating? Do you want me to feed you? The masked woman's voice instantly turned cold, and there was a hint of killing intent in her tone. If you're willing to bet, you have to be willing to accept your loss. If I lose, you'll get my divine sword. Unfortunately, it's not fated with you. The masked woman's voice became even colder. Can you give me some face? A middle-aged man in black suddenly said, Tisk, give you face? Do you think you have any face here? The masked woman sneered. The middle-aged man's expression immediately became awkward. Are you going to eat it or not? The masked woman was a little angry. Granduncle, the young man called Bahong looked at the middle-aged man. Sir, don't go too far. The middle-aged man's expression became very unsightly. Ha! The masked woman laughed loudly. So what if I'm bullying you? Can't you afford to? You, Bahong, and his granduncle were shocked. They were furious, but they didn't dare to show it because they couldn't afford to offend this masked woman. Bahong, you'd better eat shit obediently. Don't anger our junior sister. If she gets angry, even I'm afraid. A masked man beside the masked woman suddenly said. Bahong and his granduncle didn't say anything. The atmosphere on the hillside became very tense. Aya, what are you guys doing? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Then, another person appeared on the hillside. It's you? When they saw who it was, everyone on the hillside was shocked. This person was Wang Zhan. Wasn't he on the distant mountain path? Why did he suddenly appear here? The veiled woman abruptly looked up the mountain path and saw that Gu Fei's clone was in the carriage. The coachman's seat was empty. So fast, so powerful. Chapter 56:86. It's you guys again. Just as the fatty was fighting against the black iron barbaric bulls, Gu Fei's clone suddenly appeared on the hill where the mysterious black-clothed man was. Gu Fei's clone realized that the location of the hill was really good. Standing here, he could see the exciting scene unfolding on the mountain path ahead. These guys really know how to pick a place. It seems like these guys are stirring up trouble again. They even found a good place to watch the show. Wang Zhan. The masked woman was taken aback when she saw Gu Fei's doppelganger. What are you guys doing? Is someone trying to eat *T? Gu Fei's clone crossed his arms and looked at Bahong with a smile that wasn't a smile. This sword isn't bad. As Gu Fei's clone spoke, he walked forward and reached for the divine sword that was stuck in the ground. Humph! The masked woman waved her right hand, and the divine sword that was stuck in the ground flew up and was grabbed by her. My things aren't that easy to take. The masked woman stared at Gu Fei's clone and said, "Is that so?" Gu Fei's clone smiled and didn't say anything. The masked woman then glanced at Ba Hong and said, "What are you waiting for? Why aren't you eating that thing on the ground?" Ba Hong looked at his granduncle. However, his granduncle directly turned his face to the side. "Chick, this is a little too much. You're actually forcing people to eat **T. Gu Fei's doppelganger laughed. "This girl's taste was too heavy. Does this have anything to do with you? Wait, what did you say just now? What did you call me?" The masked lady in black furrowed her brows as she glared at Gu Fei's clone. **CK. Looks like I'm out of luck. I've met a tigress." Gu Fei's clone looked at the masked woman in ridicule. "Wang Zhan, do you know who you're talking to? You're simply courting death." Ba Hong angrily shouted at Gu Fei's clone. Hey, what's wrong with you? This chick is already forcing you to eat powder, and you're still helping her? You're really a dog." Gu Fei's doppelganger said indifferently. "What did you say? In front of the young miss, you are nothing." Ba Hong pointed at Gu Fei's clone's nose and scolded. "Sigh." Gu Fei's clone shook his head helplessly. A moment later, he appeared in front of Ba Hong with a whoosh. "Pa!" Gu Fei's doppelganger waved his hand and slapped Ba Hong's face. Ba Hong let out a blood-curdling scream and staggered a few steps to the side. He opened his mouth and spat out a few bloody teeth. The left side of his face immediately swelled up, and an incomparably clear palm print appeared on his face. "Holy shit!" Ba Hong opened his mouth to curse again. "Pa! Pa! No, Pa!" Gu Fei's doppelgangers immediately slapped the guy a dozen times, causing him to become muddle-headed and swollen like a pig's head. "Wang Zhan, you're courting death." Ba Hong's granduncle could not stand it anymore. Ba Hong was a member of the Sky Tyrant royal family, after all. Although he was a good-for-nothing, how could he allow an outsider to bully and humiliate him like this? He roared angrily and directly grabbed the hilt of the saber at his waist. He was about to draw his saber and attack Gu Fei's doppelganger. However, a figure flashed, and Gu Fei's doppelganger instantly appeared in front of him. With a stretch of his left hand, the doppelganger directly put the saber back into its scabbard. Pa, 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 pa. Gu Fei's doppelganger's right hand danced left and right, directly rewarding the middle-aged man in black with a dozen slaps. After that, the figure flashed, and Gu Fei's doppelganger instantly retreated 2 zhang away. He stood with his hands behind his back and indifferently looked at the crowd. Finally, his eyes fell on the masked woman. The masked woman and her senior brother were dumbfounded by this scene. They originally thought that they had underestimated Wang Zhan. Who would have thought that not only did they not underestimate Wang Zhan, but they also severely underestimated him. Gu Fei's doppelganger's moves were smooth like flowing water. After he was done, Ba Hong and his granduncle became swollen like a pig. Ba Hong was enraged. His name was Ba Hong, and his cultivation was all on the saber. Now, he had not even drawn his saber out of its scabbard, and was already swollen like a pig. His mouth moved, and directly spat out a few teeth. "You what? Are you not convinced?" Gu Fei's doppelganger said, indifferently. "Do you think I can be convinced?" Ba Hong was enraged. "Yes." Gu Fei's doppelganger nodded. "All right, then I will give you a chance to attack." He beckoned at Ba Hong with his finger. When the masked woman and her senior brother saw this, they immediately retreated. "Wang Zhan, you are dead." Ba Hong sneered as he stared at Gu Fei's doppelganger. His granduncle was the #1 saber in the tyrannical Sky dynasty. As long as his granduncle drew his saber, his opponent would be killed in one move. As long as his granduncle drew his saber, Wang Zhan would be dead. I am dead. Gu Fei's doppelganger looked at Ba Hong with a smile that was not a smile. You are dead. Ba Hong stared at Gu Fei's doppelganger as a violent saber aura erupted from his body. He stretched out his right hand and spread his fingers. Interesting. Facing the incoming sharp saber aura, Gu Fei's doppelganger still stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm and relaxed. I'm going to faint. Why aren't you making a move? Are you still accumulating power? After a while, Gu Fei's doppelganger was getting impatient. I am giving you a chance to attack. Otherwise, you would have been killed by me long ago. Even making a move is so troublesome. Are you pretending to be an expert? I say, why don't you attack? Gu Fei's doppelganger was depressed. Wang Zhan, why are you in such a hurry? Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Ba Hong jumped out once again. The masked woman and her senior brother, who were watching the show from the side, were also somewhat depressed. What was going on with this number one saber god in the tyrannical Sky dynasty? Was he someone with an undeserved reputation? Ba Hong's aura was still rising. I will send you to reincarnate first, Gu Fei's doppelganger said, as he waved his right hand. Ba Hong's head was directly sent flying. Even in his dreams, Ba Hong never thought that he would die. Moreover, he was killed in one move. He was a member of the royal family of the tyrannical Sky dynasty. His future was boundless. However, none of this had anything to do with him. However, with his death, he wouldn't have to eat shit anymore. When Gu Fei's doppelganger suddenly killed Ba Hong, it gave the masked woman a fright. This guy is not simple. He is decisive in killing. He is quite a character. The masked woman couldn't help but have a higher opinion of Gu Fei's doppelganger. Kill! Clang! Ba Hong's saber was finally unsheathed. The saber light was even more dazzling than the divine sun in the sky. The cold saber aura spread in all directions. The momentum was truly astonishing. This slash could only be described with one word, and that was fast. It was truly fast. In Ba Hong's eyes, his saber had already reached the limit. No one in the god realm could dodge his saber. Chapter 5687. The tyrant blade of the tyrannical Sky dynasty was undoubtedly the number one blade cultivator in the tyrannical Sky dynasty. He was also the only blade cultivator in the tyrannical Sky dynasty who had cultivated to the divine level. His saber was fine when it was not drawn, but once it was drawn, it was fatal. Of course, Tyrant Blade was not as famous as his big brother, Tyrant Battle Immortal. It was precisely because the two brothers were at the divine rank that they were able to firmly suppress the overlord of the Overlord Sky Emperor. Even if the two brothers were capable enough to shock the Overlord didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. After all, these two brothers were both at the divine level, and they controlled the military of the tyrannical Sky Empire. The military was filled with their trusted subordinates. If the tyrannical Heavenly Emperor was dishonest, they wouldn't mind changing someone else to be the Overlord. Therefore, the current Overlord of Tyrant Sky, Overlord, was really sullen. He had to listen to the two brothers for everything, and he was simply a puppet. The fact that the Sky Overlord Battle Immortal had been captured had actually made the Sky Overlord somewhat happy and gloating. However, they had to save the Overlord War God. Even if they knew that the East Moon Empire wanted to use the Overlord War God as bait to catch a bigger fish, they still had to bite that bait. Thus, Ba Dao, the second brother of Ba Qianquan, Ba Tian, arrived. Ba Dao was actually very cautious. He did not hesitate to pay a great price to get the Skysplit Towers people to help him. However, it was all for naught. The Skysplit Towers people suffered at the hands of Gu Fei's clone. Now, Gu Fei's doppelganger had appeared in front of them and killed Ba Hong, the rising star of the Sky Tyrant royalty. He even slapped the tyrant blade a dozen times in front of the people of the sky-reaching tower, turning the tyrant Sky Empire's #1 saber master into a pig's head. This made domineering Blade so ashamed that he wanted to go crazy. Clang! The moment his aura reached its peak, Ba Dao finally made his move. Saber light flashed, and saber chi surged. This saber seemed to have come from hell, bringing with it an endless amount of killing intent. In an instant, it arrived before Gu Fei's clone. Ba Dao smirked. He was very confident in his saber draw kill. In his eyes, Gu Fei's doppelganger was already a dead man. This slash was extremely fast. This blade was extremely dazzling. This slash was extremely domineering. This saber strike was indestructible. Even Skysplit Tower's junior sister was stunned by this strike. If a person were to focus on a saber for countless years, the power that the saber could unleash in his hands would definitely be shocking. The might of Tyrant Saber's saber surpassed the expectations of the Skysplit Tower's two great assassins. However, in the next moment, Tong Tian Tower's little junior sister and her senior brother were dumbfounded. Their eyes almost fell out of their sockets. The scene in front of them was unbelievable. The saber light disappeared in an instant, and the chilling saber chi that had spread out in all directions suddenly dissipated. The saber that seemed to be able to split heaven and earth into two have suddenly stopped above the head of Gu Fei's doppelganger. The blade had already touched the hair on the head of Gu Fei's doppelganger, and a few strands of hair floated down from the air. However, the divine saber that was flickering with a cold light could no longer slash down. It was frozen just like that and did not move. What caused the divine saber to suddenly stop above the head of Gu Fei's doppelganger were two fingers. That's right, two fingers. Gu Fei's doppelganger, Wang Zhan, had actually used two fingers to clamp Tyrant Saber's saber strike with all his might. How is this possible? Tyrant Saber's shock was no small matter. He never dreamed that this black-robed young man would be so powerful that he could use only two fingers to clamp his saber. This was a saber strike that he had unleashed with all his might. Even his big brother, sky-dominating martial immortal, did not have this ability. Crack! At that moment, Gu Fei's doppelganger smirked. In the next moment, the two fingers that clamped the saber's blade exerted force, and the divine saber directly broke into two. Gu Fei's doppelganger casually waved his hand that was clamping the broken saber. Uft! Half of the saber's blade directly pierced Tyrant Saber's left shoulder. His entire body flew out and rolled on the ground. Impossible! How is this possible? Tyrant Saber muttered to himself in a daze. Ba Dao murmured to himself in a daze. His opponent had casually attacked, and an invisible sword chi had entered his body, directly crippling his cultivation. He was the #1 saber in the sky-dominating imperial court. How could he be defeated by a young man, and so thoroughly at that? In my eyes, there is nothing impossible in this world. Gu Fei's doppelganger stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "This pretentious act." On the mountain path, Fatty, who was desperately blocking the herd of black iron bowls, was incomparably depressed when he saw this scene. At that moment, several figures rushed up the small hill. "Take him down!" With a shout, several figures directly rushed towards the masked woman and Tyrant Saber, who was lying on the ground. Ha ha! The masked woman let out a crisp laughter. In the next moment, she and her senior brother directly soared into the sky and directly stepped on the air. In the blink of an eye, they were already far away. "Young man, just you wait. I will look for you next time to have some fun." The masked woman's voice came from afar. "Why didn't you do anything? Did you just let those two escape?" Dong Yue Shui came to the side of Gu Fei's doppelganger and said unhappily, Gu Fei's doppelganger did not say anything. He only looked in the direction that the masked woman disappeared in and fell into deep thought. The Sky Connecting Tower was a colossal organization. There would definitely be saint-level experts in such a super organization. If the Sky Connecting Tower sent saint-level experts to deal with them, they would definitely be in trouble. What should they do? Gu Fei's doppelganger knew very well that with his current cultivation and battle prowess, even if he grasped a supreme secret technique like the 9 secrets of the immortal path, there was no way he could defeat saint-level experts. Not to mention that the Sky Connecting Tower was an assassin organization. They would not act openly. They were assassins, so they would definitely act in the dark. This was their specialty. "Did you hear that?" Dongyue Shui said loudly. "This guy is actually treating me like I don't exist." This made her very angry. She was the most beloved princess of the East Moon Royal Lord. Dongyue Shui's princess temper exploded. "Heard what?" Gu Fei's doppelganger subconsciously said to Dongyue Shui. I'm going to die from anger." Dongyue Shui stomped her foot and was about to leave. Tyrant Blade, how is this possible? This guy is Tyrant Hong? At this moment, Dongyue Shui finally saw the black-clothed middle-aged man, who was dragged over by Dragon Elephant Man, and Yang Feiyun like a dead dog, as well as Tyrant Hong, who was lying on the side with his head separated from his body. "You actually defeated Tyrant Blade." Dongyue Shui was extremely excited. This guy was the #1 blade of the tyrannical Sky Empire. Moreover, Tyrant Blade and Tyrant War God were brothers. These 2 brothers controlled almost all the power in the tyrannical Sky Empire, directly taking over the tyrannical Sky Emperor. "Ha!" Dongyue Shui laughed excitedly. Tyrant War God and Tyrant Blade God had both become her prisoners. This was a great merit. It was not hard to imagine that the tyrannical Sky Empire would soon fall into chaos. Rumble, while Dongyue Shui was laughing, the entire hillside and the ground shook. At the same time, Gu Fei's doppelganger keenly sensed that the aura of the world had changed. The world has changed? Chapter 5688. Rumble, the entire world suddenly shook. It was very sudden, but the shaking only lasted for a very short period of time before disappearing. However, Gu Fei's clone sensed that this part of the world had changed. The grand Tao laws of the world had undergone a subtle change. How could this be? Gu Fei's clone was indescribably shocked. The grand Tao of the world, which was also the change of the grand Tao laws of the world, was actually not something strange. Given his main body's cultivation, he had long surpassed the human realm and heavenly realm. The grand Tao laws of the human realm and heavenly realm were nothing in front of Gu Fei's main body. He could change the grand Tao of the entire human realm with a single thought. However, this was the limitless realm, the highest level superworld that Gu Fei knew of. The grand Tao of such a world was not so easy to change. The grand Tao of the limitless realm should be incomparably powerful and stable. However, Gu Fei's clone sensed a different grand Tao. Could it be that there were actually different grand Taos in the limitless realm? How could this be possible? Gu Fei's doppelganger was also startled by this sudden thought. It was impossible for 2 grand wills to appear in the same world, unless this world was invaded by another world, like a supreme existence wanting to refine this world. However, could there actually be someone crazy enough to want to refine the entire limitless realm? The thought in Gu Fei's clone's mind quickly dissipated. However, what he did not know was that at this moment, the easternmost region was in chaos. Boom! With a loud sound, a towering devil mountain in the easternmost region suddenly exploded. A devil coffin appeared out of nowhere, emitting a monstrous demonic aura. endless demonic aura converged into a huge devil shadow that roared towards the sky. Its demonic might was matchless, causing billions of living beings to tremble. Humph! In a certain sacred land filled with vast, immortal aura, an immortal Tao ancestor who had been in seclusion for God knows how many years suddenly woke up from his meditation and opened his eyes. In the next moment, endless immortal aura surged out from the immortal Tao ancestor's body. The immortal aura spread for billions of miles, causing the immortal aura in the entire sacred land to soar. Immortal Tao ancestor, the demon coffin soared into the sky. At the same time, in some other forbidden areas of the easternmost pole, there were also giants who had disappeared for countless years. This made the giants of the current era unable to sit still. Another reincarnation? A helpless sigh came from a huge palace at the peak of the Wichu sacred mountain in the East Pole. Its master has come out of seclusion? Countless rays of light rushed toward the palace at the peak of the divine mountain from all directions. Tens of thousands of immortals came to pay their respects. Moreover, it was not only the East Pole, but also the South Pole, the West Pole, the North Pole, and the Central Pole. Those giants who had disappeared for countless years all jumped out. The limitless realm's cultivation world, which had been silent for countless years, suddenly burst into an uproar. The patriarchs of the sects and clans that had been in decline for countless years returned, and these clans immediately became powerful again. Then they went on expeditions everywhere and began to encircle their territories. The entire cultivation world of the limitless realm began a new round of shuffling without any warning. At the center of the easternmost land, the ground suddenly split open, and a huge city broke out of it, slowly rising into the sky. An extremely terrifying might emanated from the huge city, suppressing everything in its surroundings. The huge city was bound by chains, and every chain was connected to the ground. The huge city was bound in the sky, and every chain was pulled taut. Sigh! A figure appeared near the huge city. He stood quietly for a long time before letting out a long sigh and disappearing. The world has changed, and reincarnation has appeared. It's going to be chaotic again. An ancient voice with a hint of helplessness reverberated between heaven and earth. Such huge cities did not just appear in the easternmost pole. The South Pole, the West Pole, the North Pole, and the Central Pole all broke out of their seals and appeared in the world. As the huge cities appeared, the heavenly Tao laws of the entire limitless realm became unstable. Then, a huge spatial crack appeared in the void between the heavens and the earth. It was unknown where these spatial cracks led to. The appearance of each spatial crack caused a commotion. Countless experts gathered towards the spatial cracks, and the super forces immediately sent experts to guard these spatial cracks. Roar! A spatial crack that appeared in the easternmost land stretched across the sky. A terrifying roar came from the spatial crack, and a huge figure appeared indistinctly in the spatial crack. A violent aura swept across the sky and earth. Gufei's clone had not expected this to happen. At this moment, the fatty displayed his divine might and directly smashed the black iron raging ox fist with his own strength, resolving the crisis. Their team continued on their way. The world has changed. In the carriage, the fatty looked up at the sky, and his expression was extremely solemn. You sensed it too? Gufei's clone looked at the fatty in surprise. He thought that only he could sense the changes in the world because his main body's cultivation was at the infinite prime realm. Naturally, his perception of the world was also at the infinite prime realm. However, this fatty had sensed it too. Could it be that this fellow was also an old antique? Who cares? This fellow still had his own restrictive technique on him, so he was not afraid of this fellow flying into the sky. Along the way, the team directly arrived at Flying Cloud City. This flying cloud city was not as large as Black Chelan City, but there were tens of thousands of citizens in the city, and there were also many villages and stockades scattered around Flying Cloud City. The people here are all tough. When Gufei's clone drove the carriage into the city, he found that whether it was the people outside or inside the city, as long as they walked on the road, they more or less carried weapons. Outside the city, many people wore animal skins. Not only did they carry sabers, swords, and spears, they even carried bows and arrows. However, the people inside the city were much more refined. Most of the people in the city had sabers or swords on their waists, or short swords or short knives on their belts. It's not easy to survive. The fatty on the side, I dare not say for others, but if you want to live, I'm afraid that no one can kill you. Gufei's clone laughed. Don't, boss, don't say that. You can kill me if you say that. The fatty hurriedly said. In front of Gufei's clone, he directly put on a cowardly expression. Is that so? Gufei's clone smiled and did not say anything else. At this moment, the team that had just entered the city suddenly stopped. The streets were filled with onlookers. Is this the legendary Sky Hegemon War God? Even the Sky Hegemon War God was captured. Her Highness is awesome. Why are there 3 prison carriages, which one is the Sky Hegemon War God? Both sides of the street were crowded with people. The news that Dongyue Shui had captured the #1 war god of the Sky Hegemon Empire in Black Chelan City had already spread to Flying Cloud City. Therefore, when Dongyue Shui's team arrived at Flying Cloud City, the entire city was in an uproar. Good dogs don't block the way. Get out of my way. At the very front of the group, Dongyue Shui, who had been leading the group on a tall horse with a smug expression, suddenly widened her eyes and raised her eyebrows. She waved her whip and pointed at a young man in front of her. Sister, your temper is still as fierce as ever. Chapter 5689. The situation in the boundless realm had changed. The antiques that had long been thought to have vanished in the annals of history had reappeared. The appearance of the 5 sealed ancient cities in particular made the various heavyweights even more restless. Just as the entire boundless realm was in turmoil, the soaring cloud city, where Gufei's clone was located, remained calm as usual. This world-class upheaval had yet to affect the city in the mountains. Even the entire East Moon Empire had yet to be affected. However, the arrival of Gufei's clone and Dongyue Shui caused the city in the mountains to boil. Her Highness has entered the city with the Overlord War God. The explosive news immediately spread throughout the entire soaring cloud city. The entire city was in an uproar, and countless people surged towards the main street of the city gates from all directions. The Overlord War God was a heavenly figure to the people of Soaring Cloud City. He was an awesome existence that even the Lord of the Overlord Empire had to be wary of. It could be said that more than half of the current territory of the Overlord Empire had been conquered by the Overlord War God. Even the East Moon Empire had always been at a disadvantage in the war against the Overlord Empire. If it were not for Black Chelan City blocking the Overlord Empire's advance, the East Moon Empire would probably have been destroyed long ago. When the news that Dongyue Shui had actually captured the Overlord War God alive in the Battle of Black Chelan City, everyone in Soaring Cloud City was naturally extremely excited. However, due to the cover-up of some people, the news of Dongyue Shui capturing the Overlord War God alive had yet to reach the East Moon royal capital. This was because the merit of capturing the Overlord War God was just too great. Countless people were green with envy. Previously, the greatest of the younger generation of the Hu clan, who was also Dongyue Shui's fiancé, wanted to take away her merit. Now, the procession into the city suddenly stopped because an uninvited guest had blocked their path. Furthermore, what surprised Dongyue Shui was that she did not even see the shadow of the city lord of Soaring Cloud City. She was the princess of the East Moon Empire. She had come to Soaring Cloud City, yet he, a mere city lord, actually did not come out to welcome her. Was he looking to die? The crime of looking down on the royal family of the East Moon was not something a mere city lord of Soaring Cloud City could bear. However, when Dongyue Shui saw the well-dressed young man with a folding fan blocking the way, she immediately understood what was going on. Imperial brother, instead of enjoying your life in the imperial capital, you've come here to be a road-blocking dog. If Imperial Father were to find out, your position as the second in line to the throne would be in imminent danger. Dongyue Shui sneered. When the well-dressed man heard this, a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes, but he wasn't angry. Royal sister, I heard that you've captured the Sky Hegemonic Battle Immortal alive, so I've specially come to welcome you. I've already arranged a banquet in the City Lord's mansion. I hope that royal sister will do me the honor. The well-dressed young master waved his fan and said with a faint smile, "Ha ha, royal brother Yuan Liang, I've already called you a dog, and you're still not angry. You're really a man who does great things." Dongyue Shui laughed. Hearing this, Dongyue Yuanliang remained calm, as if he didn't care at all. When Gu Fei's clone, who was acting as a coachman, saw this, he couldn't help but have a higher opinion of the well-dressed young master. This person was extremely shrewd, and he was extremely calm. Such a person was either a fool or an ambitious and ruthless person, since this guy was a member of the Dongyue royal family, and even the second in line to the throne, he was definitely not a fool. Therefore, this guy had the bearing of a formidable character. "Royal sister, you must be joking. Please." As Dongyue Yuanliang spoke, he turned his body and made an inviting gesture. "All right, I'd like to see what you're up to." As she spoke, Dongyue Shui swung her whip. The group continued forward. At this moment, the city lord's mansion was decorated with lanterns and streamers. A group of important figures of the city had gathered outside the gate, and everyone was looking at the street. "Greetings, Your Royal Highness." When Princess Dongyue's group arrived at the city lord's mansion, those people immediately knelt before Dongyue Shui. "Where's Chen Outyin?" Dongyue Shui leapt off her horse, completely ignoring these people. Chen Outyin was the city lord of Soaring Cloud City. He was not a member of Dongyue Yuanliang's faction, but a subordinate of the first in line to the throne, the crown prince of the Dongyue Empire. Dongyue Shui and the crown prince shared the same mother, while Dongyue Yuanliang was born of the imperial concubine. Moreover, the empress of the Dongyue Empire had already passed away many years ago. Moreover, ever since the empress passed away, the Dongyue imperial lord had not conferred another empress. Dongyue Yuanliang and his mother obviously wanted to ascend to the throne. One wanted to be the empress, while the other wanted to be the crown prince. The imperial court of the Dongyue Empire was already clearly divided into two factions. One was the crown prince's faction, and the other was Dongyue Yuanliang's faction. Therefore, Dongyue Shui obviously did not like this second brother of hers. "City Lord Chun is not feeling well, so he cannot come to greet Your Royal Highness. Please forgive him, Your Royal Highness." An armored general walked out from the welcoming group and bowed to Dongyue Shui Chen Fang? Dongyue Shui could not help but be surprised when she saw him. He was the younger brother of City Lord Chen Outyin, Chen Fang. Why would Chen Fang appear here? Actually, from the moment Dongyue Shui saw Dongyue Yuanliang, she knew that the City Lord of Soaring Cloud City was most likely done for. With Dongyue Yuanliang's abilities, killing Chen Outyin would be as easy as crushing an ant. It seemed that something must have happened to Chen Outyin. However, If something had happened to Qin Outyen, why would Qin Fang still appear here? This was worth considering. Royal sister, please. Dongyue Yuanliang smiled. TCH, do you think I'm afraid you'll eat me? Dongyue Shui smiled. With Gu Fei's clone and the fatty as her trump cards, she was not afraid that her dear second brother would cause any trouble at all. In front of outsiders, Dongyue Shui and Dongyue Yuanliang were on good terms. After all, they were real siblings, even though they did not share the same mother. Wang Zhan, come with me. Fatty, you guard the prisoner's carriage. The rest of you set up camp here. Dongyue Shui ordered. The square in front of the city lord's manor was very wide anyway. It was more than enough for a team of thousands to set up camp here. At this time, the square was filled with people. Everyone wanted to catch a glimpse of the Sky Overlord War God. However, when they really saw the Sky Overlord Martial God, who was tied up like a rice dumpling, they were all very disappointed. Was this old man really the #1 martial god of the tyrannical Sky Empire, whose name shook the world? Say, you know it's a Hongmen banquet, yet you still dare to come. You sure have guts. Gu Fei's clone, who had entered the city lord's manor with Dongyue Shui, transmitted his voice to the princess beside him. TCH, with a personal guard like you around, what do I have to be afraid of? Dongyue Shui replied with a voice transmission. Chapter 5690. At this time, Flying Cloud City looked very lively on the surface. Lanterns and streamers were everywhere. Countless citizens rushed to the streets to celebrate Princess Dongyue's great victory in Black Qilin City and the capture of the legendary dominating war immortal. It should be noted that the East Moon Empire had always been at a disadvantage in all the battles against the tyrannical empire. The East Moon Empire's army had always been oppressed by the tyrannical empire's army. But now, Princess Dongyue had actually defeated the Overlord War God. This was an unprecedented victory. In Soaring Cloud City, Princess Dongyue's prestige soared to the peak. Just as the entire city was celebrating Dongyue Shui's victory, Dongyue Yuanliang, who was also the second-in-line successor of the East Moon Empire, was welcoming Dongyue Shui into the city lord's residence. As Dongyue Shui was escorted into the city lord's residence, Dongyue Yuanliang secretly shot a glance at one of his confidants. The confidant immediately turned around and left quietly. Gu Fei's clone, who was following behind Dongyue Shui, witnessed the entire scene. As expected, he's up to something. Gu Fei's clone could not help but look forward to what this guy could do. Dongyue Yuanliang was only at the peak of the heaven realm. Even if he could break through to the half-step deity realm at any time, it would be useless. In the eyes of Gu Fei's clone, he was still trash that could be killed with a single slap. In the main hall of the city lord's residence, there were dozens of tables, and countless servants were busying themselves around them. Everyone, take a seat. Dongyue Yuanliang waved his sleeve and directly walked to the throne in the middle of the hall. He walked with majestic steps, and as he looked around, he gave off a dignified aura. He actually ignored Dongyue Shui and did not order anyone to bring her to a seat. Clearly, he was trying to put Dongyue Shui in his place. Dongyue Shui smiled and did not say anything. At this moment, the nobles of Soaring Cloud City and the people brought by Dongyue Yuanliang took their seats. Some even looked at Dongyue Shui, mockingly waiting to watch a show. Royal sister, sit anywhere. Don't be so polite with me. Dongyue Yuanliang, who was sitting on the throne, said indifferently. Dongyue Shui smiled. Are you sure? Of course, there's no need to be so reserved between us siblings. Dongyue Yuanliang smiled. All right then, I won't stand on ceremony with you. With that, Dongyue Shui directly walked towards Dongyue Yuanliang and arrived below the throne. "You get down here." Dongyue Shui crossed her arms and looked coldly at Dongyue Yuanliang on the throne. What? Dongyue Yuanliang was dumbfounded. Dongyue Shui actually told him to scram? The entire hall immediately fell silent. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Dongyue Yuanliang in shock. No one expected Dongyue Shui to sit on the throne of the second prince. Dongyue Yuanliang looked around. "Sister, this joke isn't funny." No matter how shrewd he was, Dongyue Yuanliang couldn't help but be angered. "I don't have time to joke with you." Dongyue Shui's tone became extremely cold. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone Dragon Elephant Man and Yang Feiyun also stood behind Dongyue Shui. Only Gu Fei's clone Dragon Elephant Man and Yang Feiyun followed Dongyue Shui into the city lord's residence. The others were outside. In other words, everyone in the city lord's residence was Dongyue Yuanliang's people. Has the princess gone mad? How dare she talk back to His Highness the Second Prince? This is really unwise. Many people in the hall transmitted their voices. In fact, everyone knew that the second prince and the princess were siblings on the surface, but they were secretly fighting against each other. "Get down here." "Do you want me to ask you to get down here?" Dongyue Shui did not take her second brother seriously at all. If it weren't for him slandering her father and wanting to take the number one of the younger generation of the Hu clan as the son-in-law, would she need to run away from the marriage? After all, according to the rules of the East Moon Empire, after a princess got married, she would have to move out of the palace and live in the son-in-law's residence. Dongyue Shui naturally knew that her second brother was in a hurry to kick her out of the palace. He wanted to isolate His Highness the Crown Prince. Dongyue Shui had long seen through her second brother's intentions. "How dare you? Although you're a princess, you can't be rude to His Highness the Second Prince." An elder beside Dongyue Yuanliang, who had been silent all this while, suddenly stepped forward and glared at Dongyue Shui. "Who do you think you are? This is a matter between us siblings. Who are you to interfere?" Dongyue Shui did not even look at the elder. "Sister, don't go too far." Dongyue Yuanliang's voice also turned cold. "Didn't you say so yourself? You let me sit wherever I want, so I'll sit where you are. There's nothing wrong with that." Dongyue Shui shrugged and said nonchalantly, "You." Dongyue Yuanliang's expression changed several times. He had wanted to take Dongyue Shui down a notch, but she did not play by the rules and dared to humiliate him in public. "Sai, brother, don't pretend in front of me. Don't you just want to take the credit?" Dongyue Shui could not be bothered to waste her breath on her second brother. Dongyue Yuanliang stared at her for a good while. "Ha!" He suddenly burst into laughter. "It's good that you've laid your cards on the table. Since you know I want to take the credit, why did you obediently come into my pocket? My good imperial sister, are you stupid, or what?" Dongyue Yuanliang said with a sinister smile. The hall was immediately enveloped by a murderous aura. Everyone was extremely nervous. "I'll be honest with you. Without my permission, you can forget about returning to the imperial capital for the rest of your life." Dongyue Yuanliang said hatefully. He completely dropped his hypocritical facade, as the merit was just far too great. It was a tremendous merit. If he were to achieve such a miraculous merit, it would not be impossible for the Dongyue Empire to change the crown prince. After all, the position of the imperial lord had always belonged to those who were capable. As for the East Moon Empire, the imperial lord was not the only one who had the final say. As long as there were enough people supporting him, even the imperial lord would have to lower his head. "I've already guessed it. Don't you think it's hard for you to pretend? What a sanctimonious guy." Dongyue Shui had a look of disgust. "What are you waiting for? Take him down." Dong Yue Yuanliang suddenly stood up from his throne and shouted at the people in the hall. Your Highness, I'm sorry. Chen Fong strode out. His elder brother was the city lord of Soaring Cloud City. In order to save his elder brother, he had no choice but to act. Chen Fong, you're courting death. Yang Feiyun went up to him. Both of them were in Heaven Realm. Before they even made a move, powerful auras radiated from their bodies. The surrounding people hurriedly retreated. Bam! Yang Feiyun directly kicked a table. The table flew up and smashed towards Chen Fong. The food on the table immediately scattered. Bam! Chen Fong smashed the table into pieces with a punch. He then took a step forward and threw another punch at Yang Feiyun. The force of the punch was like thunder, extremely powerful. Elder Zhao, don't take this girl's life. Dong Yue Yuanliang reminded the old man beside him. Your infinite sword sect, Sword Master Dong Yue, Zhao Xinjian? Dong Yue Shui suddenly exclaimed. She finally remembered who the old man was and immediately became nervous. Understood. Your Highness. The old man closed in on Dong Yue Shui as he spoke. Stop. At this moment, a figure blocked in front of Dong Yue Shui. Chapter 56, 91. You're the Infinite Sword Sect's Sword Master Dong Yu, Zhao Xinjian? Dong Yue Shui recognized the black-robed old man beside Dong Yue Yuanliang. She could not help but feel shocked and nervous. What? He's the legendary Sword Master Dong Yu? Everyone else in the hall was dumbfounded. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that they would see the most impressive cultivator of the sword in the East Moon Empire. Everyone's gazes landed on the unassuming black-robed old man. To them, he was a heavenly figure that they would not normally be able to come into contact with. This was Sword Master Dong Yu of the Infinite Sword Sect. Someone who could sit in the position of Sword Master Dong Yu of the Infinite Sword Sect was definitely the strongest among all the disciples of the Infinite Sword Sect in the East Moon Empire. That was because the Sword Master Dong Yu was the leader of the sects in the East Moon Empire. All the disciples of the Infinite Sword Sect had to listen to him. Of course, there were also the leaders of the Infinite Sword Sect in the Tyrannical Empire. The strongest person in the Infinite Sword Sect was the Sword Master of the Tyrannical Empire. That was a formidable figure. My second brother actually received the support of the Sword Master Dong Yu. How was that possible? Why would the Sword Master support my second brother? In the East Moon Empire, the Sword Master Dong Yu was in existence on equal footing with the East Moon Imperial Lord. Compared to a superforce like the Infinite Sword Sect, the East Moon Empire was at most a grasshopper that could be stomped to death. In the Infinite Sword Sect, there were countless people with the title of Sword Master, and the Sword Master Dong Yu was only one of the countless sword masters in the sect. Moreover, he was not even the strongest one. Even so, the Sword Master Dong Yu was an existence that Dong Yue Shui could only look up to. No wonder Dong Yue Yuanliang dared to openly steal Shui's credit. As it turned out, he had the support of the Sword Master Dong Yu. This was truly troublesome. Wang Zhan, hurry and escape. Hurry to the imperial capital and see my father. You have my token on you. Hurry and get reinforcements. Dong Yue Shui transmitted her voice to Gu Fei, clone Wang Zhan. Humph, you want this little guy to escape. Stop dreaming. Sword Master Dong Yu sneered. At such a close distance, Dong Yu Shui's voice transmission technique was completely useless. Sword Master Dong, you could also sense Dong Yu Shui's spiritual will fluctuation. Spiritual communication? Dong Yue Yuanliang sneered. Royal sister, I advise you to obediently hand over the East Moon Bow and surrender. Otherwise, you won't be able to protect the people around you. Dongwei Yuanliang's tone was extremely cold. Are you threatening me? Dongwei Shui was furious. How would I dare to threaten my father's most beloved sister? I'm just giving you a suggestion. Dongwei Yuanliang looked down at Dongwei Shui, with disdain. Wang Zhan, hurry up and run. Dongwei Shui was truly panicking. In her eyes, Wang Zhan was no match for Swordmaster Dong Yu at all. This guy was the greatest swordsman of the East Moon Empire. He was not someone the Overlord War God could compare to. Be it in terms of heritage, cultivation realm, or battle strength, Swordmaster Dong Yu was miles ahead of the Overlord War God. Especially in terms of heritage, this Swordmaster Dong Yu cultivated the Sword Dao cultivation technique of the Boundless Sword Sect, which was a top-notch Sword Dao cultivation technique. Just based on this alone, the Overlord War God could not be compared to Swordmaster Dong Yu. The two of them were not on the same level at all. Although Wang Zhan might have the support of a mysterious sect, there were not many forces that could go against the Boundless Sword Sect in the East Pole. Lad, you'd better surrender obediently. You can't protect Her Highness. A middle-aged man sneered. That's right. That's the Lord Swordmaster. Do you believe that I, Zhao Jinting, can kill you with a single punch? Another middle-aged man's face was filled with disdain. Haha, is that so? Then I'll stand here. Come and kill me. Gu Fei's clone hooked his finger at the middle-aged man, called Zhao Jinting with a look of contempt. You're courting death. Seeing that Gu Fei's clone was actually disdainful of him, Zhao Jinting took a step forward and threw a punch at Gu Fei's clone. He moved like a fleeing rabbit, his punch was like lightning, and his aura was like a mountain. The moment Zhao Jinting made his move, the surrounding people were shocked. An expert. This guy was definitely a heaven-ranked expert. In the East Moon Empire, heaven-ranked experts were already considered experts. One must know that in the East Moon Empire, the lord of a city was a heaven-ranked existence. In other words, in the East Moon Empire, only experts above heaven-ranked could sit in the position of a city lord. Even the smallest city was the same. Without a cultivation above heaven-ranked, how could one convince the masses? How could one suppress all the cultivators in the city? Only by being stronger than everyone else would others be obedient, afraid, and apprehensive. Sigh. Gu Fei's doppelganger shook his head helplessly. Then he pointed a finger at his opponent's incoming fist. In the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded, because Gu Fei's clone actually used a finger to block Zhao Jinting's lightning-fast punch. Seeing this, Swordmaster Dong Yu could not help but frown. Dongwei Yuanliang's eyes even flashed with a cold light. Zhao Jinting was his confidant, a peak heaven-ranked existence. To block a peak heaven-ranked punch with a finger, this was an unbelievable thing in everyone's eyes. You roar. Zhao Jinting was shocked and furious. He shook his right arm, and an even stronger force burst out from his body. Like an unstoppable flood, it surged into his right arm. In the next moment, an extremely violent fist force burst out from his right fist. This time, he used all his strength. However, no matter how ferocious and powerful his fist force was, it was still unable to shake off the finger on his fist. How is this possible? Zhao Jinting was about to go crazy. Go to hell. Gu Fei's clone grinned. The finger on Zhao Jinting's fist shook, and Zhao Jinting immediately screamed in pain as he was sent flying, crashing into a dozen tables. Wherever Zhao Jinting passed, the surrounding people all dodged. Defeating a heaven-ranked expert with a flick of a finger. You're quite interesting, but you're fated to not be able to protect your master today. Zhao Xinjian stood with his hands behind his back, looking indifferently at Gu Fei's clone. Everyone was shocked once again. No one would have thought that the guard beside Dongwei Shui was actually a hidden expert, and so young at that. This young man used a finger to defeat Zhao Jinting, a peak heaven-ranked expert. Is that so? If you don't try, how do you know if you can protect her? Gu Fei's clone said indifferently, still standing in front of Dong Shui. Looks like you're courting death. Chapter 5692. This guy must be out of his mind. A mere guard actually dares to challenge Swordmaster Dong Yu. Looks like he's tired of living. Sigh, we're about to witness the fall of a genius. Everyone in the hall did not think highly of Gu Fei's clone. Many were mocking and disdainful. After all, Swordmaster Dong Yu was the #1 expert of the sword in the East Moon Empire, a true sword god. I'll hold him back. You run, Dong Shui said, and was about to pull Gu Fei's clone behind her. Even though Gu Fei's clone had sent Zhao Xinting, a peak heaven realm expert, flying with a single finger, Dong Shui still did not think that Gu Fei's clone could challenge Swordmaster Dong Yu. That was because the difference between Swordmaster Dong Yu and Zhao Xinting was too great. One was like a dragon in the sky, while the other was like an ant on the ground. Gu Fei's clone being able to defeat Zhao Xinting with a single finger was enough to intimidate most of the people present. Even Dongwei Yuanliang was shocked. However, he was unable to intimidate Swordmaster Dong Yu. Do you have so little confidence in me? Gu Fei's clone was truly speechless. Is there any use in me having confidence in you? He's Swordmaster Dong Yu, someone who's on equal footing with my father. Dong Shui was so anxious that she was about to cry. You seem to care a lot about me. Have you fallen for me? Gu Fei's clone teased. You're still talking about this at a time like this? Dong Shui was so depressed that she almost vomited blood. You're about to die, and you still have time to flirt. You're awesome. Dongwei Yuanliang gave Gu Fei's clone a thumbs up. Sigh. Gu Fei's clone sighed, helplessly. Some people always think they can control the situation, but who would have thought that they're just a clown? Dongwei Yuanliang was enraged. What did you say? Seeing this, Dong Shui panicked even more. You're still purposely provoking him at a time like this. Do you really want to die? Dong Shui really didn't know why Wang Zhan still dared to provoke Dongwei Yuanliang and still dared to ignore Swordmaster Dong Yu. Could it be that he still had a trump card that could turn the tables? How was this possible? Swordmaster Dong Yu was the swordmaster of the Infinite Sword Sect in the East Moon Empire. All the disciples of the Infinite Sword Sect in the East Moon Empire had to obey his orders. In the East Moon Empire, countless people practiced the sword, and the descendants of the nobles in the imperial court took pride in joining the Infinite Sword Sect. The Infinite Sword Sect's influence in the East Moon Empire could not be underestimated. Sometimes they could even influence the decisions of the East Moon Imperial Lord. However, Swordmaster Dong Yu rarely intervened in the imperial court's disputes, but this time he actually stood on Dongwei Yuanliang's side. This was a huge blow to the Crown Prince's faction. Looks like I'm going to do something against my will today. Killing a genius isn't what I want. Swordmaster Dong Yu shook his head and sighed. I say, you two really are birds of a feather. You're both hypocrites and sanctimonious people. Aren't you tired of living? Gu Fei's clone shook his head and sighed as well. Swordmaster Dong Yu was immediately enraged when he heard that. A powerful ripple of the power of Sword Dao immediately erupted from his body. Dongwei Yuanliang cried out. He was actually sent flying by the power of Sword Dao that erupted from Swordmaster Dong Yu's body. The surrounding people also staggered from the impact of the power of Sword Dao. All the tables in the hall were overturned, and the entire hall was in a mess. Everyone was terrified. Every inch of space in the hall was filled with heart-palpitating sword chi. Everyone felt like they were in a formless forest of swords. It was as if Swordmaster Dong Yu could kill anyone in the hall with a single thought. This was power that ruled over everything. What right did that puny guard have to fight Sword Master Dong Yu? The astonishing aura that erupted from Sword Master Dong Yu was simply too powerful. Everyone felt as though their souls were trembling. Ha! The Sword Master is mighty. The second Prince Dongwei Yuanliang was surprised, overjoyed, and excited. He had found the right person this time. With Sword Master Dong Yu's support, wouldn't the position of Crown Prince be a piece of cake for him? Sword Master Dong Yu was one of the few existences in the East Moon Empire who could influence the East Moon Imperial Lord. In the entire East Moon Empire, no one dared to ignore Sword Master Dong Yu, not even the East Moon Imperial Lord. Why aren't you kneeling? Sword Master Dong Yu stared at Gu Fei's clone. He wanted to completely crush the little guy's confidence and crush him. TSK, there's no one in this world who can make me kneel, Gu Fei's clone said in disdain. At this moment, Dong Yu and Xue had already knelt behind him. It could not be helped. Out of everyone present, only Gu Fei's clone did not fear Sword Master Dong Yu's surging aura. Before such a terrifying aura, he remained as calm as usual without the slightest hint of panic. Very well. Even Sword Master Dong Yu could not help but view Gu Fei's clone in a different light at this moment. This little guy was truly powerful and nature-defying. But so what? No matter how nature-defying he was, he still had to die to be able to kill off such a peerless genius. Even Sword Master Dong Yu felt excited. It had to be said, if such a formidable young cultivator were to grow up, he would surely become a world-shaking existence. You're too long-winded and naggy. You're indifferent to life and death. If you can't accept it, just fight. Understand? Gu Fei's clone said, and instantly disappeared on the spot. What? Sword Master Dong Yu was shocked. Bam! In the next moment, his nose received a heavy punch. His vision immediately darkened, and blood spurted out from his nose. His tall nose bridge collapsed. The crisp sound of bones breaking was heard by everyone present. Gu Fei's doppelganger disappeared and reappeared in the same spot in an instant, giving the illusion that he hadn't moved at all. His movement technique and actions were simply too fast to be described with words. The entire place was silent. Everyone's eyeballs almost dropped to the ground, and their mouths were so wide open that one could stuff a duck's egg inside. Dong Yu and Xue were dumbfounded as well. Gu Fei's clone actually gave Sword Master Dong Yu a punch, causing his face to be covered in blood. Young man, sneak attack. Despicable. Sword Master Dong Yu was depressed. He did not expect his opponent to be so fast that he could not even dodge his opponent's punch. Sigh, you're still squeaking when you're inferior. All right, watch carefully this time. Gu Fei's clone said disapprovingly. Sword Master Dong Yu wiped the blood from his nose and harumphed coldly. He glared at Gu Fei's clone and was about to attack. However, the moment he made his move, Gu Fei's clone also made his move. Sword Master Dong Yu's right hand was only extended halfway. Before the condensed sword chi could even rush out from his hand, his vision darkened as he was directly punched. F***CK. Sword Master Dong Yu was sent flying, slamming into the throne and shattering it into pieces. In the end, he even slammed into the wall behind the throne before coming to a stop. Countless cracks appeared on the wall, and a cloud of dust scattered down from the ceiling. Young man, you have no morals. Chapter 56-93. Gu Fei's clone knocked out Sword Master Dong Yu with 2 punches. The entire place was silent. How is this possible? The second prince of the East Moon Empire even stuttered and could not speak fluently. That was Sword Master Dong Yu, the greatest cultivator of the way of the sword in the East Moon Empire. His cultivation was definitely one of the best in the entire East Moon Empire. How could he be knocked out with 2 punches by a little guard beside Shue? Everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. Everyone felt like they were in a dream. This scene was too surreal. How could the legendary best swordsman of the East Moon be knocked out by a little guy with just 2 punches? This Dongyue Shue pinched herself even harder. Ouch! Shue was surprised and overjoyed. This was not an illusion, nor was it a dream. Wang Zhan really knocked out Swordmaster Dongyu with 2 punches. What's Swordmaster Dongyu? The best swordsman of the East Moon? It turns out that he doesn't live up to his reputation. Gu Fei's clone was very disdainful. This guy actually dared to call himself Swordmaster with such a cultivation. Was this a joke? Gu Fei's doppelganger's 2 punches were actually just a single word. Fast. He had displayed the word fast to the extreme. Whether it was his movement technique or the speed of his punches, they were all extremely fast. In the world of martial arts, only speed was unbeatable. This was not an empty saying. With the current martial realm of Gu Fei's clone, he naturally knew the truth of the word fast. Swordmaster Dongyu was actually not weak, but in front of Gu Fei's clone, he could not make a move at all. Because he was not fast enough, he was defeated. Although Gu Fei's doppelganger seemed to have won easily, it wasn't easy at all. Because if Swordmaster Dongyu had a chance to make a move, he would be dead. But there were not so many ifs in this world. All of you, kneel. Gu Fei's clone stood casually in the main hall. His gaze swept around, and everywhere his gaze passed, everyone could not help but lower their heads. However, no one was willing to kneel before Gu Fei's clone. One should know that these people in the main hall were all people of status. How could they kneel so casually? However, they did not dare to attack Gu Fei's doppelganger. Even Swordmaster Dongyu was knocked unconscious by this guy called Wang Zhan with 2 punches. How could they dare to make a move? Wasn't attacking this guy the same as courting death? Although there were nearly 100 of Dongyu Yuanliang's subordinates and confidants in the hall, none of them dared to make a move. They were all intimidated by the 2 punches from Gu Fei's clone. Looks like you guys have a lot of backbone. That's right, a man has gold under his knees. I admire your backbone. Gu Fei's avatar sighed helplessly. If they don't kneel, why are you sighing? Dongyue Shue said in amusement. If they don't kneel and submit, then I'll fulfill their wish and let them be heroes. Gu Fei's clone explained. Everyone in the main hall panicked when they heard this. You're so naughty. If you want to kill these guys, then kill them. Why are you looking for excuses? Anyway, they're not my people. So what if they're killed? Ha! Dongyue Shue laughed out loud. All right then. Gu Fei's clone helplessly clenched his fists and was about to make a move. Bam! The next moment, everyone in the main hall unexpectedly knelt before Gu Fei's clone at the same time. These guys were very shrewd. If they wanted to play the hero at this time, they would have to sacrifice themselves. Dongyue Shue was speechless. Dongyue Yuanliang was depressed. The people in the main hall were terrified. Gu Fei's clone was proud. Congratulations on subduing so many subordinates. Dongyue Shue was now filled with envy and hatred. These subordinates of Dongyue Yuanliang were not ordinary people because ordinary people were not worthy of his attention at all. Among these people, other than a dozen or so nobles of Flying Cloud City, the rest were all guests brought by Dongyue Yuanliang from the East Moon royal capital. Zhao Xinting, who was sent flying by a finger from Gu Fei's clone, was one of Dongyue Yuanliang's guests. This guy was also a bona fide peak heaven realm expert. In the main hall, among the guests brought by Dongyue Yuanliang, the lowest cultivation was at the initial heaven realm, while the highest was a half-step divine realm expert. However, so what if he was a half-step divine realm expert? In the eyes of Gufei's clone, he was just a slightly stronger ant among a group of ants. A powerful ant. He was also an ant. Second brother, where are you going? At that moment, Dongyue Shui flew up and landed in front of a sneaky fellow who was trying to slip away, blocking his way. This, royal sister, this is all a misunderstanding. I really want to hold a banquet for you. You were able to capture the sky hegemonic war god and achieve such a great feat. I'm very happy for you. Although Dongyue Yuanliang was flustered, he still forced himself to remain calm. Huh? Is it really just a misunderstanding? You just said that you wanted to steal my credit. I didn't hear you wrong. Dongyue Shui was happy and excited. She was elated to see her second brother being humiliated. Royal sister, it's really a misunderstanding. How about I set up a new banquet to welcome you? Dongyue Yuanliang said carefully. At this moment, he had already lost the upper hand. His most reliable swordmaster Dong, you had been defeated by the little guard beside Dongyue Shui, and the group of guests were terrified. How could he still dare to challenge Dongyue Shui? Welcome your sister. Dongyue Shui took a step forward and extended her right hand, directly slapping Dongyue Yuanliang's face. Pa! A resounding slap resounded in the hall, and the people kneeling on the ground lowered their heads even more. Dongyue Yuanliang spun twice on the spot from Shui-er's slap. He staggered a few times before regaining his balance. He did not fall. In fact, Dongyue Yuanliang's cultivation was not as high as Shui-er's. The reason why he could do as he pleased in the royal capital was because of the countless guests he kept. Among the hanger-ons he kept, there were a few outstanding ones. Perhaps it was because he had Swordmaster Dongyu's protection, this time to steal Shui-er's credit. Those powerful guests did not follow along. One had to admit that Dongyue Yuanliang's luck was truly terrible. You dare hit me? I'm your second brother. Dongyue Yuanliang was stunned by the slap and roared at Shui-er fiercely. Pa, I'm hitting you. Pa, so what if I hit you? Pa, shouldn't someone who dares to bully his own sister be hit? Pa, how dare you steal my credit? Pa, I'm teaching you how to be a proper person. Pa, a despicable person like you wants to be the crown prince. Tui. Pa, if I let you sit on the throne, the entire East Moon Empire will be done for. Shui-er directly slapped Dongyue Yuanliang over a dozen times, beating the handsome, elegant second prince into a pig's head. Does it feel good? Shui-er did not forget to ask after slapping him. Uft. Chapter 56-94. Dongyue Shui-er had actually slapped Dongyue Yuanliang over a dozen times, causing his face to swell like a pig's head. Not only was everyone in the hall dumbfounded, but even Gufei's clone beside her was also stunned. You're way too fierce. Gufei's clone gave Dongyue Shui-er a thumbs up. This kind of scumbag, who even dares to lay his hands on his sister. Do you want me to keep him alive for the new year? Dongyue Shui-er said fiercely. That's right, this kind of scumbag really deserves to be beaten. Gufei's doppelganger nodded seriously. But he's still your second brother. Gufei's clone continued. What second brother? From the moment this guy tried to steal my credit, he was no longer my second brother. Dongyue Shui-er said coldly. Since this Dongyue Yuanliang didn't care about their sibling relationship, should she still let him be? Dongyue Shui-er, you're finished. You're finished. I'll definitely go back and report this to father. You've offended your superiors and beat up your brother. You're finished. Just wait for your punishment. Dongyue Yuanliang, who was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood, finally managed to catch his breath. He pointed at Dongyue Shui-er and said with a trembling voice, his eyes red, when had he ever been beaten like this before? His handsome face was now swollen like a pig's head. He was the most handsome guy in the East Moon royal capital, and he was also a prince. He was high and mighty, and had never suffered before. He had always been the one bullying others, and no one had ever dared to bully him. But now, he was actually beaten up by his own sister. You dare threaten me? Dongyue Shui was enraged, and directly went forward to beat Dongyue Yuanliang up. Sigh, I still haven't hit enough. Gu Fei's clone sighed. Everyone kneeling on the ground in the hall trembled. Only Dongyue Yuanliang's screams could be heard in the hall, and they were exceptionally loud. At this moment, the square outside the city lord's residence was in a state of mutual hostility. Countless soldiers suddenly surged out and surrounded Dongyue Shui's team. There were 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. There were axemen, shield-bearers, archers, spear-bearers. All of them were well-trained soldiers. These different types of soldiers cooperated with each other tacitly. One look, and you could tell that they were seasoned veterans. The entire square was filled with a suffocating, killing intent. At this moment, the onlookers outside the square had all run away. He couldn't watch the show anymore. Surrender obediently, or I'll kill you, without mercy. The leader of the group, a middle-aged general, pointed his saber at the fatty and said coldly, beside the fatty, there were more than 10 soldiers lying on the ground. These soldiers were all dead. All of them had their necks broken by the fatty. At this moment, Fatty had become the commander of this team. The thousands of people Dong, Yu Shui, brought were not to be trifled with. The thousands of soldiers formed a human wall protecting the carriage and the prisoner's carriage. They raised their shields, raised their spears, and knocked their arrows, staring at the enemies in front of them. The fatty's prestige in this group wasn't small, because everyone had seen how formidable he was. This fellow had once blocked a group of black iron barbaric bulls by himself. I'm so scared. Lord Fatty is right here. Come. Lord Fatty will let you kill me. Come on. If Lord Fatty even frowns. I'm a grandson. F***CK. What the F***CK are you waiting for? Lord Fatty will stretch out his neck for you to kill me. Fatty really stretched out his neck as he said that. You're courting death. The general on the other side was instantly enraged. He looked around and thought to himself, if I'm intimidated by this fatty, how am I going to lead troops in the future? This guy flew into a rage out of humiliation. He stomped on the ground and leaped, swinging his saber at the fatty's head. The middle-aged general's slash was very powerful, but in the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Clang! The middle-aged general's saber actually struck the fatty's head. The fatty really did not dodge, and he did not even frown. However, although the saber struck the fatty, not even a strand of his hair was cut off. Instead, the rebounding force directly caused cracks to appear on the middle-aged general's hands that were holding the saber, and fresh blood flowed out. The middle-aged general was horrified. He felt as if his saber had struck a piece of divine metal. He hurriedly retracted his saber. The middle-aged general lowered his head and saw that there was actually a chip on the blade of his saber. This was a heaven-grade saber, and his Dao physique was actually harder than a heaven-grade saber. Hey, did you not eat? Use more strength. Again, strike here. The fatty slapped his neck. How would the middle-aged general still dare to attack? His hand that was holding the saber was trembling. The other party's cultivation was many times higher than his. Even if he wanted to seek death, he should not do so like this. Humph, I'll do it. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of the fatty. Upon seeing the newcomer, the middle-aged general was instantly overjoyed. Mr. Jean, you're here. With you, this fatty is dead for sure. This person was Mr. Jean, who served the second prince. He was a true divine level expert. Dong Yue Yuanliang made his move in the city lord's residence, and at the same time arranged for his subordinates to attack the people that Dong Yue Shui had left outside. This Mr. Jean was the divine level guest that Dong Yue Yuanliang had brought from the imperial capital. You're finally out. There's still one more rat. Hurry up and come out. I've already sensed you. What's the point of hiding? The fatty sneered. Ha! I didn't expect Her Highness to have so many crouching tigers and hidden dragons. A sinister laugh rang out. Then, a ghost-like black shadow suddenly appeared in front of Fatty. Everyone felt a cold and gloomy aura assaulting their bodies. Everyone couldn't help but shiver when they were hit by this cold yin qi. Mr. Lung is here too. Fatty, you're dead for sure. The middle-aged general stared at the fatty and said fiercely, Noisy. The fatty waved his right hand, and in the next moment, a stream of blood spurted out from the middle-aged general's forehead. He was directly pierced by the invisible sword Qi and died instantly. The middle-aged general's eyes were wide open. He never thought that he would be killed in an instant. Bang! The middle-aged general's corpse fell to the ground, causing a cloud of dust to rise. Seeing this scene, the soldiers of Flying Cloud City were indescribably shocked. Damn it, you dare to commit murder in front of me? Mr. Lung stared at the fatty furiously. Of course. The fatty was extremely arrogant. Ha ha, old Jean, since this guy is courting death, let's fulfill his wish. Mr. Fong laughed out of extreme anger. You go first. As Mr. Jean spoke, he actually took a step back and stood with his hands behind his back. Mr. Lung was startled and speechless. It's just a little guy. Do you want me to join forces with you? Do you think I'm shameless? Mr. Jean said proudly, I'm a divine, level expert. Joining forces against a little guy. What a joke. You guys. Chapter 5695. Dong Yue Yuanliang was the second in line to the throne of the Dongyue Empire. He had been fighting with the crown prince for many years, with his mother as his backing. He had also built up his own force. In the Dongyue royal capital, the second prince was someone who could contend with the crown prince. Dong Yue Yuanliang was willing to pay a price to recruit talents from all over. His 3,000 followers were not just for show. Among them, there were many god-level existences. Mr. Jean and Mr. Lung were the god-level followers that Dong Yue Yuanliang recruited. Of course, the most powerful among the followers did not follow Dong Yue Yuanliang to Flying Cloud City. Dong Yue Yuanliang originally thought that with Swordmaster Dong Yu around, it would be a piece of cake to take down his royal sister, Dong Yue Shui. However, no one expected that something that was in the bag would change. And this change was the two fellows beside Dong Yue Shui. When Swordmaster Dong Yu was defeated by Gu Fei's clone with 2 punches, Dong Yue Yuanliang's subordinates surrounded Dong Yue Shui's team in the square in front of the city lord's residence. The entire Flying Cloud City was already under the control of Dong Yue Yuanliang, the second prince. City Lord Chen Outyin was also taken down by Dong Yue Yuanliang and thrown into prison. Otherwise, how could Chen Outyin's younger brother, Chen Fong, listen to him so obediently? You two fellows better come at me together. Fatty curled his finger at Mr. Jean and Mr. Lung in disdain. Little fellow, how dare you look down on us? Mr. Lung was enraged. An even stronger chill spread from his body. A layer of frost immediately appeared on the ground beneath his feet. Mysterious Yin Qi, what's your relationship with the old ghost of Yin Mountain? Fatty still had a cocky look on his face. How dare you disrespect the Holy Lord of Yin Mountain? Mr. Lung was enraged. His face turned ferocious. What Holy Lord of Yin Mountain? He's just a king hiding in the mountains. Fatty became even more disdainful. At this moment, even Mr. Jean, who was waiting to watch the show, looked at Fatty in shock. This Lung was one of the 3 disciples of the Holy Lord of Een Mountain. Was this little fellow stupid? He actually dared to look down on the Een Mountain Sacred Lord. You dare to disrespect Master? You're dead today. Furthermore, I won't let you die so easily. If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as stepping on an ant. Mr. Lung made his move. However, just as he raised his right hand, "Pa!" Then, everyone was dumbfounded. In a flash, Fatty appeared beside Mr. Lung and gave Mr. Lung a tight slap on his face. Mr. Lung's face changed instantly. A few bloody teeth flew out of his mouth, and he fell to the side. Mr. Lung was stunned by Fatty's slap. His head was spinning, and he was seeing stars. Half of his face was swollen. "Pa, didn't you say that killing me is as easy as stepping on an ant? Come on." "Pa, why did you stop? Pa, weren't you very awesome just now? Pa, now show me how awesome you are." "Pa." Fatty didn't stop. He went forward and started beating Mr. Lung until he started doubting his life. Everyone who saw this, including Mr. Jean, was so shocked that their eyeballs almost dropped to the ground. Their mouths were wide open, and they forgot to close it. Mr. Lung, who said that he would kill Fatty, fell to the ground. Fatty took a step forward and stepped on Mr. Lung's head. "Now, you know who's going to kill who." Fatty looked down at Mr. Lung under his feet with extreme arrogance. You dare to kill me? My master is the Een Mountain Sacred Lord. Do you know the consequences of offending the Een Mountain Sacred Lord? Not only you, but your family and friends will also die." "Haha, do you dare to kill me?" Mr. Lung, who was being stepped on by Fatty, said with a hideous smile. His tone was crazy because he was sure that Fatty wouldn't dare to kill him because he was the 3rd disciple of the Een Mountain Sacred Lord. The Een Mountain Sacred Lord was a saint-level existence. Even the East Moon Imperial Lord had to be obedient in front of the Een Mountain Sacred Lord. The reason why Mr. Lung became Dongyue Yuanyang's follower was because the Een Mountain Sacred Lord wanted to control the East Moon Empire and push Dongyue Yuanliang to the position of Imperial Lord. There were many benefits to controlling a puppet Imperial Lord. At least, he could control the cultivation resources of the entire East Moon Empire. Even in the boundless realm, cultivation resources were limited. Only by controlling the cultivation resources could the sect be passed down. Moreover, not only the Een Mountain Sacred Lord, but other saint-level old monsters also had their eyes on this fat piece of meat. "Little guy, the Een Mountain Sacred Lord will seek revenge for the smallest grievance. Think carefully." Mr. Jean also spoke up. "You're from the Golden Sun's sacred ground, right? You're forcing me to kill this guy." Fatty stepped on Mr. Lung's foot tightly, causing half of Mr. Lung's head to sink into the ground. "I'm reminding you that if you kill him, you'll be in a lot of trouble. Your family and friends will be in trouble too." Mr. Jean stared at Fatty. "Threatening me?" Fatty's lips curled up, revealing a cold smile. "Humph, if you know what's good for you, let me go. Then break an arm and a leg, and I'll let you go." Mr. Lung, who was under the Fatty's foot, snickered coldly. In the East Moon Empire, no one dared to offend his master, the Sacred Lord of the Shadow Mountain. Even the Sword Master of the East Moon Empire had to address the Sacred Lord of the Shadow Mountain as a senior and address himself as a junior. I'm so scared." Fatty pretended to be alarmed. Mr. Lung was very proud. In the end, this guy still had to give in. His master's name was really too useful in the East Moon Empire. As long as he revealed his master's name, everyone would have to avoid him. However, in the next moment, "Kacha!" Then, the whole place fell silent. No one dared to talk nonsense anymore. Fatty directly stomped the head of the arrogant Mr. Lung into the ground. Then, the follower of the Eam Mountain's sacred Lord died. Mr. Lung never thought that this little guy would really dare to kill him. Mr. Jean was also dumbfounded by this scene. Mr. Lung was the disciple of the Eam Mountain Sacred Lord. The Eam Mountain Sacred Lord was an amazing saint-level cultivator. His sphere of influence was not only in the East Moon Empire, but also in other regions. This fatty had pierced through the sky. All of you scram. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Fatty swept his gaze across the whole place. His gaze was as sharp as a sword. The domineering aura that erupted from him made everyone lower their heads. The surrounding soldiers of the flying cloud city even fled in all directions. All right, let's wait and see. Mr. Jean was about to turn around and rush towards the main gate of the city lord's residence. However, just as he took a step, he was stunned because he saw a horrifying scene. A young man actually dragged two people out of the city lord's residence, one in each hand. And the people that were dragged out by this young man like dead dogs were his master, Dong Yue Yuanliang, and the number 1 sword of East Moon, the Sword Master of East Moon. Chapter 5696, Flying Cloud City. At the entrance of the main hall of the city lord's residence, Mr. Jean was stunned by the scene before him. A young man who should be Dong Yue Shui, Er's bodyguard, grabbed Dong Yue, Yuanliang, and Sword Master Dong Yu by their feet and walked out of the main hall. Then, the young man directly threw Dong Yue Yuanliang and Sword Master Dong Yu down the stairs like rags. The two rolled down the stairs and were bleeding from the fall. They lay on the ground motionlessly like two salted fish. If it were not for the fact that they could still sense their auras, Mr. Jean, and the others would have thought that they were already dead. This Mr. Jin's shock couldn't be described with words. This was because this scene was too shocking for him, because the identity of these two people wasn't ordinary. One was the second-in-line successor to the throne of the East Moon Empire. If the crown prince of the East Moon Empire died, he would be the next East Moon imperial family. The other was a divine-level swordsman of the Infinite Sword Sect, the Sword Master of the East Moon Empire. He was the number 1 swordsman in the entire East Moon Empire. The identities of these two people were extremely powerful. Any one of them would have a huge impact, especially Sword Master Dong Yu, who had the Infinite Sword Sect behind him. His swordsman cultivation was extremely powerful, and he was invincible in the East Moon Empire. Mr. Jean could not believe that someone was so crazy as to beat up Dong Yue, Yuanliang, and Sword Master Dong Yu. This was completely disregarding the East Moon Empire and the Infinite Sword Sect. Even the Golden Sun's sacred ground and the Shadow Mountain Holy Lord did not dare to offend the Infinite Sword Sect because it was the number 1 swordsman sect in the East Pole. It was one of the super forces in the East Pole. Most importantly, the Infinite Sword Sect was backed by the most impressive existence in the East Pole. This was the reason why everyone was afraid. "Who are you?" Mr. Jin's voice was trembling. "Who am I?" Gu Fei's clone laughed self-deprecatingly. "I'm just a nobody." "Nobody?" Mr. Jean was depressed. If these were all nobodies, then who was the big shot? At this moment, Mr. Jean had already guessed the outcome. They were completely defeated. "Do you know what you've done?" Mr. Jean gritted his teeth. Gu Fei's doppelganger smiled and said, "What did I do? It's just beating 2 dogs. I know what you're going to say. It's nothing more than looking at the owner's face when beating dogs, right? I'm sorry to tell you that the owners of these 2 dogs have no face here." He didn't care. When Mr. Jean heard this, he was both shocked and furious. This little guy was only at the divine level, so where did he get his confidence from? He actually dared to look down on the East Moon Empire and the Infinite Sword Sect. He wanted to threaten this little guy, but the other party blocked all his threats with a single sentence. He had completely ignored the backing of Dong Yue, Yuan Liang, and Swordmaster Dong Yue. Mr. Jin was speechless. He could only step forward silently, wanting to take Dong Yue, Yuan Liang, and Swordmaster Dong Yue away. Wait. Gu Fei's doppelganger looked down at Mr. Kim from the stairs. What else do you want? Mr. Jin looked up at Gu Fei's clone at the top of the stairs. Brother, let him go. He's a disciple of the Golden Sun, Holy Land. Fatty walked over. Golden Sun's sacred ground. Is he very strong? Gu Fei's doppelganger said disapprovingly. At this moment, a group of people walked out of the main hall. The one in the lead was Princess Dongyue Shui. The current Dongyue Shui was like a moon surrounded by stars. Everyone was respectful and cautious towards her. No one dared to offend her and wanted to suck up to her. It couldn't be helped. No one would have thought that there would be such a ferocious guy beside the princess. This guy defeated Swordmaster Dong Yue with 2 punches. No one present was a match for Swordmaster Dong Yue. Therefore, everyone was intimidated by Gu Fei's doppelganger. Dongyue Shui directly accepted the second prince's followers. To her, this was definitely a good thing. She could also have her own force. Of course, she supported the crown prince. In this way, the second prince's force was weakened, while the crown prince's force became stronger. One had to know that everyone in this group of people more or less had some background, and they all had forces supporting them from behind. Dongyue Shui was not afraid that these people would betray her because Gu Fei's doppelganger had planted a restrictive technique on them. As long as they didn't want to die, they had to listen to him obediently. As for the consequences of disobedience, there was no need to say more. Although these people submitted to Dongyue Shui, each of them had a mental breakdown. Submitting to Dongyue Shui was equivalent to betraying His Royal Highness the Second Prince. If His Royal Highness the Second Prince wanted to settle the score with them, they would all be in trouble. However, His Royal Highness the Second Prince couldn't even protect himself now. The Golden Sun Holy Land, a top force in the East Pole. Dongyue Shui said she was also very wary of the Golden Sun Holy Land. No wonder Dongyue Yuan Liang dared to attack her. Not only did he have the support of Swordmaster Dong Yue, but he also had the support of Yin Mountain Saint and the Golden Sun Holy Land. With the support of so many top forces, it wouldn't be difficult for Dongyue Yuan Liang to drag His Royal Highness the Crown Prince down. So what? If you want to leave, fine. Break one of your arms and get lost. Gu Fei's doppelganger said proudly. What? Mr. Jin's expression turned ugly. Everyone was shocked by Gu Fei's doppelganger. He actually wanted Mr. Jin to break one of his arms? Mr. Jin was a divine rank existence. Although he was only at the early stage of the divine rank, a divine rank expert couldn't be humiliated. If you want to touch us, you'll have to pay the price. Gu Fei's doppelganger said coldly. Is that so? Mr. Jin clenched his teeth and stared at Gu Fei's doppelganger at the top of the stairs. Why aren't you doing it yourself? If I were to do it, it wouldn't be as simple as breaking one arm. Gu Fei's doppelganger stood with his head bowed. A disdainful aura erupted from his body. At this moment, his figure became incomparably tall, pressuring everyone to the point that they almost couldn't breathe. The whole place was silent. Everyone looked at Mr. Jin. You're ruthless. Mr. Jin looked at Dongyue Yuan Liang and Swordmaster Dong Yue on the ground. He clenched his teeth and swung his right hand, chopping his left arm. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Mr. Jin's left arm immediately drooped down powerlessly. Everyone was dumbfounded. This Mr. Jin actually broke one of his arms. This guy is also a ruthless person. This should be fine, right? Mr. Jean broke out in cold sweat from the pain. At this moment, a terrifying aura covered the sky. A figure instantly appeared above the city lord's mansion, pressuring the whole flying cloud city. The whole city was shocked. Ha ha ha, my big brother is here. Little guy, you're dead. At this moment, Sword Master Dongyu, who was lying on the ground like a dead fish, suddenly laughed. He loosened his right hand, revealing a broken jade talisman. Why didn't you come earlier? Puffed. Mr. Jean spurted out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 5697. The arrival of powerful reinforcements caused Dongyue Yuanliang's subordinates to be shocked and afraid. After all, these people had pledged their allegiance to Dongyue Shui. Their bodies were also affected by restrictive spells, and there was no turning back. As long as the restrictive spells remained on them, their lives were in the hands of Dongyue Shui. Their lives were in the hands of Dongyue Shui. They did not dare to betray Dongyue Shui. Therefore, Dongyue Yuanliang's followers were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. Why didn't this guy come earlier? If he came earlier, he wouldn't have to be controlled by Dongyue Shui, and become her slave. Especially that Mr. Jean. He had just severed his own arm, and his savior came. Mr. Jean was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Under Dongyue Yuanliang, they were very comfortable. They did not have to worry about cultivation resources, and they had more freedom. However, under Dongyue Shui, it was a different situation. Because Dongyue Shui, held their lives in her hands, they had no freedom at all. If they disobeyed her orders, they would only have one outcome, death. Now, they had to protect their new master, Dongyue Shui. If Dongyue Shui, died, they would all be buried with her. Little guy, you're dead. You're dead. Ha! Sword Master Dongyu, who was lying at the bottom of the steps in front of the city lord's residence, laughed maniacally. At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky above the city lord's residence. It was an extremely powerful figure, and a terrifying pressure spread in all directions. Everyone felt as if they were being crushed by a huge mountain, almost suffocating. Swoosh! Gufei's clone appeared beside Swordmaster Dongyu and stepped on his chest. Kacha! The sound of bones breaking rang out. A few of Swordmaster Dongyu's ribs were broken. Uffed! Swordmaster Dong, you vomited a mouthful of blood. Who did you say is dead? Gufei's clone looked down at Swordmaster Dongyu, his eyes as sharp as a sword. How dare you? At this moment, an extremely majestic voice descended from the sky. A cold sword chi descended from the sky, causing everyone's soul to tremble. The sword cultivators present felt their swords vibrating at this moment, as if they were out of control and about to fly towards the figure in the sky. Why wouldn't I dare? You're the real Swordmaster Dongyu, aren't you? What's the point of creating an imposter to swindle people? Gufei's clone stepped on the fake Swordmaster Dongyu on the ground and spoke proudly to the figure in the sky. What? This Swordmaster Dongyu is fake. Everyone was indescribably shocked. No wonder this little guard was able to defeat Sword Lord Dongyu with just 2 punches. So this Sword Lord Dongyu is a fake. Someone actually impersonated Sword Lord Dongyu. Furthermore, this person is the younger brother of the real Swordmaster Dongyu. What are these 2 brothers playing at? Everyone stared at the fake Swordmaster Dongyu that Gufei's clone was stepping on. Big brother, kill him, kill him. The fake Swordmaster Dongyu was about to go crazy. This little guy actually dared to humiliate him in public. Was he shameless? Let him go, break one of your arms and legs, kowtow, and apologize, and I will spare your life. The figure in the sky said coldly. Ha! Gufei's doppelganger could not help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? The voice of the figure in the sky was still calm. I'm laughing at you for overestimating yourself. Gu Fei's doppelganger had a look of disdain. Everyone was stunned when they heard the words of Gu Fei's doppelganger. He actually said that Swordmaster Dong, you overestimated himself. The fellow in the sky should be the real Swordmaster Dong Yu. The strength of Swordmaster Dong Yu was obvious to all. He was much stronger than the impostor that Gu Fei's clone had stepped on. I say, why don't you just admit defeat? Dong Yue Shui came to the side of Gu Fei's doppelganger and whispered. Even she was not optimistic about Gu Fei's doppelganger. This was because the real Swordmaster Dong Yu was really, really strong. So strong that even a princess like her could not muster any thoughts of resisting. F***CK, what are you saying? Do you want me to break one of my arms and legs and kowtow and apologize? Do you think I will do that? Do I look like a fool to you? Gu Fei's doppelganger said coldly. But at least I can keep my life. Dong Yue Shui was very worried. He could still live with a broken arm and leg, but if the real Swordmaster Dong Yu were to personally take action, everyone would die. No one in this world can take my life. Gu Fei's doppelganger was extremely confident. If his real body was here, he could squash existences like Swordmaster Dong Yu with a single finger. What a big tone. That dignified voice sounded again. Big brother, I want him dead. The fake Swordmaster Dong Yu's face was ferocious as he stared at Gu Fei's doppelganger. Is that so? Then you can go die first. Gu Fei's doppelganger stomped hard on the fake Swordmaster Dong Yu's chest. Then, the fake Swordmaster Dong Yu died. The moment Gu Fei's doppelganger stomped on the fake Swordmaster Dong Yu's chest, a chilling sword chi descended from the sky and shot towards Gu Fei's doppelganger. Gu Fei's doppelganger directly pushed Dong Yue Shui away and took a step to the side, just barely dodging the sword chi. Second brother, the real Swordmaster Dong Yu in the sky never expected that this little guy would really dare to stomp his second brother to death. This made him furious, and he immediately attacked. However, Gu Fei's doppelganger's movement technique was extremely miraculous, barely dodging the real Swordmaster Dong Yu's sword chi. When everyone saw Gu Fei's doppelganger stomp the fake Swordmaster Dong Yu to death, they were all in disbelief, thinking that Gu Fei's doppelganger was out of his mind. Stomping the fake Swordmaster Dong Yu to death meant offending the real Swordmaster Dong Yu. How could the real Swordmaster Dong Yu let Gu Fei's doppelganger go? This time, Swordmaster Dong Yu would have to fight to the death with Gu Fei's doppelganger. Kill. Without any hesitation, the real Swordmaster Dong Yu charged down from the sky, swearing to take the life of Gu Fei's doppelganger and avenge his second brother. Everyone nearby retreated. Once experts of this level fought, the area affected would not be small. Gu Fei's doppelganger used the 8 desolation steps and fought Swordmaster Dong Yu. This was because if Gu Fei's doppelganger fought Swordmaster Dong Yu head-on, the one who would lose would definitely be Gu Fei's doppelganger. To the real Swordmaster Dong Yu's disbelief, this little guy had actually dodged all of his sword chi. You want to kill me? Do you have the ability? Gu Fei's doppelganger sneered as he dodged Swordmaster Dong Yu's sword chi. Damn it! Swordmaster Dong Yu was furious. The sword chi that surged out of his body was almost omnipresent, enveloping Gu Fei's doppelganger. However, Gu Fei's doppelganger seemed to be taking a stroll amidst the heavy sword chi, dodging all the sword chi that came at him. Chapter 5698. The sword Lord Dong Yu that Gu Fei had defeated with 2 punches was actually an impostor. Furthermore, this impostor's origins were not simple. No one had expected this impostor to be the real sword Lord Dong Yu's younger brother. The 2 brothers were twins, so they looked very similar, apart from themselves. No one else could tell who was the real Swordmaster Dong Yu and who was the fake. Furthermore, Swordmaster Dong Yu's younger brother's cultivation level was not bad, and he often used his elder brother's identity in the cultivation world. This time, even Dongyue Yuanliang was fooled. Dongyue Yuanliang thought he was lucky to have obtained the support of Swordmaster Dongyu. Furthermore, Swordmaster Dong Yu even escorted him all the way to Soaring Cloud City. He initially thought that with Swordmaster Dong Yu's help, it would be a piece of cake to take down Dong Yu Shui. However, the truth was that he was overthinking. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the Swordmaster Dongyue was a fake. As a result, Dongyue Yuanliang suffered a tragedy. Dongyue Shui didn't dare to harm Dongyue Yuanliang's life, but she dared to torture her second brother to the point of no return. At most, she would treat him after tormenting him. However, today, Dongyue Shui had stepped on her second brother in front of everyone. Originally, he thought that this was the end of the matter. Who would have thought that Sword Lord Dongyu's younger brother would crush a jade talisman and summon the real Sword Lord Dongyu? Everything had changed too quickly. The arrival of the real Swordmaster Dong Yu had scared the originally happy Shui heir to the point where her legs turned to jelly. She was not afraid of the fake Swordmaster Dong Yu, but the problem was that this time it was the real Swordmaster Dong Yu. This was someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with the East Moon Royal Lord. Worst of all, Wang Zhan had actually trampled that fake Swordmaster Dong Yu to death. This was really piercing through the heavens. Swordmaster Dong Yu was enraged and immediately attacked. The two silhouettes quickly moved through the square, so fast that even heaven-ranked powerhouses could only see faint shadows. Everyone stared nervously at the two who were fighting, because the outcome of this battle would determine the fate of many people. Royal sister, you're finished. Dongyue Yuanliang stood up shakily from the ground. He was covered in injuries, and his handsome face had been beaten into a pig's head by Dongyue Shui. The second prince's teeth had almost all been knocked out by Dongyue Shui, so he could barely speak. If I'm finished, I promise you'll be one step ahead of me. Dongyue Shui said coldly. Is that so? Dongyue Yuanliang glared at Dongyue Shui. The humiliation he suffered today would be returned 100-fold. With me here, who dares to touch the second prince? After severing his own arm, Mr. Jin, who was so depressed that he vomited blood, came to Dongyue Yuanliang's side. He took out a healing pill and fed it to Dongyue Yuanliang. Soon, Dongyue Yuanliang's aura grew much stronger. Dongyue Shui's expression became a little unsightly. Although Mr. Jin had severed one of his arms, he had no other injuries apart from the wound on his arm. He was a true god rank expert. On the other hand, Dongyue Shui was only at the heaven realm. Therefore, even if Mr. Jin cut off one of his arms, Dongyue Shui would not be his match. Is that so? Is there really no one who can touch this piece of trash? At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out behind Dongyue Yuanliang and Mr. Jin. Impudent! You're courting death. Dongyue Yuanliang and Mr. Jin turned around and realized that the person who spoke was a fatty. When Mr. Jin saw the fatty, he took a deep breath and his expression changed drastically. Meanwhile, Dongyue Shui heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the fatty. Everyone had witnessed how powerful this fatty was. He had once stopped a herd of black iron bulls by himself. Damn, fatty, do you know who you're facing? One word from this prince is enough to make you die without a burial place. Dongyue Yuanliang roared at the fatty arrogantly. Mr. Jin was quite shocked by Dongyue Yuanliang's actions. This fatty had killed Mr. Lung, who was a god rank expert, with a single stomp. However, when the fatty stomped Mr. Lung to death, Dongyue Yuanliang was in the main hall of the city lord's residence. He had no idea that the fatty was a ruthless person who could kill a god-rank expert with a single stomp. I'm so scared. What should I do? The fatty pretended to be panicking and said, "Kneel down and slap yourself until I'm satisfied." Dong Yue Yuanliang said proudly, "You want me to kneel down and slap myself? Are you sure?" The fatty's eyes narrowed. "Your Highness." Mr. Jean pulled the corner of Dong Yue Yuanliang's clothes. Dong Yue Yuanliang ignored Mr. Jean and said, "I only want you to slap yourself. You're already lucky that I didn't take your life." This second prince was really arrogant, cold, and ruthless. "Your Highness," Mr. Jean panicked. "Why aren't you kneeling down and slapping yourself?" Dong Yue Yuanliang still ignored Mr. Jean and maintained his high and mighty appearance. "Humph!" The fatty laughed. Seeing the fatty laugh, Mr. Jin's face instantly turned pale. "Your Highness, this person can't be offended. He killed Mr. Lung with a stomp." Mr. Jean ignored him and shouted at Dong Yue Yuanliang. "What do you mean I can't be offended?" Dong Yue Yuanliang was instantly enraged. He was the second prince of the Dongwu Empire, the second in line to the throne. However, when he heard the second half of Mr. Jin's sentence, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He killed Mr. Lung with a stomp. Dong Yue Yuanliang stuttered as a layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He didn't expect this harmless fatty to be someone who could kill a god with a stomp, and he even wanted this person to kneel down and slap himself. This was simply courting death. "I really can't bring myself to slap myself. Which one of you can help me? My mouth is right here. Which one of you can slap myself?" The fatty said to Dong Yue Yuanliang and Mr. Jean. "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, misunderstanding. That's right, this is a misunderstanding." Dong Yue Yuanliang was so terrified that even Mr. Jean had to lower his head. "Do you two still have any shame?" Seeing this scene, Dong Yue Shui couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, the fatty's face darkened. "Misunderstanding my ass. If I were weaker than you two, I would have already kneeled down and slapped myself. What a pity, I'm stronger than you two. So, this is a misunderstanding, right?" This, Dong Yue Yuanliang and Mr. Jean didn't know what to say. Actually, Dong Yue Yuanliang was a typical person who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Once he saw that something was wrong, he would immediately admit defeat because he knew that if he didn't, he would definitely suffer a lot. "I'm very angry, and the consequences will be severe." As the fatty spoke, he closed in on the two. "Just don't kill them." Dong Yue Shui instructed. "Got it. I'm experienced. They definitely won't die." Chapter 5699. The real sword master Dong Yu was truly powerful. His cultivation had already reached the half-sage realm. He didn't have a sword because, at his realm, anything could be used as a sword. Even without a sword, it was still better than having one. Gu Fei's clone had to admit that this fellow's sword Dao was the strongest he had encountered after coming to the limitless realm. The infinite sword sect's sword Dao inheritance was still very impressive. However, in terms of the realm of sword Dao, Sword Master Dong Yu was still worlds apart from Gu Fei's clone. At this moment, Gu Fei's clone soared into the sky. Sword Master Dong Yu chased after him. This little fellow actually dared to stomp his younger brother to death. How could he vent his anger if he didn't tear this fellow into pieces? Infinite Sword Qi. Sword Master Dong Yu waved his right hand and countless strands of sword Qi shot out from his hand, piercing through Gu Fei's clone at an extremely fast speed. However, Gu Fei's clone had grasped the 9 secrets of immortal Dao. As soon as he used the anti-void secret technique, he seemed to have fused with the surrounding void, and his figure instantly turned illusory. Sword Master Dong Yu's sword Qi directly pierced through his illusory figure, unable to harm him at all. What kind of divine ability is this. Sword Master Dong, you couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. His opponent's cultivation was lower than his, but the divine ability he displayed was very frightening. This kind of magical power that could suddenly turn into nothingness was simply unheard of and unseen. Wouldn't he be able to ignore any attacks if he grasped such a divine ability? No wonder this little fellow dared to provoke him despite knowing that his cultivation was lower than his. It seemed like he had grasped such a mystical divine ability. He had to get his hands on such a divine ability. Sword Master Dong, you changed his mind. Killing this little fellow would be letting him off too easily. If he could obtain such a divine ability from this little fellow, he might be able to successfully advance to become a Sword Emperor. In the Infinite Sword Sect, there was a system to test the sect's disciples. Those who passed the test would receive a corresponding title. There was an even higher title above Sword Master, Sword Emperor. However, in the Measureless Sword Sect, the Sword Emperors were all saint rank existences, true sword saints. Moreover, the Measureless Sword Sect's Sword Emperor test was extremely strict. Many sword saints in the Measureless Sword Sect had failed to pass the trial and were unable to obtain the title of Sword Emperor. If he could obtain the title of Sword Sovereign, there would naturally be many benefits. Sword Master Dong, you would also be able to leave this godforsaken place. At the thought of this, Sword Master Dong, you became excited. The higher the title, the more power, the more cultivation resources, the higher the prestige, and the higher the status. Moreover, if he offered this divine ability to the sect, he might be able to enter the sect to cultivate. Wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to break through to the saint level? Having changed his mind, Sword Master Dong, whose sword stance immediately changed. The invisible sword chi that surged out from his body was like a rope coiling around Gu Fei's clone. His hands danced, weaving an invisible sword net. He wanted to catch this fish that was fleeing in all directions. Gu Fei's clone sharply sensed the change in Sword Master Dong Yu's sword stance. His killing intent had actually dissipated by more than half in an instant. Does this guy not want to kill me anymore? At the thought of this, Gu Fei's clone could not help but shudder. This Sword Master Dong Yu is indeed something. Even after I stomped his younger brother to death, he can still hold himself back from killing me. Little guy, surrender obediently. Sword Master Dong, you said coldly. Countless invisible sword chi danced with his hands, crisscrossing in the void. Moreover, the sword chi condensed and did not dissipate, quietly forming a huge net. However, what he did not know was that the invisible sword chi that he had shot out was as obvious as a lamp in the dark night in front of Gu Fei's clone. This was because Gu Fei's clone's Sword Dao realm was far above Sword Master Dong Yu's. However, he pretended not to know and continued to move rapidly in the void, evading Sword Master Dong Yu's attacks. Moreover, he even deliberately and slowly crashed into his opponent's sword net. Ha! If you want me to surrender, you'll have to have the ability first. Gu Fei's clone finally understood. This guy wants to capture me alive. This guy must be out of his mind. He actually wants to capture me alive. If I let you capture me alive, do I still need to stay in the infinite realm? Gu Fei's clone used the universal desolate steps. All of Sword Master Dong Yu's attacks missed. However, the void around Gu Fei's clone was filled with invisible sword chi. His path of retreat was about to be completely sealed off by Sword Master Dong Yu. At this moment, Sword Master Dong Yu was very confident, thinking that he had already defeated Gu Fei's clone. The corner of his lips unknowingly curled up, revealing a smug smile. Meanwhile, on the ground, Lord Fatty was closing in on Dongwei Yuanliang. What are you trying to do? Don't you dare act recklessly. I'm the second prince of the East Moon Empire, the second in-line successor to the throne. Dongwei Yuanliang panicked. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the other party was someone who could trample Mr. Lung to death with a single stomp. He had actually acted tough in front of this person. This was simply courting death. I'm a disciple of the Golden Sun's sacred ground. Do you think you're a saint by offending both the Golden Sun's sacred ground and the East Moon Empire at the same time? Mr. Jin's expression also changed greatly, but his willpower was clearly stronger than Dongyue Yuanliang's, and he remained unyielding. Oh my, you brought up the East Moon Empire and the Golden Sun sacred land to scare me? Fatty was overjoyed. Do you think you can represent the East Moon Empire and the Golden Sun's sacred ground? Do you have that much face? The fatty was amused by the two of them. He had even trampled the disciple of the Shadow Mountain Holy Lord to death. So why would he be afraid of the Gold Sun Holy Ground or the East Moon Empire? Could it be that the Gold Sun's sacred ground and the East Moon Empire were stronger than the Shadow Mountain sacred ground? Moreover, the East Moon Empire seemed to be the weakest among the three great forces. They did not even have a saint-level cultivator. So why should others be afraid of them? In the limitless realm, what mattered was strength. What mattered was whose fist was harder. Dongyue Yuanliang and Mr. Jin wanted to continue. However, Fatty didn't give them a chance. Swoosh! In a flash, Fatty appeared in front of Dongyue, Yuanliang, and Mr. Jin. Pa! Pa! Raising his hand, Fatty directly gave Dongyue Yuanliang and Mr. Jin a resounding slap. Dongyue Yuanliang spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the side, while Mr. Jin spat out a mouthful of blood along with his teeth. This second prince's teeth had all been pulled out by Dongyue Shui, so he only spat out blood and not his teeth. However, Mr. Jin spat out a mouthful of blood along with his teeth. A figure flashed. Pa, who asked you to use the East Moon Empire to suppress me? Pa, is the Golden Sun's sacred land that amazing? Pa, the East Moon Empire is just a pile of shit in my eyes. Pa, I even trampled the disciple of the Shadow Mountain Holy Lord to death. So why would I be afraid of your Golden Sun sacred land? Fatty spoke as he made his move, directly slapping these two guys who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Does it feel good? You two pieces of trash. Chapter 5700. Fatty was already in a bad mood after being restrained by Gufei's clone. He was filled with anger, but he did not dare to find trouble with Gufei's clone. Hence, Dongyue Yuanliang and Mr. Jin were out of luck. Dongyue Yuanliang and Mr. Jin's faces were swollen from the slap. However, Dongyue Yuanliang's face was already swollen from the beating. Preposterous. Dongyue Yuanliang had never suffered such humiliation before. He was the high and mighty second prince of the Dongyue Empire. He was incomparably noble since birth, and no one had ever dared to hit him, not to mention beating him into a pig's head. Even his father, the Dongyue Imperial Lord, would at most reprimand him when he did something wrong. He had never hit him, but today he was beaten to the point where he doubted his life. Pa! Fatty slapped Dongyue Yuanliang's face hard again, causing him to spin twice on the spot before collapsing to the ground. Bam! Fatty raised his leg and kicked Mr. Jin, sending him flying and crashing into the steps in front of the main hall. The two of them did not even have the strength to fight back in front of Fatty. Fatty could abuse them however he wanted. Two useless pieces of wood, yet you still feel so good about yourselves. Who gave you the confidence? Trying to use the Dongyue Empire and the Golden Sun sacred ground to suppress me? In my eyes, the Dongyue Empire and the Golden Sun sacred ground are nothing. Fatty felt much better after venting his anger. However, Dongyue Yuanliang and Mr. Jin were shocked, furious, and infuriated. Dongyue Yuanliang was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. Don't be unconvinced. My fist is harder than yours, so you're the ones being abused. If you were stronger than me, I would be the one being abused. Fatty said coldly. In the limitless realm, the strong were respected. There was nothing wrong with that. Fatty no longer paid attention to these two fellows. At this moment, an incomparably powerful fluctuation of sword Tao came from the sky. Fatty raised his head and saw countless rays of light appearing in the sky. Fatty's expression immediately turned solemn. Those rays of light were not ordinary rays of light. They were sword rays that were extremely pure. Such sword rays were much more powerful than true divine weapons. I'd like to see how you're going to resolve this limitless sword sex secret technique, Fatty said indifferently. At this time, Gu Fei's clone, Wang Zhan's mother and sister, Wang Lingxue, had already been protected by Dongyue Shui. Fatty had suffered at the hands of Gu Fei's doppelganger, but he was eager to see Gu Fei's doppelganger suffer as well. Only then would he feel more comfortable. However, the real sword master Dong Yu was a true half-step sword saint. In terms of cultivation, he could definitely crush Gu Fei's clone. However, it was not easy for sword master Dong Yu to defeat Gu Fei's clone. Gu Fei's clone's 9 secrets of the immortal Tao was truly heaven-defying. Even though his cultivation was only at the early stage of the divine level, he was still able to contend against a half-step sword saint. In Sword Master Dong Yu's eyes, this was simply a miracle. No one had ever been able to challenge a half-step sword saint at the early stage of the divine level, unless that person was courting death. For a half-step sword saint to kill an early-stage sword saint was as easy as blowing off dust. But now, the battle prowess displayed by Gu Fei's clone had overturned Sword Master Dong Yu's understanding. This was because such a thing had never happened in the unbounded realm. This made Sword Master Dong Yu extremely envious of Gu Fei's clone's ability. If he had such an ability, wouldn't he be able to challenge sword saints? I'll give you one more chance. Surrender immediately, and I'll spare your life. At this moment, Sword Master Dong Yu finally completed his net of swords and revealed his trump card. Sword Master Dong Yu was very confident because he had set up 3 layers of sword nets around Gu Fei's clone. This was a very strenuous task for Sword Master Dong Yu. Sword chi condensed into sword light without dispersing. It was already not easy to achieve this. It was even more difficult to interweave the sword light into a 3-layer sword net. Only Sword Master Dong Yu, who was a half-step sword saint, could use such an ability. Divine-level sword Tao cultivators did not have this ability at all. Why would I need you to spare my life? If I don't want to die, who in this world can kill me? Gu Fei's clone said coldly. How arrogant! Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Sword Master Dong Yu gritted his teeth. The next moment, he directly activated the sword net. Countless sword lights interweaved to form a 3-layer sword net, which directly enveloped Gu Fei's clone. The 3-layer sword net sealed off all paths of retreat for Gu Fei's clone. In the eyes of Sword Master Dong Yu and the countless people who witnessed this scene, Gu Fei's clone was doomed. He had nowhere to run and was trapped to death. This Dongyue Shui, who was on the ground, raised her head and saw this scene. She could not help but feel nervous. In her eyes, Wang Zhan was mysterious and unfathomable. He had even defeated the Sky Overlord Battle God and was almost invincible among the divine level. It would be a pity if such a heaven-defying existence were to die under Sword Master Dong Yu's sword. If such an existence did not die prematurely and could grow up, he would definitely become a world-shaking existence. Moreover, after these days of interaction, Dongyue Shui had unknowingly developed an inexplicable feeling toward Gu Fei's clone. Although she was anxious, there was nothing she could do. Sword Master Dong Yu, was a half-step sword saint. At this moment, no one dared to soar into the sky and watch the battle from above. The sword chi ripples in the sky were too powerful. If they were careless, they would be swept by the sword chi and die immediately. Dong Yue Shui, flipped her left hand, and the east moon bow immediately appeared in her hand. She then pulled the bowstring with her right hand. If Gu Fei's clone was really in a life-or-death situation, she would not hesitate to help. The fatty glanced at Dong Yue Shui, with a hint of surprise on his face. This chick is really bold. Die! At this moment, Sword Master Dong used murderous, intent sword high up in the sky. Countless sword lights, intertwined into a net, suddenly burst out with an unprecedentedly intense light. Every sword light seemed to be able to cut the void apart. Looks like I can't hide anymore. Sigh. Fatty sighed helplessly. He could not just watch as Wang Zhan was killed by Swordmaster Dongyu. That was because Wang Zhan had planted a forbidden technique on him. If Wang Zhan died, he would be buried with him. Originally, he could not care less about the life and death of Gu Fei's clone, but he had no choice but to do so now. However, just as the fatty was about to attack, a pitch-black spatial crack appeared high up in the sky without any warning. The spatial crack directly tore apart the 3 layers of sword net that Swordmaster Dong Yu had set up. At the same time, a terrifying aura surged out from the spatial crack. Everyone was extremely frightened. It's him. When Gu Fei's clone sensed the aura, his body actually trembled in excitement. The person who had broken the void was Sacred Master Su Tian. At the same time, Gu Fei, who was in seclusion in the void realm, suddenly opened his eyes. That was because a huge spatial crack had appeared in the sky above the Mirage Middle Heaven. No one would have thought that a passage would appear between the unbounded realm and the void realm. Chapter 5701. Sigh. A sigh could be heard from a forbidden area in the limitless realm. It's starting again. In the westernmost area of the limitless realm, a lady in white stood on the peak of a snowy mountain. She looked up into the sky at the ancient city that was bound by chains. Another cycle. In a forbidden area of an ancient sect, an old ancestor who had been in seclusion for countless years walked out. One powerful aura after another suddenly appeared in various parts of the limitless realm. Countless peerless experts who had disappeared for countless years suddenly appeared. In an instant, the entire limitless realm was in an uproar. The sealed ancient city broke out of the seal. Spatial cracks appeared everywhere in the limitless realm. No one knew where these spatial cracks led to. Some of the spatial cracks directly connected to other worlds. In the distant past, these mysterious spatial cracks had appeared before, directly causing a huge storm that swept through the entire limitless realm. Some people were swallowed by these spatial cracks and disappeared without a trace. There were also some earth-shattering figures who entered the spatial cracks. However, none of these figures could walk out of the spatial cracks. As for the ancient cities that were sealed under the 5 polar regions, they seemed to have existed since ancient times. No one knew who built these cities or what exactly was in them. No one knew who sealed these 5 ancient cities under the 5 polar regions either. This was because no one had ever been able to enter the core areas of these cities. Even the Supreme Infinite Primes did not dare to enter the depths of these ancient cities. The last time the ancient cities appeared, there was a powerful Infinite Prime who did not believe it and directly barged into the city. After that, there was no more after that. That Infinite Prime died immediately. This time, the ancient cities and spatial cracks appeared again. All the important figures in the limitless realm could not remain calm. At this moment, in the void realm, a figure that seemed to have existed since ancient times suddenly opened his eyes. Master is out of seclusion. Is he going to return to the void realm? Master, The moment Gu Fei opened his eyes, the most powerful figures in the void realm all looked up at the boundless sky at the same time. In the next moment, the limitless demon lord, the limitless fire spirit, the limitless artifact soul, the holy master of the chaotic heavens, the limitless snow demon, the world-suppressing artifact soul, the ancestor of all demons, and the two Black Hand Arch and Mo-ing behind the Gathering Emperor Pavilion also arrived. However, Yen Wu, who had once been the ruler of an entire realm, had arrived late. These powerful infinite primes all appeared outside, where Gu Fei cultivated in seclusion. Ever since Gu Fei defeated Limitless Emperor's clone, no one in the Void Realm was his match. He became the Void Realm's Realm Lord. In the Void Extent, he was the strongest. In the Void Realm, he had the final say. In the Void Extent, he was the master. Even his disciples were existences that could do whatever they wanted in the Void Realm. Over the years, both Long Xiaozhou and Xiaoya's cultivation had soared. Xiaoya's cultivation had already broken through to the Emperor Realm. Long Xiaozhou's cultivation had broken through to the Transcendent Emperor Realm, leaving his grandfather, the West Sea Old Dragon Emperor, in the dust. Yen Wu accepted a little brother. This little brother was Sacred Master Void Sky's clone. At this time, Sacred Master Void Sky's clone had been tortured by Yen Wu into submission. When she told him to bark like a dog, he would obediently squat on the ground and bark. It couldn't be helped. Sacred Master Void Sky's clone didn't want to die. Moreover, even if he died, these people could reconstruct his divine soul and revive him. These people were too ruthless. He couldn't die even if he wanted to. Yen Wu was too bored. She had accepted Sacred Master Void Sky's clone for fun. She didn't want to be so bored. Sacred Master Void Sky's clone was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. "Welcome back, Master." Gu Fei walked out slowly. The subordinates outside immediately bowed respectfully. "You're out? Is it related to that spatial crack?" Yen Wu asked directly. Everyone immediately pricked up their ears. Yes. Gu Fei nodded. At that moment, he actually sensed the fluctuations of his spiritual force in the limitless realm. In just a split second, he knew everything that his strand of consciousness had experienced in the unbounded realm. However, at the same time, he also sensed a familiar ripple of consciousness. Gu Fei had been in seclusion for 1,000 years, but only a month had passed in the limitless realm. The flow of time in these two realms was different. Actually, there was nothing strange about this. After all, every great realm had its own unique laws of heaven and earth. They were all different and unique. Given his current spiritual force cultivation, he could already sense the aura on the other side of the spatial crack. "I will leave for a period of time. Wait for me to return." After saying that, Gu Fei disappeared into the void, leaving behind a dumbfounded crowd. "What's going on?" Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven asked in confusion. His cultivation was not as high as Gu Fei's, so he could not sense the situation on the other side of the spatial crack at all. It was the same for the other infinite primes. Even Yen Wu, whose cultivation was on par with Gu Fei, could not sense the aura on the other side of the spatial crack. After Gu Fei disappeared, the spatial crack in the sky above the void realm disappeared. It was as if the spatial crack had never appeared. Could it be? It can't be. I seem to have missed something. The limitless demon lord, Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven, and the limitless sword master seemed to have thought of something. The Emperor and Mo-ing were the same. They were dumbfounded again. That spatial crack seemed very familiar. They couldn't help but recall the incident they had encountered in the limitless realm back then. They had all encountered the same thing. They had been swallowed by the spatial crack that had suddenly appeared and arrived in the void realm. Sacred Master Chaotic Heaven had walked into the spatial crack by himself. He had also arrived in the void realm through the spatial crack. Puffed. After the limitless demon Lord understood, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The others also pounded their chests. At this moment, in the easternmost part of the limitless realm, in the territory of the East Moon Empire, a terrifying aura suddenly surged out of the spatial crack above Flying Cloud City. A terrifying figure walked out of the spatial crack. This person was Sacred Lord Void Sky. Sacred Lord Void Sky walked out of the spatial crack. This is the territory of the limitless emperor? Sacred Lord Void Sky was stunned after walking out of the spatial crack. She did not expect to appear in the easternmost part. The easternmost part was the territory of the limitless emperor. The limitless emperor was the #1 expert of the easternmost and the ruler of the easternmost. All forces and people in the easternmost had to submit to him. He was the supreme existence that controlled the life and death of all living beings in the easternmost area. A bunch of ants fighting? Sacred Lord Void Sky looked down from above. Everyone on the ground was an ant in her eyes. Under Sacred Lord Void Sky's aura, everyone in the Flying Cloud City lay on the ground. Only 2 people stood in the plaza in front of the City Lord's residence. They were the clones of the Fatty and Gu Fei. Even Swordmaster Dong Yu was trembling on the ground. Chapter 5702. Sacred Lord Void Sky's sudden appearance stunned Gu Fei's clone. He didn't think that he would meet the enemy that almost killed his main body at this time, and in this sort of situation. Back then, this guy stabbed his main body in the back in order to break the boundary of the everlasting realm. If his main body hadn't cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, he would have died. Gu Fei's clone clenched his fists tightly as he stared at Sacred Master Void Sky, who was standing high up in the sky with a domineering expression. Gu Fei's clone clenched his fists tightly as he stared at Sacred Master Void Sky. His eyes were really red at this moment. At this moment, everyone in the entire Flying Cloud City, apart from Gu Fei's clone and the Fatty, were trembling on the ground under the terrifying pressure of Sacred Lord Void Sky. Everyone was terrified to the extreme. This was the terror of an everlasting realm existence. Sacred Lord Void Sky had only unintentionally revealed a trace of his aura, but it was enough to suppress the world and make all living beings tremble. It was as if he only needed a finger to crush the sky and earth. Kid, you're quite interesting. I seem to have met you before. Sacred Lord Void Sky noticed a young man on the plaza below. This young man's aura was very similar to the person he was familiar with. However, that person definitely wouldn't appear in the everlasting realm. This was because he knew how difficult it was to break the boundary of the everlasting realm. If he hadn't met that person and used him, he wouldn't have been able to return to the everlasting realm. As for the person who was used by him, he should be completely dead. In Sacred Lord Void Sky's eyes, no one could have survived that kind of situation. Sacred Lord Void Sky didn't feel guilty for killing Gu Fei. He didn't feel guilty at all. In order to return to the everlasting realm, he would do anything. He would even do something to his senior brother, Sacred Lord Chaotic Heaven. How could he do anything to Gu Fei? He only had himself. As long as he could live, it didn't matter to him whether others lived or died. This was Sacred Lord Void Sky. Therefore, Sacred Lord Void Sky thought that Gu Fei had died completely. However, he had never imagined that Gu Fei would be able to survive in such a perilous situation. Not only that, but he had also recovered his cultivation, and it was even stronger than before. When Gu Fei's clone saw Sacred Master Void Sky, he almost couldn't help but charge forward. However, he quickly endured it because the gap between him and Sacred Master Su Tian was too great. Her opponent was like a giant dragon in the sky, while he was just an insignificant ant on the ground. A dragon's spit could drown countless ants. This was the difference between Gu Fei's clone and Sacred Master Void Sky. I must endure. This little fatty looks a little familiar. Who is Sword Master Immeasurable to you? Sacred Lord Void Sky's gaze landed on the fatty beside Gu Fei. Immeasurable, immeasurable. Sword Master? Mr. Jean, the successor of the Golden Sun's sacred ground, almost fainted when he heard this. That was the founding ancestor of the Immeasurable Sword Sect. He was an infinite prime. However, the founding ancestor of the Immeasurable Sword Sect had disappeared for countless years. No one knew where he went or what he was doing. If the Sword Master Immeasurable was still around, the entire East Pole wouldn't belong to the Immeasurable Emperor. However, even if the Sword Master Immeasurable was missing, the Immeasurable Sword Sect was still one of the strongest superpowers in the East Pole. However, the Immeasurable Sword Sect had no choice but to submit to the Immeasurable Emperor. I don't even know what you're talking about, the fatty said in disdain. Humph! Sacred Lord Su Tian, who was in the sky, had a thought. In the next moment, a sword light appeared in the void and slashed at the fatty. A tiny ant dared to disrespect a giant dragon? Kill him. This was because this ant had made Sacred Lord Void Sky unhappy. This sword seemed to be able to split the sky and earth in half. This was the power of splitting open the sky. This was just a thought from Sacred Lord Void Sky. As long as he was willing, he could kill everyone in the Flying Cloud City with just a thought. This was the terror of an infinite prime. They could kill everyone with a thought. If Sacred Lord Void Sky made a move, the fatty would definitely die. However, just as the fatty was about to be sliced in half by the sword light condensed by Sacred Master Su Tian's intent, an illusory figure emerged from the fatty's body. The moment the sword light struck the phantom, it was instantly devoured and absorbed by the phantom. It was as if such a sharp sword light had never appeared before. 10,000 swords return. Sacred Lord Void Sky couldn't help but be surprised. Could the immeasurable sword master's source of sword principle be on the fatty? At this moment, the shadow that suddenly emerged from Fatty's body instantly entered Fatty's body and disappeared in an instant. Sacred Lord Void Sky was moved. The immeasurable sword master's source of sword principle was good stuff. If she could obtain it, her cultivation would definitely increase by a lot. This guy really has a secret. Gu Fei's clone couldn't help but look at the fatty in a different light. He could clearly feel that an extremely strong power had awakened in the fatty's body. However, this power instantly disappeared. It seemed like the fatty couldn't control this power at all. Humph! The fatty was calm. Even in the face of an infinite prime, he was still as calm as an old dog. You're awesome. Gu Fei's clone couldn't help but give the fatty a thumbs up. The guy in the sky was Sacred Lord Void Sky. Little guy, come here. Sacred Lord Void Sky reached out with her right hand and grabbed the fatty below. It was as if the fatty had been grabbed by an invisible hand and was sent flying towards Sacred Lord Su Tian. Old man, don't you have any shame? The fatty scolded. This guy was an amazing infinite prime, but he actually dared to bully a junior. This wasn't something to be proud of. It was simply beneath his status. However, Sacred Lord Void Sky didn't care about face, identity, or status. As long as it was beneficial to him, Sacred Lord Void Sky would do it. Sacred Lord Void Sky didn't say anything, but her eyes became as cold as lightning. He grabbed Fatty's neck and lifted him up in his hand. As expected, the immeasurable old ghost source of Sword Dao is actually on you. Sacred Lord Void Sky felt great. So what if it's on me? Can you take it away? The fatty mocked. However, The fatty immediately felt that something was wrong. Sacred Lord Su Tian grabbed the fatty's neck with her left hand, and the fingers of her right hand clasped onto the fatty's head. A ball of divine light that emitted a terrifying wave of sword wei immediately appeared on the top of the fatty's head. It was about to be forcibly taken away. Ha! Sacred Lord Void Sky laughed arrogantly. How is this possible? The fatty was stunned. The opponent's cultivation had exceeded his expectations. She could actually take away the source of sword Tao in his body. However, just as Sacred Lord Void Sky was about to succeed, a fist suddenly appeared and smashed onto Sacred Lord Void Sky's face. Chapter 5703. The fatty didn't believe that this fella who had just walked out of the spatial crack would be able to take away the sword Tao source in his body. However, when Sacred Lord Void Sky tried to take away his sword Tao source, he realized that he had severely underestimated this fella. Sacred Lord Void Sky immediately took control of the fatty's sword Tao source. The sword Tao source, which contained boundless sword Tao energy, appeared above the plate's head and was about to be devoured by Sacred Lord Void Sky. The fatty was both shocked and furious. At this moment, he was completely restrained by Sacred Lord Void Sky's power. He couldn't even move a finger. I'm really done for this time. The fatty was in despair. He didn't want to lose his sword Tao source, nor did he want to die. If he lost the protection of the sword Tao source, the fatty would be instantly killed by Sacred Lord Void Sky's aura. The presence of an infinite prime had reached an unimaginable level. With the fatty's cultivation, it was impossible for him to endure such pressure. However, at this critical moment, a fist suddenly appeared without any warning and smashed into Sacred Master Su Tian's face. The sound of bones breaking could be heard as Sacred Lord Void Sky's face caved in. Bam! With a muffled sound, Sacred Master Su Tian let go of the fatty and was sent flying thousands of miles away. Boom! She smashed through a mountain peak, and then another boom. She smashed through a second mountain peak. After smashing through 8 mountains, Sacred Master Void Sky finally stopped retreating. She was instantly buried by the rubble and sand from the countless mountains that had been blasted apart. Is this all you've got? A figure seemed to walk out of the void and directly appeared in front of everyone. It was a masked man in black clothes. Since he was masked, it meant that he didn't want to be recognized. Thank you for saving my life. I will definitely repay you. The fatty bowed to the masked man with a solemn expression. Meanwhile, Gu Fei's clone stared at the masked man in black. He knew who it was because he had a soul connection with this person. Why would my main body appear here? Could it be that my main body has found the passageway or method to enter the limitless realm? Gu Fei's clone was pleasantly surprised. With the arrival of his main body, he didn't care about anyone other than the beginning extreme arch. In other words, with the arrival of the main body, there was no longer any reason for him to continue existing as a clone. At this moment, in the void of Gu Fei's clone's sea of consciousness, Wang Zhan's spirit was still undergoing all sorts of tempering. His spirit was gradually becoming stronger. Moreover, even though he was cultivating in the form of his soul, it was extremely real. It was no different from personally experiencing it. Only a powerful soul could control a powerful Taoist body. Gu Fei's clone had been training Wang Zhan, allowing him to control his own body. Roar! Wang Zhan's divine soul was in an endless mountain forest. He stood on a huge beast and roared towards the sky. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. In the surrounding forest, the roars of countless beasts could be heard. Huge silhouettes charged towards Wang Zhan's divine soul from all directions. This scene was created by Gu Fei's clone in the sea of consciousness. This place was like a real great world. Looks like it's time to return your body to you. A voice rang out in the vast sea of consciousness. Master, I don't think I'm strong enough. I hope I can continue cultivating here. Wang Zhan said loudly, "If you can pass the final test, you will be qualified to be my disciple." The voice continued. At this moment, powerful silhouettes charged towards Wang Zhan from all directions. Every silhouette was extremely powerful. They were the terrifying beasts in the forest. A total of 12 wild beasts instantly arrived at Wang Zhan's location and pounced towards him at the same time. All of them were ferocious and terrifying to the extreme. "Ha ha ha! Come on, all of you!" Wang Zhan roared and leaped towards one of the wild beasts. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a terrifying wild beast. A great battle broke out. This was Wang Zhan's last battle in the Sea of Consciousness. If he defeated these 12 beasts, he would become Gu Fei's disciple. If he lost, he would not be qualified to become Gu Fei's disciple. However, Gu Fei would return Wang Zhan's Taoist body to him. Perhaps he would even impart a few unique techniques to him. From then on, Gu Fei would have nothing to do with him. However, Wang Zhan had to become Gu Fei's disciple. This was because he knew what he wanted. Only by becoming Gu Fei's disciple would he be able to obtain what he wanted. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted to become so strong that he could obtain everything he wanted with his own 2 hands. In the limitless realm, only the strong would be respected. Therefore, he had to defeat these 12 beasts. He had to defeat them. He had to defeat them. Wang Zhan attacked crazily and directly twisted the head of one of the beasts. However, his left shoulder was bitten by another beast, and a piece of flesh was torn off. Blood flowed everywhere. Although he was in the form of a spirit, he could still feel pain. It was as if he was really fighting with a beast of flesh and blood. The scene was extremely realistic. Bang! He directly punched the beast and sent it flying. However, the other beasts had already pounced on him. Soon, he was drowned by the figures of those beasts. Meanwhile, in the outside world, roar. An angry roar came from thousands of miles away. A terrifying sound wave mixed with a powerful aura spread out in all directions. Wherever the sound wave passed, everything was destroyed. This destructive power was terrifying to the extreme. Mountain peaks were directly turned into ashes, and the powerful creatures in the mountain ridges were instantly destroyed in body and soul. The destructive power directly swept towards the Flying Cloud City. There were countless humans in the Flying Cloud City. If they were affected by this destructive power, the entire Flying Cloud City would be instantly turned into ashes. Sacred Lord Su Tian was really angry. The black-clothed, masked man in the sky couldn't help but frown when he saw this. At this moment, the energy storm was rapidly approaching the Flying Cloud City. The black-clothed, masked man waved his right hand. A large seal immediately flew out from his hand and directly floated in the sky above the Flying Cloud City. An extreme Tao-level power surged down from the seal and enveloped the entire Flying Cloud City in an instant. Rumble, the mighty destructive storm directly collided with the protective shield formed by the power of the extreme level of the seal. The entire shield started to shake. The destructive storm was actually blocked. In just a few breaths' time, the area within thousands of miles became a land of silence. All life was wiped out, and billions of living creatures were directly killed. Within thousands of miles, billions of living creatures were all ants. Of course, the Flying Cloud City was an exception. Who is this guy? He's so powerful. Could it be that the limitless emperor has arrived? In the city, the fatty who had escaped from Sacred Lord Su Tian stared at the black-clothed, masked man in the sky and muttered to himself. Chapter 5704. That's right, Gu Fei had come. However, he didn't want Sacred Master Void Sky to know that he had come to the unbounded realm. After all, He didn't understand the situation of the unbounded realm at all. However, he knew that the waters of the unbounded realm were deeper than those of any other world. After all, this was the unbounded realm. After all, the unbounded realm was the largest and most perfect world among all the great realms. After all, the life forms that were born in this supreme world would definitely be extremely powerful. After all, this was a legendary world where there was no death. Of course, there was no death here because all the life forms in the unbounded realm had extremely long lifespans. As long as they didn't court death, they would be able to live on forever. However, this so-called immortality seemed to have changed. As the ancient city that had been sealed in the five extremes broke free, the life forms in the vicinity of the ancient city started to die of old age. This caused panic in the unbounded realm. After all, for billions of years, all the life forms in the unbounded realm had thought that they had an endless lifespan. Although they would grow and age, they wouldn't die. To be more precise, they wouldn't die naturally. However, people were actually dying of old age in the unbounded realm now. This made all the life forms in the unbounded realm extremely afraid. Many people believed that a force was breaking the balance of the unbounded realm. Even the super antiques couldn't sit still anymore. Gu Fei, who had just arrived, did not know that the limitless realm was currently undergoing an unprecedented change. The moment he arrived in the limitless realm, he was shocked by how different this world was. The laws of the unbounded realm were very strange. They didn't suppress the cultivation of an outsider like him. Moreover, the laws of the unbounded realm didn't seem to be singular. This was interesting. This was something that Gu Fei had never encountered before. He had been to many great realms in the past, and the laws of those great realms were unique. However, this wasn't the case in the unbounded realm. This exceeded Gu Fei's understanding. Arg, who the hell are you? At this moment, Sacred Master Void Sky, who had been sent flying by Gu Fei's fist, roared as she shot into the sky. Terrifying energy fluctuations emanating from his body swept across the sky and the earth. A terrifying energy storm swept out in all directions. Wherever this energy storm passed, it destroyed everything. Countless living beings were killed in body and soul, and even a thick layer of the ground was shaved off. Gu Fei immediately used the Chaos Seal to protect the flying cloud city below. As the energy storm swept past, the mountains near Flying Cloud City were directly turned into ashes. The ground sank thousands of feet. All living creatures died. This energy storm swept through the surrounding area of hundreds of thousands of miles. Billions of living beings were turned into ashes, and billions of areas became forbidden zones for living beings. In this region of hundreds of thousands of miles, there stood a lonely ancient city. Flying Cloud City instantly looked like being in the clouds. The surrounding mountains and woods had all disappeared. Half a mile away from the city wall, there was a 1,000-zhang-high cliff. This square seal, how is this possible? Sacred Lord Void Sky stared at the seal floating in the air and was shocked. Wasn't this the boundless Tao treasure that Gu Fei had refined? Why was it in this person's hands? Sacred Lord Void Sky activated his mystic arts, and Tao patterns interweaved in his eyes. He wanted to see through the source of this black-robed man. However, he was disappointed. Even if he activated his mystic arts with all his might, the other party's body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog. He couldn't see anything at all. Sacred Lord Void Sky's expression changed. However, he did not think that Gu Fei would be able to survive in such a situation where death was certain. This fellow couldn't be Gu Fei. Back then, Sacred Lord Void Sky had stabbed Gu Fei in the back in order to break through the realm wall of the boundless realm. She had squeezed out all of Gu Fei's energy. If he could survive like that, then he must have seen a ghost. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He directly put up a fist. In the next moment, his aura changed drastically. Powerful energy waves spread in all directions, and even the void shook. If one looked closely, they could see that countless hair-thin spatial cracks had appeared in the void around him. At this moment, everyone in the flying cloud city looked at the two terrifying figures in the sky in fear. It was everyone's first time seeing such supreme existences. It was also everyone's first time seeing the terror of such supreme existences. This was truly the annihilation of all lives with a single thought. This was also the reason why infinite primes didn't make a move easily. Once such existences started fighting, the consequences would be very severe. This was because the destructive power of such existences was just too shocking. Other than Gu Fei's doppelganger and the fatty, everyone else was trembling in fear. Everyone was terrified to the extreme. Dongyue Shui, Dongyue Yuanliang, and the other members of the Dongyue royal family also became extremely insignificant at this moment. In the eyes of Sacred Lord Void Sky, these people were all ants. Is this the legendary infinite primes? Dongyue Shui lay on the ground beside Gu Fei's clone and said with a trembling voice, "It's too terrifying." Dongyue Yuanliang stuttered. Even Mr. Jean was speechless at this moment. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the suppression. On the contrary, the commoners in the city who didn't have any cultivation were the least affected. Go to hell. Feeling the pressure from Gu Fei, Sacred Lord Void Sky actually felt uneasy like never before. This feeling made him very unhappy. Sacred Lord Void Sky directly threw a punch at Gu Fei. Rumble, the entire heaven and earth shook under Sacred Lord Void Sky's fist. Pitch-black spatial cracks instantly extended from his fist, like bolts of black lightning wreaking havoc in all directions. The ground was directly swept by a spatial crack, and a bottomless abyss thousands of kilometers long appeared on the ground. Several spatial cracks rushed towards Gu Fei. Everyone was stunned. The power of this punch could simply be described as apocalyptic. Even space itself was almost destroyed. The moment these spatial cracks got close to Gu Fei, they directly disappeared into the void as if they were never there in the first place. The powerful fist force surged towards Gu Fei. Such a powerful fist force seemed to be able to crush everything. However, Gu Fei still maintained his stance and had no intention of attacking at all. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Sacred Lord Void Sky's powerful fist force actually disappeared in an instant. It completely disappeared. How is this possible? Sacred Master Su Tian's shock was not small at all. At this moment, a mysterious figure appeared silently in the distant sky. Chapter 57:05. Gu Fei had come. He had hidden his identity, so Sacred Lord Su Tian didn't recognize him. Sacred Lord Su Tian was stunned by Gu Fei's punch, and he was enraged. He punched out at Gu Fei, and the violent fist energy shook the heavens and earth. Even the sky cracked under Sacred Lord Su Tian's fist. Pitch-black spatial cracks spread out in all directions like black lightning bolts, destroying everything in their path. However, all the terrifying destructive power disappeared the moment it touched Gu Fei's body. It disappeared without a trace, which made Sacred Lord Su Tian extremely shocked. How is this possible? Sacred Lord Su Tian couldn't believe it. He was a peak infinite prime, but someone could easily dissolve his fist force. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. At this moment, the aura of an infinite prime filled the sky. All living beings trembled under this supreme pressure. They were extremely terrified. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He just threw a punch at Sacred Lord Su Tian. This punch looked very ordinary, but all the power of heaven and earth seemed to be attracted by Gu Fei's punch and gathered on his fist. Boom! The air shook, and spatial cracks appeared once more. The number of spatial cracks that appeared this time was much more than the number of spatial cracks that Sacred Lord Void Sky had created with that punch. This was an invincible punch that pressed forward with an indomitable will. "How dare you!" Sacred Lord Su-Tian roared and attacked crazily. Endless, infinite, prime power exploded from his body. Countless Tao patterns appeared in the sky. Every Tao pattern gave off a brilliant light of the Great Path. This was the supreme power of an infinite prime. Countless Tao patterns intertwined to form a huge palm that smashed at Gu Fei. Boom! With a loud bang, Gu Fei's fist collided with Sacred Lord Su-Tian's palm of the Great Path. A thunderclap reverberated high up in the sky, causing the entire world to tremble. A destructive aura descended from the sky. Even Flying Cloud City, which was protected by the boundless chaos seal, was shaken by the energy wave that erupted. The entire Flying Cloud City began to shake. Countless people in the city were terrified to the extreme. If it wasn't for the boundless chaos seal that protected the entire Flying Cloud City, the entire city would have been turned into ashes, and everyone in the city would have perished. Buzz! Above the Flying Cloud City, the boundless primal chaos seal was vibrating. An even more powerful energy wave was emitted from the seal, blocking the energy storm. At this moment, in the sea of consciousness that Gu Fei's clone had evolved, a bloodied man was standing on top of a pile of savage beast corpses in a boundless forest. There were wounds all over his body, and some of them were so deep that his bones could be seen. His left arm hung limply, and blood dripped onto the ground. Wang Zhan stood shakily, as if he could fall at any time. However, he did not fall. I didn't fall. Did I win? Did I pass? Wang Zhan raised his head and looked at the sky, his eyes filled with determination. "You passed. You are qualified to be my disciple." After a while, a voice rang in Wang Zhan's mind. The next moment, Wang Zhan felt the scenery around him change rapidly. Then he realized that he was standing in a public square, and the people around him were lying on the ground, trembling. Only a fatty was standing next to him. He saw that the fatty was looking up at the sky, so he also looked up. "Ah!" Wang Zhan exclaimed as soon as his divine telekinesis left his body. He felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him, and he almost fell to the ground as well. The mighty pressure from the two figures in the sky caused his soul to tremble. "All right, I'll return your body to you." Gu Fei's divine telekinesis voice rang in Wang Zhan's mind. "Thank you, Master." Wang Zhan was extremely excited. He was very surprised that his master had returned him a divine-level Taoist body. Would he be able to control this power? He was a little worried, but he quickly calmed down. If he could not even do this, how could he become a formidable person? Wang Zhan quickly adjusted his mentality. "Brother, I'm scared with you there." At this moment, a voice came from the carriage in the distance. "Sister?" Wang Zhan rushed forward and opened the door of the carriage. He saw his sister and mother hugging each other and trembling. They were clearly scared out of their wits. "Don't worry, we'll be fine." Wang Zhan immediately felt relieved when he saw his mother and sister. As long as his mother and sister were fine, good days were coming. As long as they reached the East Moon royal capital, they would no longer have to live in fear. He was very confident in the master he had just become. At this moment, a loud sound came from the sky. The entire sky seemed like it was about to collapse. Two figures were sent flying high up in the sky. Terrifying black, spatial cracks appeared in the sky and spread into the distance. The two supreme cultivators had finally started fighting. "This is my goal." Wang Zhan looked at the battle in the sky and felt his blood boil. shattering the void with a flick of a finger and destroying the universe with a raise of a palm. Such an existence was his goal of cultivation. He also wanted to become such a supreme existence. You're quite ambitious. At this moment, the fatty came to Wang Zhan's side. At this moment, a piece of memory suddenly appeared in Wang Zhan's mind. Then, he knew everything that had happened in the past few days. Meanwhile, Gu Fei's consciousness was still attached to Wang Zhan's body. If Gu Fei's consciousness wanted to return to his body, he would have to wait for Gu Fei and Sacred Lord Void Sky to finish. This was because the ultimate chaos seal had already sealed the entire Flying Cloud City. What's the difference between a person without ambition and a salted fish? Wang Zhan glanced at the fatty and said, You seem to make a lot of sense. The fatty was stunned when he heard this. Bam! Boom! Shocking sounds came from the sky. The fatty and Wang Zhan were attracted by the battle in the sky. However, Gu Fei and Sacred Lord Void Sky's speed was simply too fast. With their current cultivation, if Gu Fei and Sacred Lord Void Sky didn't stop, they wouldn't even be able to catch a glimpse of their shadows. High up in the sky, the two figures suddenly stopped. Who are you? Sacred Lord Void Sky was about to go crazy. His nose had collapsed, his eyes were swollen, and all his teeth had been knocked out. He had basically been beaten into a pig's head by Gu Fei. Sacred Lord Void Sky, who was originally a peerless expert, was now in a very bad state. Moreover, what made Sacred Lord Void Sky so depressed was that he did not know who had beaten him into a pig's head. My dog-beating fist technique is not bad, right? Gu Fei, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, Dog-beating, PFFF, Chapter 5706. Sacred Lord Void Sky spat out a mouthful of blood because of Gu Fei. He had never imagined that someone in the unbounded realm could defeat him. How was this possible? His cultivation state had already broken through to the peak of the peerless state. This was the peak of the peerless state. Sacred Lord Void Sky had originally been very confident, but now he had lost his confidence after being beaten up by Gu Fei. He had thought that he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the unbounded realm after returning, but reality was very cruel. There were now 5 big shots in the unbounded realm. Every single one of them was at least as strong as him. Therefore, Sacred Lord Void Sky went into hiding after returning to the unbounded realm. He had been away from the unbounded realm for a long time, so he would not make a move before he understood the situation in the unbounded realm. Moreover, no one knew how many unbounded primes were hiding in the unbounded realm. These super antiques were the strongest and scariest. The 5 extreme emperors were only experts of one realm on the surface. Sacred Lord Void Sky only made a move after spending a lot of time to understand the situation in the unbounded realm. He returned to his previous sect, but it had disappeared a long time ago. The original location of his sect had become a dangerous place that no one dared to set foot in. Sacred Lord Void Sky was shocked to see a huge palm print when he looked down at his sect. His sect was actually annihilated by a single palm strike. The person who had destroyed Sacred Lord Void Sky's sect was the Extreme East Emperor, the Extreme Beginning Emperor. The reason Sacred Lord Void Sky came to the East Pole was to find the limitless Extreme Emperor for revenge. He had wanted to challenge the Extreme East Emperor for a long time. This was the reason he had made a move. He had to take revenge for the destruction of his sect. Unfortunately, he had met Gu Fei the moment he broke through the void and appeared in the extreme east. Gu Fei had changed his aura and covered his face. Sacred Lord Void Sky had no idea that he was still alive. After all, there was no way that Gu Fei could have survived in the past. I'm going to kill you. Sacred Lord Su Tian was beaten into a pig's head by Gu Fei, and this made him go crazy. He roared and leapt at Gu Fei with a savage expression. Just as he was about to pounce on Gu Fei, his figure suddenly became blurry. Then, countless black shadows appeared in the void and surrounded Gu Fei in an instant. Kill! Countless black shadows roared and attacked Gu Fei at the same time. It was as if there were countless sacred Lord Void heavens attacking Gu Fei from all directions, sealing off all of Gu Fei's escape routes. Only the sword reigned supreme. Gu Fei's body shook. In the next moment, countless sword lights rushed out from his body. Sword lights rushed out from every pore on his body. Countless sword lights shot out from Gu Fei's body and pierced through sacred Master Su Tian's shadow that was coming from all directions. In an instant, all of sacred Lord Void Sky's shadows were pierced by the sword lights and disappeared in the void. Sword Path. Sacred Lord Void Sky's real body was already close to Gu Fei, but the sword lights that rushed out from Gu Fei's body pierced through it. He had no choice but to retreat. This was because an even stronger sword path power had exploded from Gu Fei's body. The bright sword lights lit up the entire sky. The sword lights connected the sky and the ground, piercing through the sky. The terrifying sword waves spread out in all directions, destroying everything in its path. This sacred Lord Void Sky was so scared that cold sweat poured down his back. Luckily, he had retreated quickly. Otherwise, if he had been hit by the sword wave, even if he didn't die, he would have lost a layer of skin. Buzz! The void vibrated, and the sword wave was vast. Countless spatial cracks appeared in the void. At this moment, the infinite grade sword source power in the fatty's body actually started to vibrate as if it was going to rush out of his body. Could you be the infinite sword master? Sacred Lord Void Sky exclaimed. In the infinite realm, there weren't many supreme existences who were number one in the sword path. In the distant past, the number of people who could comprehend the way of the sword and reach infinite prime could be counted on one hand. The infinite sword master, who had created the infinite sword sect, was one of them. The other was the infinite sword master, who was also a sword maniac. However, these two people had disappeared one after the other. No one knew where they went, and no one knew if they were dead or alive. Apart from the two supreme infinite primes, there was only the one from the Gu family who possessed the laws of the sword in the infinite world. The Gu family was a cultivation family that had existed for countless years. It was also one of the most ancient families in the infinite realm. Furthermore, it was a hidden family that wouldn't appear in front of everyone. However, no one had dared to look down on the Gu family since ancient times. This was because those who looked down on the Gu family were all killed by the Gu family. That person from the Gu family definitely wouldn't appear in the East Pole. This was because the area where the Gu family was located was in big trouble. The Gu family didn't have the time to care about anything else. The dazzling sword light suddenly disappeared, as if it had never been there. All the power of the sword path had been perfectly absorbed by Gu Fei into his body. At this moment, he was the sword, and the sword was him. You win. Sacred Lord Void Sky didn't even think before tearing open space and stepping into the crack in space. She instantly disappeared. Gu Fei didn't chase after him. He was just collecting some interest from Sacred Lord Void Sky today. Wouldn't it be too easy for him to kill this guy so easily? The other reason why Gu Fei didn't chase after Sacred Lord Void Sky was because he sensed the figure in the sky. It was an existence that made even Gu Fei feel threatened. Fellow Taoist, you're very skilled. At this moment, the person in the sky suddenly spoke. You're not bad yourself. You were watching from the side, and I didn't notice you immediately. Impressive. Gu Fei said to the figure in the sky, I am the limitless emperor. Taoist, would you give me face and come to my place for a drink? The figure said, What? Gu Fei was shocked. He didn't think that he would meet Sacred Lord Void Sky and the limitless emperor as soon as he arrived in the limitless realm. "You are the limitless emperor." Gu Fei was stunned. He killed one of the clones of the limitless emperor. The limitless emperor didn't even know that Gu Fei was the one who killed his clone. Although Gu Fei was shocked, he still looked as calm as a primordial divine mountain. This was because the beginning Extreme Emperor did not know that it was Gu Fei who had killed his clone that had gone to the lower realm with much difficulty. Sending an incarnation out of the limitless realm was definitely not an easy task. "What? Taoist, are you not going to give me face?" The limitless emperor said calmly. "Sure," Gu Fei said. "Haha, please." Chapter 5707. Gu Fei's real body came to the boundless realm and beat up Sacred Lord Void Sky, alerting the boundless emperor. The boundless emperor didn't know that it was Gu Fei who had destroyed his clone. Otherwise, the boundless emperor wouldn't have been so polite to Gu Fei. Gu Fei gladly accepted the boundless emperor's invitation. The 5 extreme emperors of the boundless realm were all ruthless people. Any one of them was an ancient being. They didn't rely on luck to become extreme emperors. Gu Fei's current cultivation had already broken through to the extreme earth realm. 1,000 years ago, he was at the pinnacle of the extreme mortal realm. After coming to the limitless realm, his cultivation had finally reached the point where it flowed naturally, without any obstruction. He directly broke through to the beginner level of the extreme earth realm. The peak of the boundless realm referred to the peak of the extreme mortal realm. The boundless realm was split into the extreme mortal realm, extreme earth realm, extreme heaven realm, extreme sage realm, extreme emperor realm, and ultimate realm. Each realm was further split into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and peak stages. Sacred Lord Void Sky had also reached the extreme earth realm, but she still couldn't beat Gu Fei. Although the boundless emperor wasn't a true extreme emperor realm, he was still a very strong person in the extreme heaven realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to become an extreme emperor and rule over the entire extreme east realm. The difference between Gu Fei and the boundless emperor wasn't small. However, he could see the boundless emperor's cultivation level, but the boundless emperor couldn't. This was why the boundless emperor was so careful. One had to know that this guy had just beaten an extreme earth realm cultivator away. To be able to beat an extreme earth realm cultivator away, one had to be at least at the peak of the extreme earth realm. This was why the boundless emperor thought so highly of Gu Fei. However, he didn't expect that Gu Fei was only at the initial stage of the extreme earth realm. Sacred Lord Void Sky thought that she was strong enough to do whatever she wanted in the boundless realm. She believed that her cultivation level was the strongest in the boundless realm. But the truth was that he had been slapped in the face by Gu Fei. It was no wonder that Sacred Lord Su Tian felt that he was already standing at the peak of the limitless realm with his cultivation. However, that was something that happened countless years ago. Countless years had passed, and the power structure of the limitless realm had already changed. In particular, there were quite a few super old-timers who had broken through to the legendary extreme heaven stage. Before Sacred Lord Void Sky left the infinite realm, the extreme earth realm was the strongest existence in the infinite realm. It was the highest realm that an infinite prime could reach, the peak of cultivation. Thus, Sacred Lord Void Sky thought that he was very powerful. However, who would have thought that there were plenty of antiques in the everlasting realm that could beat him like a dog? "Who the hell is that guy?" Sacred Lord Void Sky immediately ran out of the easternmost region. He was like a dog that had lost its home and didn't dare to stay. However, he couldn't figure out who had defeated him, no matter how hard he racked his brain. Gu Fei did not reveal his true identity. "I don't care who he is. Just wait till I get my hands on that thing. Humph, everyone who offends me will die." Sacred Lord Void Sky said through gritted teeth. Swoosh! His figure disappeared into the void again. When he reappeared, he was already billions of miles away. This was the power of infinite primes. They could traverse hundreds of millions of kilometers with a single thought. In the infinite realm, there was no teleportation array that could match the speed of an infinite prime. Moreover, no one was willing to spend so much effort to create an infinite prime teleportation array. One had to know that activating an infinite prime teleportation array would require a huge amount of energy. This wasn't something that ordinary sex could afford. Sacred Lord Void Sky headed straight for the North Pole of the infinite realm. He wanted to obtain an item that would allow him to do whatever he wanted in the infinite realm. With this item, even the 5 extreme emperors would have to obediently submit to him. If they didn't submit, he would destroy them all. While Sacred Lord Void Sky was heading to the North Pole, Gu Fei was invited to the Extreme Emperor's palace by the Extreme Emperor's invitation. After passing through the light gate formed by a layer of restrictive spells, Gu Fei felt his eyes light up. What he saw was a divine mountain surrounded by spiritual energy floating in the void. On every divine mountain, there were pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. There were celestial birds flying in the sky, and celestial beasts roamed the mountains from time to time. Many powerful auras radiated from every sacred mountain. It was obvious that there were experts cultivating on every sacred mountain. The spirit chi of heaven and earth was extremely dense. One could see spirit chi flickering in the air at any time. The sacred mountains, in particular, were surrounded by spirit chi. This was a true blessed land. Taoist, you must have gathered all the spirit chi of heaven and earth in the entire East Pole here, right? Gu Fei exclaimed. Taoist, you have good eyes. This place is definitely the #1 holy land in the East Pole. The Extreme Emperor smiled. He was a little proud. He had managed this place for countless years. It wasn't easy for him to reach this scale. It truly lives up to its name. Gu Fei nodded. To have such a holy land, it was no wonder the Extreme Emperor could become the ruler of the East Pole. With his background, wouldn't it be child's play for him to train countless loyal subordinates? One should know that in a place like this where the spirit chi of heaven and earth was concentrated, even a pig that was thrown here could become an immortal after some time. Actually, at the Extreme Emperor's place, spiritual objects would occasionally develop intelligence and transform into human forms. The 13th disciple of the Extreme Emperor was a celestial stone. Welcome back, Master. Just then, a group of people came from afar. These people were wearing immortal robes and had star crowns on their heads. Every single one of them was surrounded by immortal chi, and the heavenly light of the great path appeared behind their heads. Every movement they made was extraordinary. The 2 people at the front were a man and a woman. The man was extremely handsome, while the woman's beauty was out of the world. Of course, in the cultivation world, as long as one was successful in cultivation, not many would be ugly. Everyone was handsome and beautiful. The reason was very simple. Those who were successful in their cultivation could change their appearance at will, and naturally, everyone liked beautiful things. No matter where you were, appearance was very important. Everyone wanted to be beautiful. Come, let me introduce you. This is my first disciple, Yuan Gu. This is my second disciple, Ling Si. This is the Extreme Emperor. Introduced them one by one. Of his 13 disciples, 5 were here. The others were not in the Extreme Emperor's sacred ground. Yuan Gu. When Gu Fei heard this name, he was shocked. His eyes sparkled. He was not unfamiliar with this name. Wasn't the Heaven Realm's Eastern Emperor Xian called Yuan Gu? Was there a connection between the two? Heaven Realm's Eastern Emperor Xian Yuan Gu was the most mysterious existence in the Heaven Realm. Even today, Gu Fei did not know what this Eastern Emperor Xian looked like. Gu Fei's gaze fell on Yuan Gu. This person was the first disciple of the Extreme Emperor. He was also very powerful, a half-step unbounded being. However, this person was in the unbounded realm. It was impossible for him to appear in the heaven realm. However, nothing was absolute. Weren't Sacred Lord Void Sky, Sacred Lord Chaotic Sky, Sword Master Wuji, and Demon Master Wuji from the unbounded realm? Didn't they appear in the lower realm? Friend, please follow me. After the introduction, the Extreme Emperor brought Gu Fei to the Extreme Emperor Palace. Chapter 5708. When Gu Fei's main body went to the Extreme Emperor Palace, the people in Flying Cloud City were troubled. They discovered that they were trapped in Flying Cloud City. The city was surrounded by cliffs thousands of meters high. It was impossible for ordinary people to leave Flying Cloud City. Of course, that was except for those Earth-rank cultivators who could soar and fly in the sky. Because Earth-rank cultivators could control the spiritual chi of the world and fly in the sky, they could naturally enter and leave Flying Cloud City freely. The problem was that there were not many people in Flying Cloud City who could cultivate above the Earth rank. In other words, most people were trapped in Flying Cloud City. This was the result of the battle between Gu Fei and Sacred Lord Void Sky. Moreover, Gu Fei had not taken away the seal of chaos floating above Flying Cloud City. That was to guard against Sacred Lord Void Sky. That guy was despicable. At this moment, the City Lord of Flying Cloud City, Chen Outyen, was released. Dongyue Yuanliang and Mr. Jin became prisoners and were directly thrown into a prison carriage. Dongyue Shui directly controlled the entire Flying Cloud City. Fatty and Wang Zhan were even more valued by Dongyue Shui. Right now, Dongyue Shui was doing her best to curry favor with the two of them. Both of them were people from the heavens. As long as she could cling onto their thighs, it would not be difficult for her to even become the Empress of the Dongyue Empire. Especially Fatty. He was someone who did not even care about first-rate forces like the Shade Mountain's sacred ground and the Golden Sun's sacred ground. The battle prowess that Wang Zhan displayed was also worthy of Dongyue Shui's favor. One should know that Wang Zhan was currently at the early divine level. He was someone who could do whatever he wanted in the East Moon Empire. Even in the East Moon Imperial capital, the East Moon Imperial Lord had to personally receive him. In the Endless Realm, only the strong were worthy of respect. Fatty was even more unfathomable. Your Highness, what should we do? Chen Outyen, the City Lord of Flying Cloud City, asked Dongyue Shui, who sat on the throne in the main hall of the City Lord's residence. The current Feiyun City had really become an isolated city. They had already gone out to investigate. With Flying Cloud City as the center, the area within a radius of over 100,000 miles had become a dead land. There was no sign of life in this area. Even if ordinary people could leave the Flying Cloud City, they would not be able to walk out of this desolate land, which covered over 100,000 miles. It seemed impossible for them to escort the Overlord War Immortal back to the East Moon Imperial capital. Let's travel light. Dongyue Shui glanced at the people in the hall and said indifferently. At this moment, she had subdued the guests that Dongyue Yuanliang brought, greatly increasing her strength. Furthermore, even Sword Master Dongyue was scared out of his wits and fled without a trace. Gu Fei and Sacred Lord Su Tian naturally would not take a mere Sword Master Dongyu seriously. After the battle of the infinite powers, Sword Master Dong, you immediately fled. Gu Fei's strand of spiritual sense was still on Wang Zhan. Now that Wang Zhan had passed the test, he could be considered the first disciple that Gu Fei had accepted in the infinite realm. Although this person's talent was not very impressive, it was not impossible to nurture him. Back when Gu Fei was in the Taishin sect, he was seen as trash by his peers and bullied by everyone. However, Gu Fei, that trash, had made it all the way to this day and become an infinite martial exalt. As for those who had mocked and bullied him back then, they had all died a long time ago. Not many of those people had survived until now. In Gu Fei's opinion, talent was important, but the most important thing was one's temperament. How could a person who did not have confidence in himself become an expert? If one's talent was not enough, one could make up for it with hard work. It was impossible to return to the East Moon imperial capital in style. He could only bring those who could fly and escort the Overlord War Immortal back to the imperial capital. If he wanted to show off a little, it was not impossible. Wasn't there a city 15 kilometers away from the East Moon royal capital? If he stayed in Fallen Moon City for a day, wouldn't a single word from Dongyue Shui be enough to do whatever he wanted? Thinking of this, Dongyue Shui's mood improved again. Get ready. We'll leave this place immediately. City Lord Chen, after I leave, Flying Cloud City will depend on you. Dongyue Shui said to Chen Outyen, Your Highness, this Chen Outyen was depressed. Flying Cloud City had become an isolated city. There were more than 100,000 people in the city, and it was a huge problem to feed them. This was because they could not find any food around Flying Cloud City. Once the food in the city was depleted, the consequences would be unimaginable. I know what you're worried about. How about this? I'll send a message to the imperial capital and ask my father to send people to help you. Dongyue Shui said after a moment of silence. Then I thank your highness on behalf of the people in the city. Chen Outyen heaved a sigh of relief. The closest city to Flying Cloud City had already been reduced to ashes, and the nearest city was more than 100,000 li away. If they did not receive help, Flying Cloud City would probably become a place even more terrifying than hell. Soon, Dongyue Shui and the rest were ready to set off in the square in front of the city lord's mansion. This time, less than 200 people would follow Dongyue Shui out of Flying Cloud City. Wang Zhan, his mother, and sister would naturally follow Dongyue Shui back to the imperial capital, followed by Dongyue Yuanliang's hanger-ons. These people were all experts, so flying in the air was a piece of cake for them. Your Highness, what about these prisoners? Dragon Elephant Barbarian glanced at the dozen sword cultivators and the big guy. These were the people they caught along the way to rescue the prisoners. These people all knelt on the ground, including the hegemonic young lord of the Heaven Tyrant Empire. Hegemonic War God was still locked in the prisoner carriage. Dongyue Shui had locked hegemonic war god, Dongyue Yuanliang, and Mr. Jin together. Apart from the three in the carriage, kill the rest. Dongyue Shui ordered. What? Dongyue Shui, you dare to kill me? I'm a young lord of the Heaven Tyrant Empire. If you dare to kill me, my brother will not let you off. Hearing that Dongyue Shui wanted to kill him, hegemonic young lord immediately exploded. He did not want to die, so he roared at Dongyue Shui. Who do you think you are? I don't dare to kill you. Haha, what a joke. I'll kill you right now. What can you do to me? Dongyue Shui said as she took a step forward, instantly arriving in front of hegemonic young lord. She then kicked him to the ground and stomped on his chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking came from hegemonic young lord's body. Dongyue Shui did not show any mercy, breaking a few of hegemonic young lord's ribs with a single stomp. Hegemonic young lord coughed out blood continuously. You hegemonic young lord stared at Dongyue Shui. If looks could kill, Shui would have died countless times over. I'll send you on your way. Dongyue Shui did not hesitate and stomped down with her right foot. Chapter 5709. Dongyue Shui stomped young Lord Bafei to death with a single stomp, shocking everyone present. After all, that was the young Lord Bafei. He was the favorite younger brother of the Tyrant Sky Emperor, and the only king in the Tyrant Sky Empire who was allowed to own a private army. However, such a prominent figure had been stomped to death by Dong Yueshue, piercing the heavens. Someone's voice trembled. It was not hard to imagine that the Tyrant Sky Emperor knew that his younger brother had been stomped to death by Dong Yueshue. The enraged Tyrant Sky Emperor would definitely launch an all-out war against the East Moon Empire, fighting to the death. Over the past several thousand years, the Tyrannical Heaven Empire and the East Moon Empire had only engaged in small skirmishes. Even when a war broke out, it was only a small-scale war. That was because everyone knew that once an all-out war broke out between these two empires, there would definitely be no winner. Both sides would suffer great losses, and they would be swallowed up by other forces that were eyeing them covetously, whether it was the overlord of the East Moon Empire or the overlord of the Tyrant Sky Emperor. Neither of them was willing to see their empire be annexed by another force. However, things were different now. Tyrant Fei was dead, and he was stomped to death by Dong Yueshue in front of everyone. No one could guess what kind of outrageous things the enraged, overbearing Sky Sovereign would do. "Are you satisfied now?" Wang Zhan told Dong Yueshue. Not bad. I've finally vented my anger." Dong Yueshue let out a long sigh. Ba Fei was truly despicable. He actually wanted to capture her and make her his feet-washing servant. This made the great princess extremely displeased. Moreover, Ba Fei had even planned several assassinations against the East Moon Overlord. This fellow was despicable, shameless, and unscrupulous. Such a person could not be allowed to return to the tyrannical Sky Empire alive. With Fatty and Wang Zhan's help, Dong Yueshue really did not have to worry about Overlord Tyrant Sky Sovereign. After all, the two of them were impressive people who could face infinite primes head-on. Dong Yueshue would never be able to forget what had happened in the square yesterday. Everyone lay on the ground and trembled before the might of an infinite prime. However, there were only Fatty and Wang Zhan. Only they could still stand proudly in the square. Even the supreme might of an infinite prime was unable to make them kneel. Even infinite primes were unable to strike fear into their hearts. The tyrannical Sky Empire was nothing in the eyes of such a person. "We should go." Wang Zhan looked at the sky and said. At this moment, Wang Zhan had already found the confidence he had lost. He was no longer weak. He was no longer dispirited. He no longer felt sorry for himself because he was no longer the same as before, because he had his own confidence. At the moment, Gu Fei's spiritual force was still attached to Wang Zhan's body. "Kill them all." Dong Yueshue calmly ordered. "Wait, do you know who we are?" The leader of the dozen or so sword cultivators roared at Dong Yueshue, with a stern expression. "Tisk, why would I care who you are?" Dong Yueshue didn't care at all. "Preposterous. We are the outer sect disciples of the Infinite Sword Sect. If you kill us, the Infinite Sword Sect will definitely avenge us." "The Sword Sect can't be insulted. I won't rest until I die." When these Sword Dao cultivators saw that Dong Yueshue was really going to kill them, they were all shocked and terrified. They couldn't sit still anymore because they didn't want to die. "Ha! You still won't rest until you're dead?" Dong Yueshue laughed. "Even Sword Master Dong, you was beaten away. Even 1,000 or 10,000 outer sect disciples can't compare to a single Sword Master Dong Yu. What a joke! Even Sword Master Dong Yu's brother died in Flying Cloud City. Who do you think you are?" "To hell with the Infinite Sword Sect." Dong Yueshue subordinate sneered. "You, the group of Sword Dao cultivators, were terrified. What are you waiting for?" Dong Yueshue was getting impatient. "Kill." Dongyue Shui's newly subdued subordinates immediately killed the sword Dao cultivators and the big guy who were kneeling on the ground. These captives were no longer of value to Dongyue Shui. At this moment, Wang Zhan waved his right hand, and the giant seal floating above the flying cloud city immediately shrunk rapidly. The light barrier that enveloped the entire flying cloud city also retreated like a tide and instantly disappeared into the giant seal. The chaos seal flew towards Wang Zhan and hovered above his right palm. Chaotic qi swirled around, and mysterious patterns of the way intertwined around the seal. A powerful aura of the Great Path surged out from the seal. The aura of the Great Path was not very strong, but the surrounding people felt like they were bathing in the Great Path. They became extremely clear-headed, and their cultivation showed signs of breaking through. Some people even heard the divine voice of the Great Path. This, a supreme treasure. If only I could have it. The surrounding people were extremely jealous. This item was definitely at the infinite grade. If they could use this seal to cultivate, they would definitely be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Some people even thought of killing Yi Fuqian for the treasure. Of course, these people were only thinking about it. No one dared to do anything at that moment. This was a supreme Tao item left behind by a supreme existence at the infinite prime realm. At that moment, everyone was extremely curious as to how Wang Zhan could obtain this supreme Tao item. This, even Dongyue Shui, and the other's eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Only the fatty was not too surprised when he saw this. He only looked at Wang Zhan thoughtfully. Let's go. Dongyue Shui, did not dare to ask and took to the air herself. Then, for peak Earth realm cultivators carried a palanquin and flew into the air. Naturally, the palanquin contained Wang Zhan's family. The others also flew into the air and followed Dongyue Shui out of Flying Cloud City. Wang Zhan and the fatty followed behind unhurriedly. The chaos seal had already been absorbed into Wang Zhan's body. He wanted to use the seal's power to nourish his body and make it even stronger. In the infinite realm, only the strong could obtain everything they wanted. Wang Zhan really wanted to become stronger as soon as possible, just as Dongyue Shui, and the others left Flying Cloud City. Gu Fei was in the Extreme Emperor Palace chatting happily with Extreme Emperor Wuchu. Master. At that moment, Yuangu walked in from the outside. Fellow Taoist, excuse me for a moment. Extreme Emperor Wuchu stood up and smiled. Of course, of course. Gu Fei picked up the cup of tea in front of him and took a sip. This was Hongmeng tea, which was even rarer than the Enlightenment tea. The fragrance of the tea could make an ordinary person immune to all diseases and increase their lifespan by a few hundred years. On the jade table before him were all sorts of immortal fruits. Any one of them was something Gu Fei could not find even after countless years of searching. However, these immortal fruits and immortal herbs of immortality were used by the beginning Extreme Emperor as food for his guests. However, the moment the Extreme Emperor stepped out of the Extreme Emperor's palace, the entire palace began to shake violently. Ha! Extreme Emperor Wuchu's proud laughter could be heard from outside. Gu Fei was both shocked and enraged. At this moment, he realized he was trapped in the palace. Countless formation runes appeared in the air and intertwined into countless formation patterns. Powerful infinite realm energy exploded, and the palace he was in instantly turned into a prison that could imprison an infinite prime. You dare scheme against me? Gu Fei was enraged. Ha ha, so what if I scheme against you? It's not like I haven't schemed against people like you before. Those people's souls have already dispersed, leaving only their origin energy that I refined into a part of my own power. Extreme Emperor Wuchu laughed. What? Gu Fei did not expect Extreme Emperor Wuchu to be so devious and ruthless. He specialized in plotting against infinite primes. This person was too terrifying. Chapter 57:10. Ha! The limitless emperor's arrogant laughter could be heard from outside. At this time, the entire Extreme Emperor Palace had turned into a terrifying cage, trapping Gu Fei within. Gu Fei sat cross-legged in the air and opened his unbounded heaven's eye. A beam of purple gold light appeared from between his eyebrows and scanned his surroundings. Under the gaze of the purple gold heavens, countless Tao inscriptions appeared in the air. These Tao inscriptions intertwined to form terrifying killing arrays. The layers of killing arrays trapped Gu Fei inside. What a guy! Gu Fei couldn't help but admire this limitless Extreme Emperor. This guy actually built such an awesome prison. This kind of method was indeed beyond his imagination. He didn't expect there to be someone even crazier than Sacred Lord Su Tian. Gu Fei scanned his surroundings with his unbounded heaven's eye and saw through the true nature of the prison. The layers of killing arrays were all boundless grade. Moreover, every Tao inscription that formed the array was boundless grade. Even the Tao treasures that guarded the eye of the array were boundless grade. Everything was boundless grade. The Extreme Emperor Palace had already disappeared. The magnificent pavilions had turned into a horrifying purgatory where earth, water, fire, and wind wreaked havoc everywhere. In the limitless Emperor's territory, countless sacred mountains in the sky shot out beams of light. These sacred mountains were also part of the array. The beams of light entered the purgatory in the sky. These sacred mountains had boundless grade spirit gathering arrays. These spirit gathering arrays were providing heaven and earth spiritual chi to the purgatory. Beneath this world was the ancestral vein of the endless realms east. One had to admit that the limitless emperor was too ruthless. He used the power of the east ancestral vein to refine the boundless realm trapped in the purgatory in the sky. This was all part of the limitless emperor's meticulous plan. Even before Gu Fei opened his peerless heaven's eye, he couldn't see through this place. He never thought that the sacred ground created by the peerless heavens eye was actually a super array. It wasn't that he had let his guard down, but he hadn't expected the Extreme Emperor of the East Pole to do such a despicable thing. Congratulations on obtaining another boundless Tao fruit, Master. Outside the purgatory prison, Yuan Gu and the other disciples congratulated the limitless emperor respectfully. Yuan Gu and the others were also very happy. Since their master was eating meat, they could also get some soup. Their master only wanted the other party's Wuji Tao fruit. He did not care about anything else. The antiques of the infinite primes had a very rich collection. After this is done, you will all be rewarded. Extreme Emperor Peerless was very happy. He had schemed for countless years, casting down this terrifying purgatory killing formation that could even refine infinite primes to death. He wanted to kill infinite primes and steal their origin of ways. Moreover, he had succeeded a few times before this. Otherwise, how could he have broken through to the Supreme Heaven Realm? This was Extreme Emperor Peerless' secret, a secret that could rapidly increase one's cultivation. Others thought that he had broken through to the Supreme Heaven Realm through cultivation, but no one expected him to increase his own cultivation by devouring other people's Wuji Dao fruit. What was the difference between this kind of behavior and evil? You bastard, you're an infinite prime emperor. How can you be so despicable? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the world? Gu Fei sat in the purgatory prison, his body glowing with the divine light of the great path, blocking all the destructive power. He was fine for now, laughed at by the world. Ha! The beginning Extreme Emperor laughed even more wildly when he heard this. Our master is a great hero in front of the world. That's right, our master has unparalleled prestige in the East Pole. He is a leader of the righteous path. Yuan Gu and the others said solemnly. I see. Gu Fei understood. Extreme Emperor Peerless was a two-faced person. On one side, he was a leader of the righteous path, but on the other side, he was a terrifying demon. It seemed like he was a very cautious person. This place is isolated from the world. Who would know that I killed you here? Extreme Emperor Peerless was very pleased. It was not easy to kill an infinite prime in the infinite realm. To Extreme Emperor Peerless, killing an infinite prime was an achievement. Damn it! Gu Fei was truly enraged. Powerful infinite power erupted from his body, blocking the destructive power that was surging towards him from all directions. However, the purgatory prison's power continued to increase. Ha! You're just struggling. Your fate was decided the moment you stepped into this sacred land. Extreme Emperor Peerless said proudly, My fate is up to me. You're just an extreme emperor, and you want to take my life? You want to take my origin? Dream on. Gu Fei pointed his middle finger at Extreme Emperor Peerless. Hee, then you can slowly enjoy the pain of having your soul refined in there. Extreme Emperor Peerless activated all the formations in the sacred land. Boundless power from the ancestral veins of the earth was forcefully gathered by the formations. Rumble, the entire sacred land shook. The land that Extreme Emperor Peerless had created seemed like it was about to collapse. The power of the entire sacred land gathered towards the center of the purgatory prison. A dragon's roar could be heard from the depths of the earth. The earth dragon turned, and the ancestral veins of the earth were released. A huge dragon silhouette emerged from each of the divine mountains. These dragon silhouettes charged directly towards the center of the formation. The dragon shadow passed through the void and the formations, breaking through Gu Fei's defensive power and wrapping around Gu Fei's body. This was the dragon shadow formed from the ancestral veins of the easternmost grounds. Gu Fei's bones almost broke when the dragon shadow wrapped around him. So powerful! Gu Fei finally understood how terrifying the power of heaven and earth of the infinite realm was. It was no wonder it was the highest level of the infinite realm. No wonder Extreme Emperor Peerless had the ability to refine infinite primes. It really wasn't difficult for him to kill an infinite prime with the power of the ancestral veins of the earth. But so what? Even sacred leader Su Tian couldn't kill me back then. Do you think Extreme Emperor Peerless can? Gu Fei didn't have his current cultivation back then. Gu Fei thought to himself, I want to see what you're up to. He gave up resisting and pretended to be no match for the ancestral veins of the earth. His entire body was crushed by the dragon shadows and turned into a bloody mist. Within the blood mist, a ball of divine light was faintly discernible. Origin of the great path. Extreme Emperor Peerless was surprised and overjoyed when he saw this. The ancestral veins of the easternmost grounds were extremely powerful. Normal infinite primes couldn't fight against them. But even so, Extreme Emperor Peerless still felt that Gu Fei was too weak. He was strangled to death by the dragon shadows. Of course, Gu Fei wasn't dead yet. Soul-destroying formation. Activate! Extreme Emperor Peerless yelled, and the entire formation changed. A terrifying soul-destroying power engulfed Gu Fei's origin of the Great Path. At this moment, Extreme Emperor Peerless used the soul-destroying formation at full force. The terrifying soul-destroying light swept across, and the blurry figure inside Gu Fei's origin of the Great Path disappeared. Much easier than I expected. Extreme Emperor Peerless was slightly surprised when he saw this. He didn't expect someone who could defeat an infinite prime at the initial stage of the Earth realm to be killed so quickly. One had to admit that this guy was very careful. He used the soul-destroying formation to sweep across Gu Fei's origin of the Great Path over a dozen times before dispersing the formation. Extreme Emperor Peerless waved his right hand, and Gu Fei's origin of the Great Path flew into his hand. Ha ha! Chapter 57:11. Gu Fei did not expect one of the 5 overlords of the Limitless Realm, the Extreme East Limitless Emperor, to be such a cunning and despicable person. This really refreshed Gu Fei's worldview. It was unbelievable that the Extreme Emperor of the Limitless Realm had such a dark side to him. Was there no bottom line in order to increase one's cultivation level and breakthrough? Gu Fei could not do that. He had a bottom line. He would not attack others if they did not attack him. If they attacked him, they would have to bear the consequences. Gu Fei had also refined the source energy of other experts before. However, those people were people who wanted to kill him. If they wanted to kill him, why would he hold back? Gu Fei had never thought of himself as a saint. The world was fair. At least in his heart, there was a principle of fairness. Therefore, he did not forget his original intentions. However, the Extreme Emperor's actions had crossed Gu Fei's bottom line. This limitless Extreme Emperor didn't know what was right or wrong and wanted to kill Gu Fei right away. This shocked and angered Gu Fei. One could only say that the Extreme Emperor of the Limitless Realm was ruthless and unscrupulous in order to increase his cultivation level. Limitless Extreme Dharch had opened up a huge array in the void. He had dug a trap and lured Gu Fei into it. Then, he had found an excuse to leave and attack Gu Fei. All of this had been arranged in advance. It was terrifying to think about. At this point, the Extreme Emperor placed Gu Fei's origin of Tao in the deepest part of the treasure vault. I just refined 2 origin energies of the Limitless Realm not too long ago. It looks like I'll have to wait a while before I can refine another one. The Extreme Emperor looked at the origin of Tao in front of him and drooled. Other than Gu Fei's origin of Tao, there were 2 other origin energies of the Limitless Realm. These were the purest and strongest origin energies of the Limitless Realm. Master, when can I take that half step? Yuan Gu, who was behind the Extreme Emperor of the Limitless Realm, suddenly asked, "What's the rush?" The Extreme Emperor said calmly. Yuan Gu was very talented in cultivation. He was already at the half-step Limitless Realm. He was only half a step away from the true Limitless Realm. He was very jealous of the Infinity Emperor's collection of Infinity Tao sources of the Great Path. However, he did not have the fortune to enjoy the origin of the Great Path because it was an unbounded origin of the Great Path. The ripples of the origin of the Great Path had already been sealed by the unbounded Emperor. If the origin of the Great Path was exposed to Yuan Gu, even if he was a half-step boundless realm cultivator, he would still be destroyed by the energy fluctuations of the origin of the Great Path. His body and soul would be destroyed. This was a true origin of ways at the infinite level. Only infinite primes could approach it. As the eldest disciple of the Extreme Emperor, Yuan Gu was his most trusted subordinate. In the entire Extreme Emperor Palace, only Yuan Gu had the right to enter the treasure pavilion, not to mention entering the treasury. Even getting close to the treasury would put them in danger of triggering the restrictive formation and losing their lives. The treasure pavilion contained countless rare treasures that the Infinity Emperor had obtained. There were even a few Infinity Tao treasures hidden on the highest level of the treasure pavilion. Yuan Gu lowered his head and did not dare to speak again. His cultivation had been stuck at half-step infinite prime for a very long time, and he still had not broken through to true infinite prime. He was rather anxious. Remember that he wasn't the only disciple of the ultimate emperor. All these years, the other disciples' cultivation levels had increased by quite a bit. If the other disciples caught up to him in terms of cultivation level, then it would be very embarrassing for him as the first senior brother. "All right, let's go." After putting away Gu Fei's origin of the Great Path, the Extreme Emperor waved his sleeves, and a ball of divine light enveloped the Extreme Emperor and Yuan Gu. The two of them disappeared into the void. Inside the treasure pavilion, all sorts of treasures emitted resplendent divine lights. The lights were multicolored and extremely gorgeous, especially the three infinity Tao origins. Even though they had been sealed by the Extreme Emperor, they were still as bright as three suns. The light emitted from the top of the treasure pavilion lit up half the sky. Gu Fei's origin of the Great Path was purple gold, and it was the brightest of the three Infinity Tao origins. The other two Infinity Tao origins were much weaker. Time passed, and the treasure pavilion was extremely quiet. Soon, more than 20 hours passed. Without any warning, the Extreme Emperor suddenly appeared at the top of the treasure pavilion. He stared at Gu Fei's origin of the Great Path for a while before leaving. This guy is really cautious. A blurry figure appeared from the depths of Gu Fei's origin of the Great Path. The Extreme Emperor wanted to refine Gu Fei's primordial spirit, but he didn't know that Gu Fei had cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal path. How could his primordial spirit be so easily refined? Even if Gu Fei's primordial spirit was destroyed, it could still reform. He was only pretending to be refined by the Extreme Emperor. The Extreme Emperor wanted to trick Gu Fei, but wasn't Gu Fei also trying to trick the Extreme Emperor? One shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but one must always be on guard. This was the reason why Gu Fei could make it this far. He looked like he wasn't on guard against the Extreme Emperor, but he was actually prepared for the worst. Gu Fei's primordial spirit reformed, and a faint figure appeared from the origin of the Great Path. The next moment, the origin of the Great Path disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei used the origin of the Great Path to reconstruct his physical body. As long as the origin of the Great Path existed, Gu Fei could instantly revive with his current cultivation level. "Haha, you dare to trick me?" Gu Fei looked at the treasures around him and almost laughed out loud. "I'll make you bleed today. And Wu Chu, this fellow is simply deranged." When Gu Fei saw the two origin of the Great Path, he couldn't help but be shocked. The Extreme Emperor really did kill at least 2 infinite primes. "Ha! Now I'm the one getting lucky." Gu Fei waved his hand and took the two origin of the Great Path. Roar! The moment Gu Fei took the two origin of the Great Path, an angry roar came from the Extreme Emperor Palace. The entire Extreme King Palace was shaking. "Master, what's wrong?" Everyone in the Holy Land felt a terrifying aura shrouding the entire Holy Land in an instant. Everyone was terrified to the extreme. At this time, on the top floor of the treasure pavilion, Gu Fei waved his hand and directly stored all the Taoist treasures on the top floor of the treasure pavilion into his inner world. The beginning Extreme Emperor's figure appeared on the top floor of the treasure chamber. He was dumbfounded when he saw Gu Fei. "You want to kill me and take my origin of the Great Path. Do you think you can do that?" Gu Fei laughed coldly. The Extreme Emperor looked at the empty top floor of the treasury and almost vomited blood. The top floor of the treasury was filled with the most precious treasures he had ever collected in his life. Someone had taken everything, including the two origin of the Great Path. Boom! While the Extreme Emperor was still in shock, Gu Fei punched the floor of the treasury. Rumble! In the next moment, the entire treasury exploded. All the treasures in the treasury were turned to dust by Gu Fei's attack. This was Gu Fei's full strength. There was no treasure that could block Gu Fei's punch. Roar! Chapter 57:12. In the East Pole, inside the treasury of the Extreme Emperor's palace, Gu Fei rebuilt his physical body and cleared out all the treasures on the top floor of the treasury. When Limitless Extreme Emperor arrived, Gu Fei blasted the entire treasure house apart with a single punch. All the treasures in the treasure house were turned into dust. This time around, the limitless Extreme Emperor was truly going crazy. His entire life's treasures were destroyed just like that. At this moment, Gu Fei opened his mouth and inhaled, and the spiritual qi released by the countless treasures that were crushed into dust immediately gathered towards him. "I'm going to kill you." The ultimate emperor roared and threw a punch at Gu Fei. Boom, boom, boom. The world shook. The ultimate emperor's fist energy exploded and shook the earth. "Oh, you're angry?" Gu Fei leaped into the air and dashed out, dodging the punch of the limitless Extreme Emperor. "Die!" The Arch of Beginning chased after him and punched again. This time, the fist energy turned into a huge dragon that lunged at Gu Fei. The explosive fist energy caused the surrounding space to crack. "This is the price you have to pay for plotting against me." Gu Fei moved quickly in the air. Though the ultimate emperor's fist energy was violent, it could not even touch the corner of his clothes. The ultimate emperor did not say a word and continued to attack Gu Fei like a madman. This time, he had really suffered a great loss. All the treasures he had collected in his life were gone, especially the 2 origins of the infinite realm. He had spent a lot of effort to kill 2 infinite primes and obtain 2 origins of the infinite realm. The ultimate emperor did not expect Gu Fei to be so difficult to deal with. Regular infinite primes would not be able to withstand his destructive formation. Their primordial spirit would be refined, and only the origin of the Great Path would be left. This guy's primordial spirit was clearly refined. Why was he still alive? The beginning Extreme Monarch was both shocked and furious. "It's just a treasure pavilion. Can't you just rebuild one?" Gu Fei laughed coldly as he dodged Limitless Extreme Emperor's attack. Limitless Extreme Emperor was enraged. This fella took advantage of him, and yet he was still trying to act innocent. He was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. "What you? Do you think I'm someone you can trick?" Gu Fei disappeared in an instant. "Pa!" A palm suddenly appeared and slapped the enraged, limitless emperor across the face without any struggle. This unexpected slap stunned the Arch of the Beginning Extreme Arch. A palm print appeared on the beginning Extreme Emperor's face. For an existence like the ultimate emperor of the beginning, if he was injured, it wouldn't be so easy to heal. This was because only the power of the ultimate path could injure him. "Does it feel good?" Gu Fei appeared in the distance. The Arch of Beginning felt a burning pain on his left cheek. In the next moment, he went berserk. He was going crazy. Kaboom! The entire Extreme Emperor Palace shook violently. Every sacred mountain in the sky began to glow again. The power of the Extreme East Ancestral Array was being activated. "Do you think you can escape from me in my territory?" Limitless Emperor roared. "Is that so? Then I'll see." Gu Fei smiled. "What's happening?" At this time, the entire Extreme Emperor Palace was in an uproar. All of Limitless Emperor's disciples rushed out in fear. "Treasure Pavilion, it's gone?" Very quickly, someone realized that the Treasure Pavilion had disappeared. What a hole in the sky! Yuan Gu and the others felt their scalps go numb. That was the Treasure Pavilion, the place where their master hid his treasures. It was a forbidden place in the Extreme Emperor Palace. In the entire Extreme Emperor Palace, only Limitless Emperor and Big Brother Yuan Gu had the right to enter the Treasure Pavilion. Everyone else, even Limitless Emperor's direct disciple, was not allowed to enter the Treasure Pavilion. If they died, they would die for nothing. Yet, the forbidden place of the Extreme Emperor Palace had disappeared. Someone had dared to destroy the Treasure Pavilion. When Yuan Gu and the others saw that it was Gu Fei fighting their master, they were all shocked. Wasn't this guy's soul destroyed by master? How is that possible? Limitless Emperor's direct disciples were dumbfounded. No wonder their master was going crazy. Hide, Yuan Gu said as he turned around and fled. This was a real battle between peerless powers. Even a half-step peerless prime Yuan Gu would be killed if he was caught in the crossfire. Limitless Emperor's direct disciples saw their big brother running away. Why didn't they run? Were they just going to wait for their deaths? The others also hurriedly ran away. Very quickly, there was no one left in the Extreme Emperor Palace. Everyone had escaped. At this time, the Extreme Emperor Palace's great array was activated. The sacred mountains in the sky were all glowing brightly. The power of the ancestral Earth Meridian had been drawn in. Terrifying energy filled every inch of the void. At that moment, a figure charged straight towards a sacred mountain. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire sacred mountain was destroyed by this person. The entire sacred mountain exploded. Countless sacred lights exploded. It was like a huge firework had appeared in the sky. It was dazzling. As the sacred mountain exploded, countless inscriptions disappeared into the void. Damn it, Limitless Emperor, who was chasing after him, saw this scene and was fuming. Go, 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 Gu Fei shouted all the way as he charged towards the divine mountains floating in the sky. A series of loud noises immediately rang out in the sky as the divine mountains were directly smashed by him. The power of the Extreme Emperor Palace's great array was decreasing as the sacred mountains were destroyed by Gu Fei. Gu Fei's speed was so fast that even the beginning Extreme, the Arch, couldn't catch up to him. His movement technique was the fastest in the world, and it was not just for show. Roar! Limitless Emperor was furious. He roared and attacked. However, he could not even touch the corner of Gu Fei's robe, let alone kill Gu Fei. Ha ha! I will destroy your nest. Let's see if you can still be so cocky. Gu Fei laughed as he moved quickly in the void. He kept destroying the sacred mountains in the sky. Countless inscriptions disappeared, and the ancestral Earth Meridian's power weakened. Finally, he plunged into the ultimate formation eye of this space. You're courting death. Limitless Emperor roared and exploded the array eye. However, the array eye did not explode. Gu Fei had already made his move. Tao of Truth. Gu Fei, who had pounced into the ultimate formation eye, let out a furious roar and directly used one of the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao, the returning truth secret technique. As soon as the secret technique was used, the formation runes in the ultimate formation eye were immediately obliterated by the secret technique. Countless inscriptions disappeared into the void under the power of the secret technique of truth. All the energy around Gu Fei was instantly refined into the purest spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Then he absorbed it. Under Gu Fei's force of truth, countless palaces and sacred mountains crumbled. In the blink of an eye, half of the Extreme Emperor Palace was dissolved by Gu Fei's force of truth. Uft. Chapter 57:13. Gu Fei didn't show any mercy to the Infinity Emperor. Since this guy wanted to kill him and steal his origin of the Great Path, he had to be prepared to face the consequences. You bastard! The Infinity Emperor roared. Every time he threw a punch, the power of the punch would turn into the shadow of a dragon that lunged at Gu Fei. The power of the punch was like a wild dragon, unstoppable and overbearing. However, the moment the power approached Gu Fei, it was instantly dissolved and converted into the most primitive spiritual energy of the world for him to absorb. The space around Gu Fei turned into a domain. He moved quickly and dodged the Infinity Emperor's direct attack. Boom! Another loud sound rang out, and another divine mountain was blasted apart by Gu Fei. It was as if a brilliant firework had bloomed in the sky. Amidst the explosion of divine light, countless formation patterns dissipated. The extreme emperor of the beginning extreme emperor almost spat out another mouthful of blood when he saw this. In order to trap and kill the other infinite primes, he had spent so much effort to cast down this supreme formation, yet this guy had destroyed it just like that. The Infinity Emperor had spent an immeasurable amount of time and effort to set up this killing formation. This was also the reason why he vomited blood when he saw Gu Fei destroy the super killing formation. It was because the super killing formation was extremely important to him. If Gu Fei really destroyed this killing formation, he didn't even know if he could set up another one. Ha! I haven't felt this good in a long time. Gu Fei roared with laughter as he charged toward another mountain. He was having a lot of fun, but the beginning extreme emperor was furious. Fist of the extreme sky. The Infinity Emperor had no choice but to use the strongest fist technique he had recently created. This was a heaven-level fist technique. At his level of cultivation, he had to create all techniques himself. The Skyline Divine Fist was a fist technique that he had created after his cultivation had broken through to the extreme heaven realm. However, this fist technique was only in its embryonic form. Even someone as strong as the limitless Extreme Emperor, with his initial heaven-level cultivation, could only manage to throw out a single punch. At this time, he couldn't just watch as his painstaking efforts were destroyed by the other party. He could only take a risk and kill this hateful guy with a single punch. The beginning Extreme Emperor made a fist move. In the next moment, all the energy of heaven and earth gathered on his fist. Even the power of the ancestral earth vein in the easternmost pole had been activated by him. What? Gu Fei sensed the changes in this part of the world and couldn't help but be shocked. It was as if the entire world and the void had frozen in an instant. It was as if someone had cast a body-fixing spell on him, and he was fixed in the void. The fist had yet to be unleashed, but an extremely tyrannical force had already enveloped this part of the world. Under the shroud of this power, everything froze. What a terrifying fist technique! Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. The power of this fist technique was beyond his imagination. After all, he was at the initial Earth tier. Even though he was a realm lower than the limitless Extreme Emperor, he couldn't possibly be restrained by his opponent's power. It could only be said that the limitless Extreme Emperor's fist technique was extremely powerful. Even the anti-void secret technique couldn't dispel the restraining force. Just as the fist was about to be unleashed, Gu Fei gritted his teeth and unleashed the Ascension secret technique and the Extreme Breaking secret technique. In the next moment, an extremely powerful force exploded from his body. Buzz. The void trembled, and a few divine mountains near Gu Fei instantly exploded, turning into dust. At the same time, Gu Fei broke through the restraining force. However, just as he regained his mobility, his opponent's fist came flying towards him. The limitless Extreme Emperor's seemingly gentle punch sent chills down Gu Fei's spine. He sensed extreme danger. In the end, Gu Fei couldn't completely dodge the limitless Extreme Emperor's punch. Bam! The limitless Extreme Emperor's punch landed on Gu Fei's left shoulder. In the next moment, Gu Fei's left shoulder exploded, and he was flung across the sky. A mist of blood erupted, and the smell of blood permeated the air. Even with Gu Fei's cultivation level and physique, he couldn't withstand the limitless Extreme Emperor's punch. It couldn't be helped. The power of this punch was far too heaven-defying. If this punch was used in the mortal realm or the heavenly realm, it would probably be able to destroy the mortal realm or the heavenly realm with just one punch. The limitless Extreme Emperor's small world began to crack and crack in space. These cracks didn't heal even after a long time. Then Gu Fei, who was hit by the limitless Extreme Emperor's punch, was flung thousands of miles away. The left side of his body was crumbling, and it almost spread to his entire body. "How dare you?" Without hesitation, Gu Fei flew into the sky and disappeared into the crack in space. The limitless Extreme Emperor wanted to chase after him. However, he only took one step before he felt like he was about to collapse. His face turned pale, and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The power in his body was going out of control. Roar! The limitless Extreme Emperor roared in anger. "Young man, you are lucky today. If we meet again in the future, I will fight to the death." The limitless Extreme Emperor howled. "I will fight to the death with you now. There is no need to wait for the future." Gu Fei's voice came from the crack in space. "Haha, is that so? Come out and fight if you dare?" The limitless Extreme Emperor laughed in disdain. "Just you wait. I will be back to settle the score with you soon." Gu Fei left. Oh no! The limitless Extreme Emperor's expression changed. In the next second, he disappeared from the small world. When he reappeared, he was already outside. Gu Fei, when he saw the scene in front of him, he exploded in anger. The entrance to the limitless Extreme Emperor Palace had been completely destroyed. There was only a giant palm print where the entrance used to be. All of the limitless Extreme Emperor's subordinates were lying on the ground. They were all killed by the power of the sword. Even his 2 direct disciples were among them. Out of the 13 limitless Extreme Emperors, only the 11 were left. Yuan Gu and the others seemed to have sensed something was amiss and hid somewhere. The people who stayed behind to guard the entrance all received their lunchboxes. The limitless Extreme Emperor gritted his teeth in anger, but Gu Fei had already escaped. While Gu Fei was wreaking havoc in the limitless Extreme Emperor Palace, Gu Fei's new disciple Wang Zhan, Dong Yushui, and the others escorted the tyrant war god to a city less than 500 miles away from the East Moon Royal Capital. Their next stop was the East Moon Royal Capital. Chapter 57:14. The East Moon Royal Capital was the largest city in the East Moon Empire. The capital of the East Moon Empire was also the most prosperous city in the East Moon Empire. The East Moon Imperial Capital was the city with the most citizens in the East Moon Empire. It was a huge city with more than 20 million citizens, and the city guards were always maintained at more than 1 million. The city was divided into 5 districts, and each district was guarded by a god. In other words, there were at least 5 gods in the East Moon Royal Capital. This was only what was on the surface. Exactly how many immortals were hidden in the Eastern Moon Imperial Capital was a secret that no one knew. Third Brother has arrived at Heavenly Leap City. In the majestic main hall of the Imperial Capital, Imperial Lord Dong Yu sat on the imperial throne, while civil and military officials stood to his left and right below him. Zhuo Wu and Zhuo Wen. On the left of the throne was a group of generals clad in battle armor. The one in the lead was the number 1 war god of the East Moon Empire, Dong Welingshao. The civil officials on the right were led by the Prime Minister, Dong Xianyu. The 3 great clans of the East Moon Empire were the Tiger Clan, the Longxiang Clan, and the Dongxian Clan. These 3 clans were deeply rooted in the East Moon Empire. Even the East Moon Imperial family was unwilling to fall out with these 3 clans. "Your Majesty, the princess has already arrived at Heavenly Leap City before nightfall last night." Dong Welingshao answered. "What? Arrived yesterday? Then why hasn't she returned to the royal capital?" The East Moon Royal Lord was very surprised. Sitting on the throne, the East Moon Royal Lord wore a purple dragon crown, a purple dragon robe, and purple cloud boots. His face was like jade, and his eyebrows reached his temples. His figure was slender, and he exuded an aura of might. It had to be said that the East Moon Royal Lord's appearance was superb. However, in the infinite realm, superb appearance was nothing. As long as one was successful in cultivation, anyone could change their appearance. Everyone could become a handsome man or a beautiful woman. However, being naturally good-looking was really a small advantage. After all, many people still liked the original appearance. Your Majesty, I have something to report. The Prime Minister, Dong Xianyu, suddenly stepped forward. Dong Xianyu, the patriarch of the Dongxian clan of the Dongyue Empire. His occupation was the Prime Minister of the Dongyue Empire. He did not have any cultivation, yet he was able to become the patriarch of the Dongxian clan and the Prime Minister of the Dongyue Empire. It was clear that Dongxian, you truly was an extremely impressive existence. So what if he did not have any cultivation? No one in the entire Dongyue Empire dared to underestimate him. Even the #1 war god of the East Moon Empire, Dongyue Lingxiao, treated this old man as his #1 opponent. The two of them had fought openly and covertly for many years, yet Dongyue Lingxiao, the #1 war god, was actually unable to gain any advantage. However, this time, Dong Xianyu suffered a huge setback in Dongyue Lingxiao's hands. As a matter of fact, Dongyue Lingxiao had taken advantage of the situation as well as he had not done anything at all. All he did was sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. He was the crown prince's man, while Dong Xianyu was the second prince's man. Dongyue Lingxiao was not surprised to see Dong Xianyu step forward, as he already knew what Dong Xianyu was going to say. He could not help but curl his lips into a sneer. Speak. The East Moon Imperial Lord was truly in a good mood, as his daughter, the third princess, had actually captured the #1 war god of the tyrannical Sky Empire alive. Moreover, Dongyue Shui had even killed the #1 saber god of the tyrannical Sky Empire. All of the battle achievements belonged to Dongyue Shui. Such a battle achievement was practically unprecedented in the East Moon Empire. Even Dongyue Lingxiao, the #1 war god of the East Moon Empire, could not compare. It should be noted that in the war between the East Moon Empire and the tyrannical Sky Empire, the East Moon Empire had always been oppressed by the tyrannical Sky Empire. All of the territories outside of Black Qilin City had been occupied by the tyrannical Sky Empire. The East Moon Empire could only defend Black Qilin City to the death. Her Highness beat up the second prince and even locked him in a prisoner's carriage. Dongxian, you said with a solemn expression. What? Everyone in the great hall was shocked by Dong Xianyu's words. Her Highness beat up the second prince and even locked him in a prisoner's carriage? How was that possible? They were brother and sister. Her Royal Highness even locked the second prince in the same prison carriage as the sky-dominating war god. Dong Xianyu added. Everyone stared at Dong Xianyu. The East Moon Imperial Lord stared at Dong Xianyu in disbelief. Only Dongyue Lingxiao remained calm. Dong Xianyu, is what you said true? Do you have any concrete evidence? The East Moon Imperial Lord stared at Dong Xianyu and asked in a deep voice. This matter is absolutely true. If your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can ask our #1 war god to see if what I said is true. Dong Xianyu turned around and stared at Dongyue Lingxiao. Dongyue Lingxiao, tell me. The East Moon Imperial Lord also stared at Dongyue Lingxiao. How would the Prime Minister dare to deceive the Emperor? What he said is true. Dongyue Lingxiao answered. How dare you? The East Moon Imperial Lord was furious. Send a letter to the third princess immediately and order her to return to the imperial capital to see me. The East Moon Imperial Lord said loudly to Dongyue Lingxiao. Yes, your Majesty. Dongyue Lingxiao answered. Dong Xianyu looked at Dongyue Lingxiao coldly. He wanted to take Dongyue Shui down a notch and weaken her contributions. Dongyue Lingxiao did not say anything. However, the East Moon Imperial Lord was clearly angry. In the East Moon Overlord's eyes, Dong Shui had truly crossed the line. He was her second royal brother, after all. Beating up her royal brother was already an act of defiance, yet she had even locked him up in a prison carriage and locked him up with the tyrant war god. She had humiliated her royal brother and disregarded their relationship as siblings. This was unacceptable to the East Moon overlord. The crown prince who stood beside the imperial lord's throne wanted to say something, but was stopped by Dong Yue Lingxiao's gaze. Dong Yue Lingxiao shook her head at the crown prince. Dong Xin, you was secretly happy to see Dong Yue Lingxiao being humiliated. Dong Xin Yu's allies were also gloating. Dong Yue Lingxiao was the crown prince's supporter. Now that there was a chance to strike the crown prince's camp, they naturally wanted to use it to deal a harsh blow to the crown prince's camp. Court dismissed. Soon, the court ended, and the East Moon imperial lord left the hall angrily. However, the crown prince went to find Dong Yue Lingxiao after the court was dismissed. Crown prince, just wait and watch the show. Dong Yue Lingxiao said nothing and left the palace directly. This made the crown prince extremely gloomy. At this moment, the sacred envoy of the East Moon imperial lord left the palace and the imperial capital with the imperial edict, heading straight for Tianyue City. Tianyue City, the city lord's residence. In the backyard, a figure suddenly appeared, almost scaring the two fellows who were sitting cross-legged under a tree to death. Greetings, master. When Wang Zhan saw the person who suddenly appeared, he immediately knelt down. Master? The fatty on the side looked at the black-clothed youth who suddenly appeared cautiously. Master? In a pavilion far away, a white-clothed woman stood up. Is there really a mysterious sect behind him? Chapter 57:15. Greetings, master. In the backyard of the city lord's residence, Wang Zhan knelt at the feet of a black-robed young man with extreme respect. Fatty and Shui were shocked. Who was this black-robed young man? Wang Zhan knelt at first sight. Get up. Gu Fei placed his left hand behind his back. With a wave of his right hand, an illusory figure immediately emerged from Wang Zhan, who was kneeling on the ground. Then it rushed out and directly entered his body. Fatty couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. He seemed to have thought of something, and the way he looked at the black-clothed youth changed. At this moment, Shui hurried over from the pavilion far away. You're Wang Zhan's master? Shui sized up the black-robed young man before her. The black-robed young man wasn't very handsome. He was above average, and his black robes weren't some treasure either. They were just ordinary clothes. His hair was casually tied behind his head with a hairband, and his expression was indifferent. Apart from that, there didn't seem to be anything special about him. Most importantly, Shui and Fatty couldn't sense a trace of a cultivator's aura from the black-robed young man. He seemed like an ordinary person. However, if he could appear here without warning, he was definitely not an ordinary person. However, they couldn't tell how powerful this guy was. Both Shui and Fatty were doubtful. This was because the fake sword Master Dong Yu was a very good example. These days, there were quite a lot of people who swindled others. It was hard to say if the black-robed young man had tricked Wang Zhan in some way. You can say that, Gu Fei said indifferently. He was injured in the battle with Extreme Emperor of Beginning and needed a place to recuperate. He also wanted to see his first disciple in the Endless Realm. At this moment, he had already recalled the divine sense he had attached to Wang Zhan, so he knew everything. Wang Zhan's luck was really good. Could he be the legendary child of fortune? Gu Fei was not very interested in these so-called chosen by heaven or children of luck. After all, so what if they had shocking talent and overwhelming luck? If they wanted to become a true expert, they would have to go through all sorts of trials and tribulations. Greetings, Senior. Dong Yue Shui clasped her hands at Gu Fei as a form of greeting. Previously, when Gu Fei fought against Sacred Lord Void Sky, he did not use his true appearance. With Dong Yue Shui and the fatty's cultivation, they naturally did not know that the black-robed young man before them was one of the supreme existences in the battle that day. If they knew that the person before them was a supreme infinite prime, they would probably kneel down even faster than Wang Zhan. "Greetings, senior." Fatty followed suit and cupped his hands at Gu Fei. Gu Fei smiled and didn't mind. How could a giant dragon in the sky lower itself to the level of an ant on the ground? However, Wang Zhan didn't dare delay. Since Gu Fei didn't ask him to get up, he obediently lay at Gu Fei's feet and didn't dare to move. The reason why he had his current cultivation was all because of this master in front of him. If it weren't for his master, the grass on his grave would probably be 3 feet tall by now. After all, he was just an ordinary soldier in Black Qilin City. If it weren't for Gu Fei's will that had just entered the infinite realm, he would have died a long time ago. Not only did Gu Fei's will heal his fatal injury, but it also taught him cultivation techniques and opened up a world of will to train his soul. "Get up." Gu Fei stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, "Yes." Only then did Wang Zhan dare to stand up. He lowered his head and stood aside. Seeing this, Fatty and Dong Yue Shui were a little dumbfounded. This Wang Zhan was so mighty before. Why was he as obedient as a kitten in front of this black-robed young man? Wang Zhan's previous performance was amazing. Even the tyrannical battle god was defeated by him. He killed the #1 saber god of the tyrannical Sky Empire with a wave of his hand. Fatty and Dong Yue Shui did not know that the previous Wang Zhan was just a clone of Gu Fei in the infinite realm. The current Wang Zhan was the real Wang Zhan. Of course, the current Wang Zhan was also very domineering. However, he did not dare to be presumptuous in front of Gu Fei. "Master, please allow me to welcome you back," Wang Zhan said carefully. Gu Fei did not say anything. He suddenly frowned. Soon, a figure descended from the sky. Dong Yue Shui kneel and receive the decree. A voice that was neither male nor female was heard. A guy with a face as white as paper and a hairless mouth, dressed in a servant's uniform, hovered in the air with an imperial decree in his hand. He looked down at Dong Yue Shui and the others with an overbearing manner. Eunuch 2, Dong Yue Shui was shocked when she saw the person. This guy turned out to be the Empress' trusted aide, Eunuch Tuesday. This guy's arrival at this time was definitely nothing good. Dong Yue Shui immediately knelt. Wang Zhan subconsciously wanted to kneel as well. "In this limitless realm, who is qualified to make my disciple kneel?" Gu Fei said calmly. Wang Zhan, who was about to kneel, immediately straightened his back when he heard that. "The imperial decree of Royal Lord Eastmoon is here. Why aren't you all kneeling to receive it?" Eunuch 2 said sternly. Gu Fei did not kneel. Wang Zhan did not kneel. Fatty did not kneel either. Royal Lord Eastmoon, or whatever. He was nothing in their eyes. How dare you look down on the majesty of the Royal Lord? 9 familial exterminations. Eunuch 2 was instantly enraged when he saw that the 3 of them did not kneel. TCH. Fatty crossed his arms in disdain, completely ignoring the androgynous guy in the sky. Wang Zhan stood proudly, ignoring Eunuch 2's words. As for Gu Fei, Royal Lord Eastmoon did not even have the right to kneel to him. Ouch! Eunuch 2 was truly enraged. "Where is the heavenly protector?" Eunuch 2 roared. Whoosh! A figure immediately appeared in the air. What? Dong Yue Shui was shocked. She did not expect her father to send out the heavenly protector. The heavenly protector was second only to the #1 war god, Dong Yue Ling Shao. This heavenly imperial guardian was definitely a godly state expert. What did her father mean? Was he going to take her down? What did she do wrong? Dong Yue Shui could not help but feel uneasy. She had captured the Sky Tyrant War, God alive, and killed the #1 saber god of the Sky Tyrant. Her contributions were great, and she was definitely #1 in the East Moon Empire. Who could compare to her? However, something was wrong. Those who look down on the majesty of the royal lord shall be killed without mercy. Eunuch 2 ordered. Eunuch 2, you. Dong Yue Shui was shocked. She did not expect that Eunuch 2 would really kill Wang Zhan and the others. Humph! Eunuch 2 sneered with an arrogant and haughty expression. The so-called heavenly protector in the sky really did look like one. He wore golden armor and held a heavenly halberd like a divine general descending from the heavens. A powerful aura erupted from the golden-armored heavenly war god. You want to kill me? Chapter 57:16. Eunuch 2, the imperial attendant of the East Moon Empire, had arrived at Heavenly U City with the imperial edict. He was overbearing and arrogant, believing himself to be the Empress' trusted aide. He had directly accused Gu Fei, Wang Zhan, and the fatty of looking down on the empire. He had even called out the divine protector general of the East Moon Empire to kill Gu Fei and the others. However, this so-called Eunuch 2 would never have imagined that his high and mighty attitude of having the power to decide one's life and death was as laughable as a clown in the eyes of Gu Fei and the others. It was like an ant waving a big stick and trying to kill a giant dragon. Eunuch 2, are you sure you want to kill them? Dong Yue Shui suddenly stood up from the ground. She looked at Eunuch 2, who was holding the imperial edict in the sky, mockingly. Looking down on the dignity of the empire will result in the death of 9 generations. Eunuch 2 was still very arrogant. Then go ahead and try. The fatty said disapprovingly. He had a great background and was not even afraid of infinite primes. So why would he be afraid of a mere East Moon Empire? Looking down on the dignity of the empire? If you piss me off, I'll just press the East Moon Imperial Lord into the ground 1,000 times. What are you waiting for, Divine Protector General? Eunuch 2 roared. Kill! With a cold look on his face, the Protector Divine General charged towards the fatty from the sky. Whoosh! The Divine Protector waved the halberd in his hand. An arc-shaped blade of light immediately appeared above the fatty's head, cleaving down towards his head. Powerful energy ripples spread from the Divine Protector. The weather immediately changed, and the sun and moon dimmed. The might of a godhood realm cultivator was quite impressive. Currently, countless cultivators in Heavenly U City looked towards the city lord's estate in fear. All the cultivators felt an uncontrollable fear from the depths of their souls. This was a form of deterrence from godhood realm cultivators. No one in the city knew what was going on. They were all terrified. When the Divine Protector attacked, Gu Fei and Wang Zhan were extremely calm. Only Dong Yue Shui showed a hint of fear. However, the next moment, Dong Yue Shui was utterly dumbfounded by the scene before her. Fatty impatiently stretched out his right hand and directly caught the halberd that was slashing down at lightning speed in his hand. The fatty had completely ignored the sharpness of the halberd's edge. The Divine Protector of the East Moon Empire was in existence second only to the greatest divine general of the East Moon Empire, Dong Yue Ling Shao. The halberd in his hands was a proper god weapon. The fatty was actually able to ignore the attack of a god artifact. Let alone Dong Yue Shui. Even Wang Zhan was taken aback. The arrogant Eunuch 2 in the sky was so shocked that his eyeballs almost popped out. As the envoy of Imperial Lord East Moon, He naturally had the right to be arrogant because the divine protector general would come with him. With the second strongest cultivator of the East Moon Empire, he could definitely do as he pleased within the borders of the East Moon Empire. Moreover, he, who held the imperial edict, was now the symbol of imperial authority. However, Eunuch II never dreamed that there would be people who dared to ignore the imperial authority of the East Moon Imperial Lord and defy the imperial edict in a tiny heavenly U-city. This was no longer as simple as defying the imperial edict. The attitude of these three people was basically disregarding the imperial edict of the East Moon Imperial Lord. Actually, Eunuch II, who had the backing of people, really did not know that Gu Fei and the others really had the confidence to look down on the East Moon Imperial Lord. There was no need to mention Gu Fei. The East Moon Imperial Lord was a joke in his eyes. The fatty had a powerful background. The East Moon Imperial Lord was nothing. Even Wang Zhan was not very interested in the East Moon Imperial Lord. Wang Zhan was also a god. Although he was only at the initial stage, he was still a god after all. I'm already a god. Why would I be afraid of you, the East Moon Imperial Lord? In the East Moon Empire, the god level was already in existence that stood at the peak. Of course, the factions within the East Moon Empire were also complicated. There was the Infinite Sword Sect and various cultivation clans. Even as powerful as the East Moon Empire, they were still very wary of these factions, especially the Infinite Sword Sect, which was the greatest sword sect in the East Pole. You're just a eunuch. You're not even a man, and you still dare to act mighty in front of me? The fatty sneered. Eunuch II was so angry that his pale face turned the color of a pig's liver. At this moment, the fatty's hand that grabbed the square sky halberd tightened. Crack! Under everyone's shocked gazes, the square sky halberd in the hands of the divine protector broke. There was only a pole left in the divine protector's hand. The divine protector general's shock was no small matter. Before he could recover, the fatty had already grabbed the head of the square sky halberd and slapped it hard on his face, directly sending him flying. How is this possible? Eunuch II's voice trembled. Only now did he know how terrifying these people were. No wonder these people did not care about the imperial edict of the East Moon Imperial Lord. In the eyes of these people, the imperial edict of the East Moon Imperial Lord was no different from toilet paper to wipe their butts. Boom! With a loud rumble, the divine protector of the East Moon Empire that had been sent flying by the fat man directly smashed into a nearby building. The entire building then collapsed. Cries of shock rang out everywhere, and smoke and dust filled the air. You're worthy of the title of divine protector with just this bit of cultivation. The fatty casually tossed the blade of the square sky halberd away, then suddenly raised his head to look at the androgynous fellow in the sky. Why you? What are you trying to do? I'm the messenger, representing the East Moon Imperial Lord. If you dare touch me, Eunuch II remained stubborn. Pa! Before Eunuch II could finish his sentence, he was slapped hard across the face by the fatty who had suddenly appeared in front of him. This slap to the face directly stunned this guy. So what if I touch you? The fatty looked at him with an ambiguous smile. You'll regret it. Eunuch II gritted his teeth. Pa! I'll regret it? Pa! Who do you think you are? Pa! I only hit you because I think highly of you. You understand? Pa! I'd like to see what you have to make me regret it. Pa! With that, the fatty gave him another backhand slap. Seeing how fierce the fatty was, Dong Yueshui was so shocked that she was speechless. Meanwhile, Gu Fei was still unperturbed. Wang Zhan was also extremely shocked. Lord Fatty was too fierce. That was an imperial messenger, and an imperial messenger of the East Moon Imperial Lord at that. The fatty actually beat an imperial messenger into a pig's head. Don't kill him. Dong Yueshui was still relatively calm. Although she looked down on this eunuch too, she did not want him to die here. TCH, he wants to kill me, but I can't. What a joke. The fatty sneered. Whoosh. Sensing the fatty's killing intent, Eunuch 2 immediately turned around and fled. The fatty snorted coldly and punched out. Bang! Eunuch 2 was directly blown up by the fatty's punch, his body and soul destroyed. The imperial edict fell to the ground, rolling right at Dongyue Shui's feet. This, Chapter 5717, Gu Fei and Wang Zhan did not even need to do anything. Eunuch 2, the arrogant imperial lord of the East Moon Imperial Lord, was killed by the fatty with a single punch. Dongyue Shui was dumbfounded. She did not expect fatty to be so powerful and decisive. Once he had the intention to kill, he killed Eunuch Tuesday. Although Dongyue Shui hated this arrogant guy, Eunuch 2 was favored by the Empress of the East Moon Empire. This time, Dongyue Shui ran away from the marriage, mainly because the Imperial Lord wanted to confer the title of Empress. The Imperial Lord was also helpless, as the new Empress backer was just too powerful. Furthermore, the new Empress clan had the support of Swordmaster Dongyu. Even the Imperial Lord had to lower his head at a time like this. Soon after Dongyue Shui left the imperial capital, the East Moon Empire held an empress conferring ceremony. The imperial concubine became the empress directly. This was also why the second prince of the East Moon Empire dared to steal Dongyue Shui's credit. Dongyue Yuanliang was truly confident at a time like this. He wanted to use this opportunity to drag the crown prince down. However, he never expected that not only did he fail to drag the crown prince down, but he also became a joke. Right now, the second prince of the East Moon Empire was still locked in a prison carriage with the Overlord War God. They were waiting to be escorted to the imperial capital tomorrow. Dongyue Shui would definitely not show mercy this time. A mere eunuch dares to act so presumptuously before me? Isn't he courting death? The fatty retracted his fist. There was a hint of pride in his arrogance. I've hidden my strength well. I'm impressed. Wang Zhan clasped his hands at the fatty. Haven't you hidden your strength well too? The fatty looked at Wang Zhan with a smile that did not seem like a smile. His gaze, however, landed on Gu Fei. I'm still the best. Wang Zhan smiled. Boom. At this moment, there was a loud sound. A figure shot into the sky from the collapsed pavilion in the distance, charging over with a murderous aura. This person was the divine general of the East Moon Empire, who had been sent flying by the fatty earlier. To be able to become the divine general of the Hu Kingdom of the East Moon Empire, this person's cultivation was also very strong. His cultivation was at the early stage of the god level, and his god tier equipment allowed his battle prowess to far surpass those of the same cultivation level. The divine protector generals of the East Moon Empire were lofty existences. In the East Moon Empire, the divine protector generals could act first and report later, and they only obeyed the orders of the East Moon Imperial Lord. This was also why Dongyue Shui was nervous, because the new empress could not command the heavenly protector generals. Not only did he have a high status, he wielded the power of life and death. Furthermore, his cultivation was extremely high. Even Dongyue Shui would not dare to act recklessly in front of him, let alone others. Scram, or I'll kill you too. Lord Fatty glanced impatiently at the divine protector general. The murderous divine protector general of the East Moon Empire immediately backed down. He had no choice but to back down. This damned fatty had actually killed that Eunuch Tuesday. This Eunuch too was no simple character. Even though he was just a servant, he had cultivated the legendary Infinite Flower Manual, and his cultivation base was extremely strong. Even as the Divine Protector General, it would not be easy for him to kill Eunuch Tuesday. The Divine Protector of the East Moon Empire immediately turned around and left. Seeing this, Dongyue Shui breathed a sigh of relief. The fatty and the others were dangerous figures. If the Divine Protector of the East Moon Empire clashed with the fatty and the others, there would only be one outcome. Eunuch 2 was a very good example. The fatty did not make a move and allowed the Divine Protector General to leave. He was not a bloodthirsty person. The Divine Protector of the East Moon Empire was not that arrogant and despotic Eunuch Tuesday. At this moment, Gu Fei's face suddenly became as pale as a sheet of paper, and a trickle of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. This, Wang Zhan was shocked. Master, Wang Zhan was worried. Gu Fei waved his hand and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. I'm fine. Very soon, color returned to Gu Fei's face. When the fatty and Dongyue Shui saw this, the look in their eyes changed slightly. Wang Zhan's master was actually injured. Could it be that this guy was really a swindler? Fellow Taoist, are you all right? The fatty went up and patted Gu Fei's shoulder. Gu Fei's body swayed, and a trickle of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth again. The fatty's expression became rather strange. He patted Gu Fei's shoulder twice. He was testing Gu Fei. And with this, he actually found out that this guy's cultivation was only at the godly level. Acting like an expert in front of the fatty with that bit of cultivation, the fatty was immediately displeased. However, this Wang Zhan's cultivation and battle prowess were very strong. Forget it, I'll give Wang Zhan some face and not expose this guy. I'm fine. Thank you for your concern, fellow Taoist. Gu Fei glanced at the fatty with a smile. His eyes flickered with a strange look. At this moment, the injuries on his body were acting up. The extreme monarch of Wuchu's strength had almost canceled out his own, which was why the fatty thought that his cultivation was only at the godly level. This was a huge misunderstanding. However, Gu Fei did not say anything. If this fatty wants to play, then I'll play with him. The extreme monarch of Wuchu was indeed a ruthless man with an impressive cultivation base. Even though he was injured, the guy would not be able to get away with it either. Gu Fei was confident that even though he was injured, he would be able to recover in 3 months at most. The extreme monarch of Wuchu was also injured. Even though he was guarding against Sacred Master Su Tian, he would be in trouble if that guy were to attack him now. Find a place for me to rest. Gu Fei said to Wang Zhan. Yes, master. Wang Zhan glanced at Dongyue Shui. Someone, Dongyue Shui, yelled. A figure immediately appeared in front of Dongyue Shui. It was Yang Fei Yun, Dongyue Shui's captain of guards. Take this senior away and settle him down. Don't neglect him, got it? Dongyue Shui said to Yang Fei Yun. Yes, your highness. Yang Fei Yun accepted the order. Thank you. Gu Fei smiled. In the eyes of the fatty, and Dongyue Shui, he was a little weak now. Dongyue Shui, was doing this for Wang Zhan's sake. Even if Gu Fei was a cripple, she would still order people to take good care of him, as she wanted to suck up to Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan was someone with great potential in Dongyue Shui's eyes. In fact, they did not know that the reason Gu Fei's cultivation had weakened was because of his injuries. Before his injuries acted up, he was an infinite prime. At that moment, he was indeed very weak. However, his period of weakness only lasted for less than 5 breaths of time. The fatty's luck was not very good. He tested Gu Fei when he was at his weakest, thinking that Gu Fei was really only at the immortal realm. The fatty was no longer as cautious towards Wang Zhan as before. He even looked down on Wang Zhan's master. Gu Fei saw all of this with his own eyes, but he didn't expose it. Chapter 57:18. Disciple, are those two friends of yours reliable? In the guest room, Gu Fei sat on the bed and asked Wang Zhan, who was kneeling on the ground. His tone was extremely calm. Wang Zhan did not know what to say. Of the two friends his master mentioned, one was the princess of the East Moon Empire, while the other was a fatty of unknown origins. Come to think of it, the two of them did not seem to be very reliable. They seemed to be looking down on me. Sigh, how did they know that I was only injured because I fought with Wu Chu? Gu Fei's tone was still calm. What? Wang Zhan was dumbfounded. His master actually fought with Wu Chu? Was that Wu Chu the master of the East Pole, the extreme emperor of the East Pole? Even children who did not know how to cultivate knew about the extreme emperor of the East Pole. All living beings in the East Pole knew that there was only one master, and that was the extreme emperor of the East Pole. All the factions in the East Pole submitted to the extreme emperor. The extreme emperor was the ruler of the East Pole, controlling the life and death of all living beings in the East Pole. I hope your friends don't do anything stupid. You can leave. After saying that, Gu Fei closed his eyes. In the next instant, his aura completely disappeared. If one didn't use their eyes, they wouldn't be able to sense his existence. It was as if he had become one with the void around him. Wang Zhan was inexplicably shocked. He carefully stood up from the ground and retreated out of the guest room step by step. He then carefully closed the door. When Wang Zhan turned around after closing the door, a hint of anger appeared on his face. How preposterous! Dong Yueshui had only arranged for an ordinary guest room. For my master to stay in? That's not giving me any face at all. How could they possibly imagine their master's strength? Wang Zhan went to find Dong Yueshui furiously. Gu Fei obviously did not care. With his current cultivation level, he had transcended worldly affairs. So what if he was looked down on? So what if he was looked up to? It did not matter. However, Wang Zhan did not have Gu Fei's mentality. Your Highness, what do you mean by this? Wang Zhan found Dong Yueshui and shouted angrily at her. What do you mean? Dong Yueshui was enjoying a sumptuous lunch in the back garden of the city lord's manor. Fatty was roasting the thigh of an unknown divine beast on the grill at the side. A meaty aroma lingered in the air, stirring one's appetite. Humph! Wang Zhan stepped forward and grabbed the table. Then, with a ferocious swing, the table of delicacies was overturned, and the floor was a mess. Wang Zhan, what's wrong with you? Fatty said without raising his head as he roasted his meat. Lord Fatty, it's none of your business. Wang Zhan said unhappily. Sure, you guys play. Fatty's gaze was fixed on the roasted meat. He was wondering if it was 80% or 60% better. What happened to you? Dong Yueshui, on the other hand, looked at Wang Zhan calmly. You're going too far. That's my master. You actually arranged a servant's room for my master to stay in? Wang Zhan said angrily, Isn't your master recuperating? I guarantee that no one will dare to disturb him. Dong Yueshui said indifferently, Preposterous. My master is my heavens. If you disrespect my master, I won't be polite to you either. Wang Zhan glared at Dong Yueshui. The current him was no longer the cowardly Wang Zhan of the past. His powerful cultivation had given him great confidence. Dong Yueshui smiled and said, You're not alone. No matter what you do, you better think of your mother and sister first. You dare to threaten me? Wang Zhan's hands were trembling in anger. I'm not threatening you. I'm just reminding you. Dong Yueshui said proudly, Want to fight with me? This Wang Zhan is still too inexperienced. As long as I have Wang Zhan's mother and sister in my hands, Wang Zhan will be under my control. He won't dare to have any complaints or betray me. Dong Yue Shui, who was born in the royal family, also knew the art of trickery under her influence. If you want to control someone, you have to grasp that person's weakness. What was Wang Zhan's weakness? Of course, they were Wang Zhan's mother and younger sister, who he had always depended on. Good, very good. Wang Zhan turned around and left. He wanted to take his mother and sister away directly. However, after searching the entire city lord's residence, he couldn't find his mother and sister. Damn it! At this moment, Wang Zhan finally understood why Dong Yue Shui looked like she had him in the bag. Needless to say, his mother and sister must have been sent away by Dong Yue Shui. Wang Zhan had already guessed where Dong Yue Shui had sent his mother and sister. It seemed that a trip to the East Moon royal capital was out of the question. Wang Zhan was furious. He almost couldn't help but fall out with Dong Yue Shui, but he held back. Attacking his family was crossing his bottom line. Ha ha! Wang Zhan stood on the steps in front of the city lord's residence and laughed. His laughter spread throughout the entire city lord's residence. In the back garden of the city lord's residence, what you're doing is a bit too much. After the meat was cooked, he directly grabbed the golden beast leg and took a big bite, tearing off a large piece of meat and eating it. Too much. Dong Yue Shui glanced at the food that Wang Zhan overturned on the ground and said disapprovingly, if Wang Zhan had an extremely powerful master, she wouldn't have used this method to control him. Unfortunately, his master was only an immortal state cultivator. Moreover, this immortal state cultivator was injured. An immortal state cultivator had raised an amazing disciple. This could only mean that this disciple's talent was too heaven-defying. Therefore, Dong Yue Shui only wanted to control Wang Zhan for her own use. As for his master, forget it. Of course, it would be best if she could control Wang Zhan's master as well. I have a feeling that you will regret what you did today. The fatty ate big bowls of wine and big mouthfuls of meat, his mouth full of grease. Dong Yue Shui didn't say anything. Now she knew why the imperial family was the most ruthless. For the sake of power, some people would really do anything. Kinship and blood were nothing in the face of power. From now on, I'm going to live for myself. Dong Yue Shui gritted her teeth. The fatty glanced at Dong Yue Shui and said nothing. Dong Yue Shui had already seen the imperial edict of the East Moon royal lord. Her father actually wanted her to release her second brother and give him the credit of capturing the sky-dominating war god as an apology. This made Dong Yue Shui shocked, angry, and unwilling. Why? Was it because she was a woman? If she was a man, the position of crown prince of the East Moon Empire would have nothing to do with the current crown prince and second brother. Right now, the East Moon royal capital was like a gigantic beast with its mouth wide open, waiting for her to walk into its mouth. Chapter 57:19. Currently, various factions were competing in the East Moon royal capital. Although it seemed peaceful on the surface, there was a great deal of fighting behind the scenes. If Dong Yue Shui escorted the overlord war god back to the royal capital, it might cause a commotion. Even the commoners in the imperial capital could feel the formless tension in the air. It was like the calm before the storm. However, this was the East Moon royal capital after all, the largest and most prosperous city in the East Moon Empire. It was also the city with the most powerful cultivators in the empire. It was impossible to survive in the East Moon royal capital without some ability. Now, Dong Yue Shui had actually chosen to defy the imperial edict. The crime of defying the imperial edict was no small matter. However, she had no choice because Eunuch 2 had been killed by the fatty with a single punch, and the divine protector general had also been injured by the fatty. No matter what, the matter could not be resolved peacefully because the new Empress faction would definitely make a big deal out of this. Dong Yue Shui Er's crime of defying the imperial edict was already set in stone. Since that was the case, Dong Yue Shui decided to be ruthless. At this time, the news of the injured divine protector general and Dong Yue Shui defying the imperial edict was spread in the East Moon royal capital by people with ulterior motives. For a moment, the entire royal capital was in an uproar. Everyone was in disbelief. After all, Princess Dong Yue Shui had always been an obedient girl in the eyes of the people in the royal capital, yet she was defying the imperial edict this time. How was that possible? The East Moon royal lord was furious, and the entire court was shocked. The people who were the most pleased were the new Empress faction, because in their eyes, Dong Yue Shui was on the crown prince's side. Getting rid of Dong Yue Shui was equivalent to getting rid of a great supporter of the crown prince, and the second prince would have a greater chance of ascending the throne. However, the second prince was currently in a very miserable state. He was locked in a prison carriage by Dong Yue Shui together with the overlord war god. Mr. Jin of the Golden Sun's sacred land was also thrown into the prison carriage. Dong Yue Shui planned to set off early the next morning. She wanted to openly and majestically escort Dong Yue Yuanliang, the overlord war god, and Mr. Jin into the East Moon royal capital. With Wang Zhan and Fatty as her trump cards, she had nothing to fear. She wanted to let those who were targeting her in the eastern capital know that she, Dong Yue Shui, was not to be trifled with. If they angered this princess, the consequences would be dire. Strength was everything. No matter who you were, as long as you possessed absolute strength, you would be able to crush everything. Because this was a world where the strong were respected, Dong Yue Shui's people were preparing. At the same time, she had also made contact with the crown prince in the imperial capital and learned about the situation in the imperial capital. The situation in the imperial capital was very disadvantageous to her. But so what? Tomorrow, there would be a good show in the East Moon imperial capital. Time passed very quickly. Whether it was the various factions in the East Moon royal capital or Shui's people, they were all rubbing their hands in glee, while some factions were already prepared to watch the show. Would the crown prince's faction crush the new empress faction, or would the new empress faction drag the crown prince down? No matter who won, it would be a good thing for the other factions. Wang Zhan, East Moon royal capital, Infinite Sword Sect. On the top floor of the Infinite Sword Pavilion, Swordmaster Dong Yu sat cross-legged in the air. He suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, a person opened the door and walked in carefully. That person walked up to Swordmaster Dong Yu with light steps. "Master, I've already investigated. Princess Dong Yu will leave Tianyue City tomorrow morning and will probably arrive at the imperial capital by evening," the black-clothed person said carefully. "That's it." Swordmaster Dong Yu did not even open his eyes. That person called Wang Zhan seems to have a powerful background. His master has appeared. The black-clothed person answered. "I don't care who he is. Do you think I'm no match for him?" Swordmaster Dong Yu suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the black-clothed person like a sword. The black-clothed person trembled in fear and hurriedly said, "No, Master is the greatest sword of the East Moon Empire. Those who dare to offend Master must be tired of living." He hurriedly flattered. "Keep an eye on them and report back." Swordmaster Dong Yu said coldly. "Yes, Master." The black-clothed person retreated in fear. "He has a master. Don't I have a master?" After seeing his disciple leave, Swordmaster Dong Yu's expression also turned grim. Swordmaster Dong Yu's master was naturally the sword saint, of the Infinite Sword Sect. No matter how powerful Wang Zhan and his master were, could they be more powerful than a sword saint? Swordmaster Dong, you sneered. That girl dares to humiliate my son. I'll teach her a lesson. At this moment, in the imperial harem of the East Moon Empire, the new empress directly smashed the jade cup in her hand. The servants around her were all terrified. All of you leave. The new empress wore a phoenix crown and a phoenix robe. She sat upright and still, exuding an imposing aura. The surrounding servants hurriedly bowed to the new empress, then bowed and left. A middle-aged eunuch standing next to the new empress did not move. Young mistress, that girl is so arrogant. Should we? The middle-aged eunuch said, as he stretched out his right hand and slashed diagonally in the air. Do you have any good ideas? A cold gleam flashed across the new empress' eyes. We can ask the people of the sky-piercing tower to do it. That way, there won't be any trouble. After all, they're professionals in this aspect, the eunuch said after some thought. All right, we'll go all the way this time. We'll send that girl on her way. It'll be best if we can frame the crown prince. That way, we'll have an excuse to depose the crown prince. Dong Xianfeng squinted her eyes. Her lips curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile. Yes, Dong Xianfeng's confidant could not help but admire Dong Xianfeng even more. As expected of the young mistress, this plan of killing two birds with one stone was truly vicious. At this moment, in another part of the imperial palace, in a warm room, Royal Lord Dongyu was reading through memorials while the crown prince, Dongyue Haoyang, waited on his side. What's going on with the Hu family? Do they want to break off the engagement? Royal Lord Dongyu directly threw the memorial in his hand onto the ground. What? Crown Prince Dongyue Haoyang was shocked. He quickly picked up the memorial and took a look. It was indeed from General Hu Ben. He wanted to break off the engagement between the number one of the younger generation of the Hu family and Dongyue Shui, was not something that could be easily broken off. Furthermore, the engagement could only be broken off by Dongyue Shui, not the Hu family. Clearly, the Hu family wanted to draw a clear line between them. To the Hu family, the current Dongyue Shui, was definitely a huge trouble. Anyone who got involved with her would be in deep trouble. The news of Dongyue Shui, defying the imperial edict, had already spread throughout the entire eastern capital. Father, the crown prince looked at Royal Lord Dongyu in shock. The third girl has really gotten herself into big trouble this time. Royal Lord Dong, you felt helpless as well. It's such a nice day. Chapter 5720. Dongyue Shui reorganized herself in Skywest City. She gathered thousands of people and formed a new team, escorting the tyrant war god and Dongyue Yuanliang back to the East Moon royal capital. The team set off in a grandiose manner, their banners fluttering in the wind. Dongyue Shui wore a feather robe and rode at the front of the team on her horned fire tiger. Wang Zhan and Fatty followed beside her. These two were her trump cards. With Wang Zhan and Fatty by her side, Dongyue Shui did not have to worry about anyone attacking her. She wanted to return to the royal capital in style. However, Gu Fei did not show himself. Wang Zhan prepared a carriage for him. When the team set off, Gu Fei entered the carriage. In this group, there was only one carriage with a carriage. In fact, this made this carriage very conspicuous in the group. However, Gu Fei did not care. A distance of several hundred kilometers was nothing to an Earth realm cultivator who could fly, but it would take at least half a day to walk on the ground. The road between Skywest City and the royal capital was not difficult. Moreover, everyone in Dongyue Shui's team was a cultivator, so they were much stronger than ordinary people. The team's speed was not slow either. However, everyone knew that the journey would not be easy, because many people did not want Dongyue Shui to return to the royal capital, especially the new Empress Dong Xuanfeng and the others, because Dongyue Shui had thrown Dongyue Yuanliang into a prison carriage and escorted him back to the royal capital. It was a great humiliation to Dongyue Yuanliang. As for the Empress, Dongyue Shui, humiliating Dongyue Yuanliang was like slapping them in the face, and it was a resounding slap. If Dongyue Shui really escorted Dongyue Yuanliang back to the royal capital, where would the Empress and the others put their face? If Dongyue Yuanliang, the second successor to the throne, was really stuffed into a prison carriage and escorted back to the royal capital, he would probably never be able to sit on the throne for the rest of his life. After all, the royal lord did not have the final say in the Dongyue royal family. There was still the royal elders. It was impossible for the elders of the royal family to allow a prince who had lost all face in front of the entire city to inherit the position of the emperor. The royal family of Dongyue also wanted face. Is there going to be a good show so soon? Gu Fei, who was in the carriage, suddenly frowned. They had only left Sky Moon City for less than an hour, but there were already many powerful auras in the vicinity. There was a direct road between Tianyue City and the Imperial City. The path passed by forests, valleys, and even rivers. Therefore, it would not be difficult for those people in the dark to make a move on Dongyue Shui. This was because there were many places where he could set up an ambush and wait for Dongyue and Shui to fall into the trap. At this moment, Gu Fei sensed that there were many people hiding in the woods on both sides of the road. Gu Fei didn't warn Dongyue, Shui and the others. He also didn't tell Wang Zhan that there was an ambush ahead. This was also a form of training for Wang Zhan. If Wang Zhan was prepared in advance, then there would be no training at all. Gu Fei wanted to test Wang Zhan's ability to deal with unexpected situations. People had to go through all kinds of tests to truly grow. No one could succeed casually. Dongyue Shui rode at the front of the group on her horned fire tiger. She wore battle armor and boots, with an ancient sword hanging on her waist. She looked valiant and heroic, and as she looked around, there was a smug expression on her face. As long as she could return to the Imperial City, her second brother, Dongyue Yuanliang, would be finished. No one would be able to threaten the crown prince's position. Most importantly, she wanted to live for herself. The great merit of capturing the overlord war god alive could be exchanged for what she wanted from her father. She didn't even hesitate to defy the imperial edict. The more Dongyue Shui thought about it, the more excited she became. Dongyue Shui, also have a day where I can make a name for myself. In the future, I can do whatever I want and go wherever I want. As long as I'm strong enough, even my father won't be able to control me. Wang Zhan, who was following Dongyue Shui, felt extremely depressed. This Dongyue Shui, seemed to have changed a little, but he couldn't tell what had happened to her. At this time, the trees on both sides of the road began to grow denser. Stop! The fatty suddenly raised his hand and shouted. The advancing group immediately stopped. What? Everyone was shocked. Dongyue Shui looked at the fatty in confusion. At this time, there was an air-piercing sound. Rays of black light suddenly shot out from the trees on both sides of the road, shooting towards Dongyue Shui and the soldiers in the group. The arrows aimed at Dongyue Shui and the fatty were all blocked, but they couldn't block the arrows that were aimed at the others. In the next moment, screams could be heard everywhere. The soldiers that Dongyue Shui brought with her from Skyu City were all hit by the arrows and fell to the ground. Uffed! A long arrow was shot straight at the carriage Gu Fei was in, stabbing into the wooden plank next to the carriage's entrance. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Dong Yushue, shouted at the top of her lungs. Soon, the soldiers under Dong Yushue moved quickly. The archers immediately readied their bows and counterattacked. Screams could be heard from the trees on both sides of the road. At the same time, an old man in green suddenly appeared in front of Dong Yushue and the others. A cold aura surged out from this person's body, causing the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Mysterious Inchi Gu Fei, who was in the carriage with the group, sensed the aura, and his expression turned grim. Could this guy be the successor of Old Ghost of Een Mountain? Gu Fei thought to himself. This Old Ghost of Een Mountain was not someone to be trifled with. With his current cultivation and battle strength, he was far from being a match for Old Ghost of Een Mountain. One should know that Old Ghost of Een Mountain was in the Saint realm. You stay, then scram. The person who came was extremely arrogant. In his eyes, these people were just ants. What did you say? Dong Yushue was already annoyed when she saw someone blocking the way. Now that this guy told her to scram, she laughed angrily. Which one of you wants to have a go? Dong Yushue said to Wang Zhan and Fatty. Old Gu, you go. Dong Yushue suddenly turned to Wang Zhan. All right, Wang Zhan said helplessly. He then appeared in front of the old man in a flash. You're courting death. The old man in green roared and threw a punch at Gu Fei. A violent force exploded, causing the surrounding void to tremble. At the same time, a group of people charged out from the trees on both sides of the road and began fighting with the soldiers of Sky Moon City. A masked man waved a broadsword in his hand and charged into the carriage that Gu Fei was in. In the next moment, the unlucky guy flew out of the carriage and smashed into the old man in front of the group. Boom! Wang Zhan and the green-robed old man's fists collided in an instant, resulting in a deafening explosion. Wang Zhan felt a huge force coming from the old man's fist, causing him to stagger back. The old man only took a step back and dodged the attack. Chapter 57:21. The people in the dark could no longer sit still. There were truly many people in the East Moon royal capital who did not wish to see Dong Yushue return to the capital, as once she did, it would immediately ignite the conflict between all parties. Originally, all the major organizations were fighting in the dark. Once Dong Yushue returned to the imperial capital, all the hidden battles would immediately turn into open conflict. The entire Dong Yue Empire would probably descend into chaos. Even the East Moon Empire did not wish to see internal strife erupt in the East Moon Empire, which would give the enemy an opportunity to take advantage of. At this moment, at the borders of the East Moon Empire, the million-strong army of the tyrannical Heaven Tyrant Empire pressed down. Even the number one war god of the East Moon Empire, Dong Yue Lingxiao, had already rushed to Black Qilin City. With Dong Yue Lingxiao overseeing Black Qilin City, they managed to stop the million-strong elite army of the tyrannical Heaven Dynasty. The war between the tyrannical Sky Empire and the Eastern Moon Empire was on the verge of breaking out. Moreover, in order to rescue the Overlord War God, the tyrannical Sky Empire had even sent out countless elites to infiltrate the East Moon Empire. These people were all waiting for an opportunity to strike. In particular, the Tongtian Tower was also involved. The Skysplit Tower was the East Pole's #1 assassin organization. It was a force that was overseen by Killer Saint. In the East Pole, no one dared to ignore the existence of the Skysplit Tower. In the last few hundred kilometers of the journey, those people would do anything to harm Dong Yushue. And the others would surely encounter unimaginable dangers along the way. Not many of them would be able to reach the capital in the end. However, everyone knew that as long as they could reach the Imperial City and enter the Imperial City, they would be able to enjoy glory, splendor, and wealth. Her Highness the Princess had promised. Otherwise, who would be willing to play around with their lives when the journey was so dangerous? Only great rewards could attract people, give them hope, and make them work for Dong Yue Shui. It had to be said that Dong Yue Shui, who was born in the Dong Yue royal family, truly understood people very well. Even Wang Zhan had no choice but to listen obediently. Sure enough, just an hour after they left Sky Moon City, when they passed by a forest, countless black shadows appeared on both sides of the road. These fellows were dressed in black tights and wore black hoods. There were 2 holes in the hoods, revealing only their eyes. Kill! Battle cries rang out, accompanied by the flashes of swords. Many people fell to the ground, and the smell of blood permeated the air. The people who attacked Dong Yue Shui's group were meticulously arranged, each of them as ferocious as wild beasts, and none of them were afraid of death. Pooh! One of the black-robed men stabbed a battle soldier in the chest, but he was immediately cut down by a dozen or so battle soldiers who swarmed around him. However, this fellow was extremely ferocious. When he fell to the ground, he even dragged a battle soldier with him. Then, he pounced forward and bit the battle soldier's neck. These guys really didn't want to live anymore. The soldiers under Dong Yue Shui were not cowards, but they were still frightened by the ferocity of these black-clothed men. Countless black shadows directly charged into Dong Yue Shui's group, causing them to fall into chaos. For some unknown reason, the carriage Gu Fei had become the target of those black-clothed men. Gu Fei had just sent one of the black-clothed men flying when another 2 black-clothed men rushed in from outside. Gu Fei then sent another 2 black-clothed men flying. However, another 4 or 5 black-clothed men rushed in. Holy shit, it's not over yet. Gu Fei was depressed. I just wanted to keep a low profile for a while. Was that wrong? With a wave of his hand, the 4 or 5 black-clothed men directly smashed through the carriage and flew out. Master, Wang Zhan was shocked when he turned around and saw this. He immediately flew up and pounced at the carriage Gu Fei was in. Seeing that Wang Zhan was abandoning her, Dong Yue Shui wanted to stop him. However, at this moment, a sharp arrow was shot directly at her. Dong Yue Shui tilted her head to the side, and the arrow flew past her forehead, hitting a fighter not far behind her. The soldier let out a blood-curdling screech, fell off his horse, and breathed his last. Damn it! Dong Yue Shui was both shocked and furious. She never thought that the journey would be smooth sailing, but she did not expect those people to be so eager to make a move. The carriage was smashed, and Gu Fei stood on the carriage without a carriage. His body did not emit the slightest fluctuation of yuan qi, as if he was an ordinary person without any cultivation. At this moment, more than 10 black-clothed men held weapons in their hands and charged fiercely at Gu Fei, who was standing on the carriage. Gu Fei stood proudly on the carriage with his hands behind his back. A light breeze blew past, causing his clothes and hair to flutter slightly. His expression was calm. He did not take these people seriously at all. Is this guy the king of the world of posers? Fatty was speechless when he saw this. In Fatty's eyes, Gu Fei's calm demeanor was undoubtedly showing off. A guy who could show off at any time, anywhere, was the king of posers. However, Fatty did not expect that Gu Fei did not care about showing off at all. Courting death. At this moment, Wang Zhan directly landed beside Gu Fei like a god descending from the heavens. He then grabbed the air with his right hand, and a saber on the ground immediately flew into his hand. Swoosh! Wang Zhan swung the saber in his hand in a circle, and a perfect circle of saber light immediately slashed out in all directions. Wherever the blade light passed, the dozen or so black-clothed men charging at Gu Fei were sent flying. Each of the black-clothed men's upper and lower bodies were directly separated from each other. The other black-clothed men were stunned seeing this. Wang Zhan killed more than a dozen black-clothed men with a single move. He stood beside Gu Fei, holding the saber in his hand, and glanced at the surrounding black-clothed men in a majestic manner. "Divine state, it's the divine state," one of the black-clothed men suddenly exclaimed. "So what? I'm also in the divine state." At this moment, a loud shout was heard, and a tall guy walked out from the forest. This guy was not dressed in black, and he did not have a black mask on his head. Instead, he had an animal skin tied around his waist, and his upper body was bare. He carried a huge saber on his shoulder. This guy had a ferocious face, fluffy hair, and a pair of big bare feet. He strode in big strides towards Gu Fei and Wang Zhan. His whole body was filled with murderous intent, as if he was a barbarian from the wilderness. He gave off an incomparably wild and ferocious feeling. Damn, where did this barbarian come from? Wang Zhan could not help but be shocked when he saw this guy. He could feel a dangerous aura from this guy. "Little guy, you don't even know your grandfather, Wild King of the Black Deity Ridge. How can you survive in the underworld?" The barbarian guy grinned at Wang Zhan. This guy did not even smile, but when he smiled, he suddenly became even more ferocious. "Kill!" More than a dozen soldiers directly charged towards Wild King. "Ha ha!" Wild King laughed loudly as he swung his saber horizontally, and the dozen soldiers were instantly cut in half at the waist. A bandit from the Black Deity Ridge. Chapter 57:22. The Black God Ridge was a famous place in the Dongyue Empire. The Black God Ridge gathered the most powerful bandits in the entire Dongyue Empire. These people were all brave and ruthless. The Lord of the Black God Ridge was definitely an impressive figure to be able to gather all the unruly, vicious, and merciless fellows in the entire East Moon Empire. This Black God Ridge Lord was truly an extraordinary existence, because not only was the Black God Ridge Lord powerful, he was also mysterious. No one had ever seen his true appearance, and no one knew if the Black God Ridge Lord was a man or a woman. The fact that the people of the Black God Ridge suddenly appeared to attack Dongyue Shui-er's group shocked her. But so what? Although Dongyue Shui-er was surprised, she was not worried. The Black God Ridge was just a motley crew of bandits. In Dongyue Shui-er's eyes, these bandits were not worth mentioning at all. However, when Wild King of the Black God Ridge made his move, Dongyue Shui-er knew that he was not someone to be trifled with. He was actually a godly realm cultivator. The godly realm, be it the beginner or the peak, they were all real godly realm cultivators. Being in the godly realm, they could crush all cultivators below the godly realm. It couldn't be helped. This was the difference in cultivation level. Once the godly realm cultivator made his move, the soldiers that Dongyue Shui-er brought from Skyleap City were in trouble. Although they were all elite soldiers, they were still a mess against a godly realm cultivator. They could only be tortured. Boom. Wild King was extremely wild. He swung the machete in his hand, and an extremely sharp saber chi immediately rushed out from the machete. It instantly soared hundreds of meters and directly slashed at the carriage that Gu Fei and Wang Zhan were in. Wherever the saber chi passed, people and horses were thrown off their feet. Anyone or anything that was in its way was directly split in half. The power of this slash could only be described as killing gods and demons. Meanwhile, Gu Fei stood indifferently on the carriage. He had no intention of making a move. Wang Zhan sneered and stood in front of Gu Fei. Then he threw a punch at the sharp saber chi. The violent fist force turned into a ferocious tiger. The fist force was like a tiger, and its power could be considered terrifying. One had to know that Wang Zhan wasn't someone to be trifled with. He had been painstakingly trained by Gu Fei's divine sense. What kind of ferocious fellow hadn't he seen before? Buzz. The air trembled as the two forces collided. Wang Zhan's fist, which had transformed into a ferocious tiger, was split into two halves. However, at the same time that Wild King's sword energy split the ferocious tiger in half, the sword energy was also neutralized by Wang Zhan's fist energy. The first fight between the two immortal realm warriors seemed to be a tie. However, Wild King of the Black God Ridge narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene. Others might not be able to tell, but Wild King knew. On the surface, it looked like a draw. However, Wild King was using a large machete. Although the machete did not look like much, it was a true divine weapon. As for Wang Zhan, he used his fists. This was the difference. If both of them used their fists, the outcome would be unpredictable. Interesting. Fatty laughed from afar. Wang Zhan's improvement was beyond his expectations. This fellow seemed to be improving every day. This kind of cultivation speed was really shocking. With Wang Zhan's cultivation speed, it would not take long for him to break through to the middle stages of the immortal state. This was also the reason why Fatty looked at Wang Zhan differently. Moreover, Wang Zhan's sister had the rare celestial body of Extreme Yin. This kind of body was a natural talent in the cultivation world. Even those super sects would be jealous of her. Fatty had his eyes on Wang Zhan's sister, the great bandit of the Black God Ridge. What a big name, but it seems that he is just SOSO. Wang Zhan stood proudly on the horse carriage, blocking in front of Gu Fei. He stared coldly at Wild King, who was dragging his machete and approaching him step by step. Hee, is that so? Wild King grinned as he stomped on the ground with his right foot. His whole body leaped up from the ground and directly arrived above Wang Zhan. Then he slashed down with his machete. This time it was not saber chi, but a real machete. Wild King's power was unparalleled and incomparably wild. This time, the power of his machete was much stronger than the previous one. It was as if he could even split a sacred mountain in half with his machete. One fist to break the limit. Wang Zhan continued to throw a punch. The instant his fist punched out, it actually started to shine with a dazzling golden light, as if it had been forged from refined gold. All the power of the fist was concentrated on Wang Zhan's right fist without a single bit of it leaking out. Wild King's pupils shrank. With his cultivation level, he could naturally see the power of Wang Zhan's fist. The power of the fist was not released, but once it exploded, it would definitely be earth-shattering. You want to use your fist to block my machete? Wild King grinned as he ruthlessly slashed at Wang Zhan's golden fist. Gu Fei, who was standing behind Wang Zhan, was still calm and collected. Although the power of Wild King's machete was strong, he was still incomparably calm. It was as if even if a sacred mountain collapsed in front of him, his expression would not change. Gu Fei had a lot of confidence in Wang Zhan. However, the onlookers were not optimistic about Wang Zhan's chances. One had to know that Wang Zhan's opponent was Wild King of the Black Deity Ridge. He was a ferocious person of the East Moon Empire. In the East Moon Empire, Wild King was an existence that caused people to turn pale at the mention of his name. However, everyone seemed to have forgotten that the Overlord of War God was also captured by Wang Zhan. Of course, at that time, Wang Zhan was still Gu Fei's doppelganger in the Unbounded Realm. Now, Wang Zhan was no longer Gu Fei's doppelganger. His battle experience, battle techniques, and even his experiences could not be compared to Gu Fei's. However, this was a secret between Gu Fei and Wang Zhan. In this world, only the two of them knew about it. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Wang Zhan's golden fist instantly collided with Wild King's machete. Clang! When the fist and the machete collided. The sound of metal clashing could be heard. Everyone felt that it was incomparably ear-piercing. The surrounding soldiers covered their ears and fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Even Dong Yueshua, Fatty, and the rest felt their ears buzzing. What Wild King, who originally thought that he could kill Wang Zhan with a single slash, could not believe the scene in front of him. His opponent had actually used his fist to block his machete. He only felt a strong force exploding from his opponent's fist. It was unstoppable. Both of his hands trembled, and the hands that were holding the machete immediately became numb. Then, the machete actually flew out of Wild King's hands. Wild King felt as if he had been hit by a divine mountain. He flew out and crashed into the forest beside the main road. On the horse carriage, Wang Zhan still maintained his punching posture. His posture was extremely cool. Everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. Just one punch, and he sent Wild King of the Black Deity Ridge flying with his machete. Chapter 57:23. Wang Zhan sent Wild King of the Black Deity Ridge flying with a single punch, shocking everyone. Wild King of the Black Deity Ridge was a ruthless man of his generation. In the East Moon Empire, he was someone who would turn pale at the mention of his name. However, such a powerful and ruthless man was actually sent flying by a single punch from Wang Zhan. Not only were countless soldiers stunned, but even Dong Yueshua, and Fatty were shocked. Especially Dong Yueshua. She was the princess of the East Moon Empire, and the most beloved daughter of the East Moon Imperial Lord. She knew that the East Moon Empire had once sent troops to attack the Black Deity Ridge. However, after a great battle, the army of the East Moon Empire was utterly defeated by the bandits of the Black God Ridge. They were utterly routed and returned in defeat. Even the East Moon Empire could not do anything to those ruthless people of the Black Deity Ridge. However, who would have thought that Wild King of the Black Deity Ridge would actually be defeated by Wang Zhan with a single punch? This did not mean that Wild King of the Black Deity Ridge was useless, but that Wang Zhan's battle prowess was too heaven-defying. Roar! Just as everyone was in shock, a roar came from the forest. The next moment, a powerful wave of yuan qi erupted from the forest beside the road. Countless trees were directly shattered by this wave of energy. Wood chips flew everywhere, and many people were hit by the wood chips. They screamed and retreated. An extremely wild figure rushed out of the forest and charged towards Wang Zhan. This person stretched out his right hand, and the machete that had fallen far away immediately flew back into his hand. His right hand, which was still bleeding, grabbed the machete. Kill! Without any hesitation, Wild King, whose hair was disheveled and mouth was bleeding, roared and slashed at Wang Zhan again. "You're not done yet?" Wang Zhan was furious. He could not retreat because his master was behind him. He could not let this guy scare his master. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the machete that was slashing at him. He still ignored the sharpness of the machete. His hand seemed to be cast from immortal divine iron, and when it collided with the blade, there was a sound of metal rubbing against each other. How is this possible? Wild King was really stunned. Why was this guy even more arrogant than him? He actually used his hand to grab his machete. Could it be that this guy's Taoist body was so strong that it could ignore a divine-level Tao tool? He had never met such a powerful Taoist body, because no one had ever dared to use their flesh and blood to resist his machete. The strength that Wang Zhan had displayed had truly exceeded his understanding. In the next moment, Wang Zhan's left fist landed heavily on Wild King's face. Wild King's face immediately bloomed. He screamed in pain as he let go of the machete in his hand and flew backwards. At this moment, the black-robed men actually began to retreat. "You want to leave?" "Shwe, took out the east moon bow and pulled the bowstring. An arrow of light immediately condensed on the bowstring. Swoosh! As soon as Shwe loosened her grip, the arrow of light turned into a beam of cold light and shot out, piercing through the heart of a man in black who was about to retreat into the forest. The morale of Dong Yushue-er's soldiers was greatly boosted, and they charged at the black-robed men with all their might. Wild King landed on the ground and knocked a few soldiers into the air. He then turned around and fled. To think that Dong Yushue-er's team was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. He had been careless. After being sent flying by Wang Zhan's 2 consecutive punches, Wild King had no choice but to flee. If he did not escape, the 3rd punch would really kill him. Even the ferocious bandits of the Black God Ridge treasured their lives very much. After all, they only had one life. If they were to die, everything would be over. Wild King did not want to die here. Wang Zhan saw that Wild King was about to escape and wanted to chase after him. "Don't chase a cornered enemy," Gu Fei said calmly. Wang Zhan heard this and immediately retracted his right leg that had just stepped out. "Yes, master." At this moment, Dong Yushue-er continuously shot arrows of light, continuously killing the escaping black-robed men. Needless to say, Dong Yushue-er's archery skills were really not bad. 1 arrow for 1 person. In the blink of an eye, 7 to 8 black-robed men had been killed by her. Dong Yushue-er saw that Wild King was about to escape and immediately shot an arrow at him. Damn it! Wild King was enraged. He hurriedly dodged, but the arrow was like lightning. A flower of blood bloomed on his left shoulder. He then staggered and fell to the ground, swallowing a mouthful of mud. He leapt up from the ground with all his might and plunged straight into the forest beside the road, quickly disappearing far away. "Little girl, if I don't take revenge for this, I am not a man." Wild King's angry roar could be heard from afar. Hearing this, Dong Yushue-er's face turned pale. It was not a good thing to be remembered by a godly state fella. Moreover, this fella was a bandit of the Black Deity Ridge. She glanced at Fatty beside her. "Why are you looking at me?" Fatty also looked at Dong Yushue. "I say, you have received benefits. You should help me no matter what." Dong Yushue said in annoyance. The reason why she was so confident and wanted to return to the imperial capital in glory and slap the new empress in the face was because she had invited Fatty, a person who was not even afraid of an infinite prime. On that day, when the infinite prime came to Black Qilin City, only Wang Zhan and Fatty could still stand, facing the might of the supreme existence. That scene had been deeply imprinted in Dong Yushue-er's mind. It was too shocking. That was the supreme existence of the infinite prime, the most powerful existence in the infinite realm. Once the infinite prime appeared, all living beings would bow down. Those who were not afraid of the pressure of the supreme existence were naturally not ordinary people. "After receiving benefits from you, I will naturally protect you. With me here, no one can touch you." Fatty patted his chest and said. He continued, "I only promised not to let anyone touch you, but I never agreed to be your fighter." Dong Yushue-er was speechless. Dragon Elephant Man, Yang Yunfei, do a head count and organize the troops. Dong Yushue-er ordered Dragon Elephant Man, and Yang Yunfei, although she couldn't order Fatty around, she could order her subordinates around. "Yes, Your Highness." Dragon Elephant Man and Yang Yunfei accepted the order and began to do a head count. Those masked men in black had already escaped. Those who could not escape were directly killed by Dong Yushue-er's soldiers, and those who were not completely dead were killed. He couldn't be soft-hearted towards these vicious and evil fellows. "Master, I will have the carriage repaired immediately." Wang Zhan was extremely respectful in front of Gu Fei. "Forget it. There's no need to go through so much trouble. Just find me a mount. Gu Fei waved his hand and said, "This, yes." Wang Zhan said and retreated. Wang Zhan did not dare to be negligent when his master wanted a mount. But after looking around, the best mount in the team was the horned fire tiger that Dong Yushui was riding on. "Your Royal Highness, my master wants a mount. Give your mount to my master." Wang Zhan went straight to Dong Yushui. What? Dong Yushui was immediately displeased. He wanted her to give her mount to that sickly man. Chapter 57:24. Just because the disciple was powerful did not mean that the master was necessarily powerful. Some people did not have much cultivation, but the disciples they taught were extremely powerful. Their cultivation and battle prowess far surpassed that of the master. Something like this had happened before in the Limitless Sword sect. There was such an unconventional existence in the Limitless Sword sect. That person's cultivation in the way of the sword was really a mess, but the disciples he taught were each more powerful than the last. They were all famous experts of the way of the sword in the East Pole. His eldest disciple had even broken through to the Saint realm and became a sword saint of the Infinite Sword sect. However, his cultivation was still in the Earth realm. This was a huge rumor in the cultivation world of the Infinite realm. In Dong Yushui's eyes, Wang Zhan's talent was too heaven-defying, so his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, her master was easily injured by someone. It was obvious that the disciple was stronger than the master. In the cultivation world, strength was everything. Dong Yushui thought highly of Wang Zhan, but she did not take his sickly master seriously. Dong Yushui did not know that she had lost a chance to make the East Moon Empire soar. Once an opportunity was missed, it would never come again. What made Dong Yushui very angry was that Wang Zhan actually wanted her to give her mount to his sickly master. "Are you out of your mind? You actually want me to give my mount to your master?" Dong Yushui's expression immediately turned cold. "Furthermore, my mount isn't something that just anyone can tame. If anyone wants to tame my mount, they'll have to first see if they have the ability to do so." Dong Yushui sneered. Her mount was a horned fire tiger. This horned fire tiger was originally the mount of the Skirich city lord. In order to curry favor with Dong Yushui, the Skirich city lord gave the horned fire tiger to her. The horned fire tiger was a ferocious beast in itself. Moreover, it was at the peak of the heaven realm. Ordinary people would not be able to get close to it. Dong Yushui could control the horned fire tiger because she had the beast taming seal of the horned fire tiger. As long as the beast taming seal was in Dong Yushui's hands, the horned fire tiger would obediently listen to her, not daring to resist. "You don't have to worry about that. You just have to hand over the horned fire tiger to me." Wang Zhan frowned when he saw the disdainful expression on Dong Yushui's face. A heaven realm cultivator dared to treat his master with disdain? Wang Zhan didn't say anything. "Ha! Does that master of yours have the qualifications to sit on my mount?" Dong Yushui laughed angrily. "Tisk, it's just a heaven realm beast. What can it do?" Wang Zhan said coldly, "You must have my mount." Dong Yushui stared coldly at Wang Zhan, her expression darkening. She was starting to feel displeased. Yes, Wang Zhan didn't want to waste words with Dong Yushui. Dong Yushui was enraged. "Wang Zhan, don't you know what's good for you? You should know who you are now. Scram!" Wang Zhan had been suppressing his anger for a long time. His sister and mother had been secretly sent away by Dong Yushui. He didn't even know where they were locked up. Thinking of this, Wang Zhan gritted his teeth in anger. One must know that the most important family he had in this world were only his mother and sister. Dongyue Shui dared to have designs on them. This had crossed Wang Zhan's bottom line. It's simple if you want me to scram. But before that, please tell me where my mother and sister are. I'll be eternally grateful. Wang Zhan also stared at Dongyue Shui with a solemn expression. Wang Zhan, Wang Zhan, you're destined to never escape from my grasp. Dongyue Shui suddenly laughed. As long as she had these two trump cards, Wang Zhan would have to listen to her obediently. Wang Zhan was furious. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed at Dongyue Shui, who was on the horned fire tiger. Dongyue Shui immediately felt her body tighten. She was wrapped up by an invisible force and flew towards Wang Zhan involuntarily. Wang Zhan, Dongyue Shui was shocked. She did not expect Wang Zhan to attack her. Roar. The horned fire tiger Dongyue Shui was riding roared and pounced at Wang Zhan. A gust of wind immediately filled the air. This was a ferocious tiger at the peak of the heavenly realm. The power of its pounce was not to be underestimated. Its claws were so sharp that they could pierce through stone and metal. Scram! With a kick, Wang Zhan sent the ferocious heavenly beast flying, smashing it into the forest beside the road. Boom! A ball of fire exploded in the forest, and a large area of the forest was directly burned to ashes by this ball of fire. The horned fire tiger's body burst with terrifying divine fire, causing a wave of heat to spread out. The surrounding people hurriedly retreated. This was a heavenly beast. Not everyone was as amazing as Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan grabbed Dongyue Shui by the neck and lifted her into the air. The people around them were all shocked to see this. Your Royal Highness, Longxiang Man and Yang Feiyun rushed over. Wang Zhan, are you crazy? Wang Zhan, let go of Her Royal Highness. Longxiang Man and Yang Feiyun roared at Wang Zhan at the same time. If anything happened to Dongyue Shui, they would die with her. At this moment, all the warriors drew their weapons and surrounded them, especially the dozens of subordinates Dongyue Shui subdued in Black Qilin City. They stared at Wang Zhan because Dongyue Shui had placed a seal on them. If Dongyue Shui died, they would die with her. If I die, you will never see your mother and sister again. Dongyue Shui looked at Wang Zhan, whose eyes were red. She was truly afraid. Brother Wang, just scare her. Don't be serious. At this moment, Fatty also spoke. He had received benefits from Dongyue Shui, after all. He could not let Wang Zhan bully her under his nose. If I want to kill you, it will be as easy as crushing an ant. Wang Zhan waved his right hand and threw Dongyue Shui away. Yang Feiyun hurried forward to catch her, but she was only a half-step heaven realm. How could she catch Dongyue Shui, who was thrown by Wang Zhan? The two of them rolled on the ground, covered in dust, and looked extremely pathetic. You better protect my mother and sister. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Wang Zhan looked at Dongyue Shui, who was getting up from the ground. He did not expect their relationship to turn out like this. Did he change? Or did Dongyue Shui change? Sigh. He could not help but sigh. Roar. At this moment, the horned fire tiger that was kicked away by Wang Zhan roared. It leaped from afar and pounced at Wang Zhan. Evil creature! Wang Zhan waited for the flaming tiger to pounce on him before he dashed forward. He extended his right hand and grabbed the flaming tiger's head, smashing the flaming tiger's head to the ground. Bang! Dust flew everywhere. Wang Zhan smashed the fire tiger's huge head into the ground and pressed it down. The horned fire tiger roared and scratched with its claws, creating two huge pits on the ground. If you don't behave, I'll kill you and roast you, Wang Zhan said coldly. In the next moment, the fierce tiger quieted down and did not dare to move. This horned fire tiger was a peak heaven realm heavenly beast. It had long gained sentience. Master, this disciple could only find such amount. I hope Master will not blame this disciple. Wang Zhan came before Gu Fei and bowed carefully. The incomparably ferocious single-horned fire tiger was currently following behind Wang Zhan like an extremely obedient cat. Chapter 57:25. Wang Zhan actually snatched Dong Weishue's mount in front of everyone. This was a public slap to her face, causing her to lose face in front of all her subordinates. However, the fist was the law. Wang Zhan did not care whether Dong Weishue would lose face or not. If not for his scruples, Wang Zhan would have been even more ruthless. Fatty was just a bystander at this moment. He did not stand up for Dong Weishue, because he had only promised to protect her. He was not one of her hired thugs. Dong Weishue, whose mount was snatched by Wang Zhan, could only find a black dragon colt to ride on temporarily. When Dong Weishue saw Wang Zhan give her horned fire tiger to his sickly master, she sneered. The horned fire tiger was a peak heaven realm fierce beast, which was also known as a heavenly beast in the limitless realm. Heavenly beasts were not so easy to subdue. Even if it was Dong Weishue, if she did not have the beast taming seal, she would probably be eaten by the heavenly beast the moment she got close. Such heavenly beasts were not to be trifled with, and the horned fire tiger's beast taming seal was in her hands. Dong Weishue was waiting for Gu Fei to make a fool of himself. Fatty looked at the gloating Dong Weishue, and could not help but shake his head. He was also happy to watch the show from the side. Having a show to watch was always more interesting than not. The beast taming seal was a method of controlling powerful fierce beasts in the limitless realm. With the beast taming seal in hand, the fierce beast's life or death was at the mercy of the fierce beast's master. Earth realm, heaven realm, God realm, and even sage realm savage beasts, as long as they were captured and a beast taming seal was planted on them, there was only one outcome. They would be at the mercy of their master. Savage beasts at Earth realm and above had already developed intelligence that was not inferior to humans. These savage beasts did not want to die. Therefore, the controlled savage beasts could only obey orders obediently. Of course, these savage beasts did not listen to anyone's orders. Every subdued savage beast would have a beast taming seal, which sealed a wisp of the savage beast's life soul. If the savage beast angered its master, the master would destroy the imperial beast seal, and the savage beast would die. The one-horned fire tiger did not dare to be impudent in front of Wang Zhan, but this savage beast was after all a heavenly beast. How could it be willing to become the mount of a sickly man? At this moment, Gu Fei had completely restrained his aura. He was like an ordinary person with no cultivation at all. Sigh, there was no other way. Gu Fei was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger again. Master, please get on the horse. No, please get on the tiger. Wang Zhan said respectfully, Disciple is considerate. When I have time, I will give you a few pointers. Gu Fei nodded his head in satisfaction. Then he mounted the tiger. This disciple was not lazy at all. This was the benefit of having a disciple. Just as Gu Fei mounted the one-horned fire tiger, the one-horned fire tiger beneath him immediately roared in a low voice. There's going to be a good show. In the distance, Dong Weishue was gloating as she prepared to see Gu Fei being thrown off the horse by the one-horned fire tiger. It should be the miserable scene of him falling off the tiger. Be good. Since you and I have met, it can be considered fate. When we reach our destination, I will give you an opportunity. As Gu Fei said this, he rubbed the one-horned fire tiger's head. TCH, he's just a sickly man, and he dares to say that he will give someone an opportunity? Does he think he is a supreme infinite prime? In the distance, Dong Wuxue could not help but sneer. She was very disdainful. Giving a savage beast a great opportunity just like that, what a joke. Even the fatty at the side did not think much of it. After all, an opportunity was not something that could be given casually, and not everyone had the ability to do so. Just as Dong Yueshue was waiting to see Gu Fei make a fool of himself, the sound of something shattering suddenly came from her body. After Gu Fei rubbed the one-horned fire tiger's head, the heavenly beast actually became obedient. At this moment, Dong Yueshue looked at the beast-taming seal in her hand that had shattered into 7 or 8 pieces, dumbfounded. How is this possible? Dong Yueshue could not even speak properly. She turned her stiff neck and looked at the one-horned fire tiger under Gu Fei, only to see that it was also staring at her. The gazes of a human and a tiger collided in the void. Dong Yueshue's hand trembled in fear, and the beast-taming seal fragments fell from her hand. This was a heavenly beast at the peak of the heavenly realm, and Dong Yueshue was only at the beginning stage of the heavenly realm, to be targeted by an uncontrollable heavenly beast. And one that was at the peak of the heavenly realm at that was definitely not a good thing for Dong Yueshue. Dong Yueshue retracted her gaze, her heart thumping wildly, and she broke out in a cold sweat. She had originally wanted to see Gu Fei make a fool of himself. Who would have thought that Gu Fei, who was riding on the back of the horned fire tiger, would not only not be overturned by the horned fire tiger, he even had a somewhat romantic and elegant bearing. Instead, she was the one who was shocked. And how did he do it? To actually be able to remove the beast-taming seal on the one-horned fire tiger, this was not something that ordinary people could do. Fatty, who was watching coldly from the side, stared at Gu Fei, who was riding on the one-horned fire tiger, and stroked his chin. His eyes were deep, and no one knew what he was thinking. Gu Fei, who was riding on the one-horned fire tiger, smiled slightly. Everything was under his control, and all the actions of these people were under his observation. Gu Fei thought to himself, "These two want to see me make a fool of myself? Dream on." He could not make a fool of himself, no matter what. At this moment, the corpses were being collected, the broken carriages were being thrown away, the injured horses were slaughtered, and the injured soldiers were being treated by the doctors. And their lives were not in danger. The soldiers under Dong Yueshue were all busy. However, the air was still filled with the smell of blood. They temporarily set up a pot to cook, started a fire to roast meat, and continued their journey after eating and drinking. Those guys are really ambitious. At this moment, a few people in black stood on a mountain in the distance. Exactly, they were just attacked by the Black God Ridge bandits, and they actually roasted meat and cooked rice on the spot. They can really eat it. One of the men in black echoed, "Junior sister, do you want me to sneak in and add some food to them?" Another man in black asked, "Forget it, if we kill them now, what's the point of watching the show?" The woman in black shook her head and said, The 2 men in black behind the woman in black couldn't help but be startled. The mission to kill Dong Yueshue was a big one, and if they completed it, they would be able to live a good life. Those in the Dongyue royal capital who did not want to see Dong Yueshue return to the royal capital had joined forces to issue a mission on the Eastern Dark Roll, and this mission was Dong Yueshue's life. Chapter 5726. The dark roll of the Wuji realm was relative to the white roll of the righteous sex. The Righteous Path's white list was a place for the Righteous Path's people to openly issue missions. The so-called Righteous Path and Evil Path could not coexist, so the missions on the white list were all targeted at those Evil Path cultivators. What missions were posted on the white list and what rewards one could obtain after completing the mission These were all public information that could be found. The Dark Roll was much more mysterious. No one knew who started the Dark Roll, but no one dared to underestimate the power behind the Dark Roll. Someone had once posted a mission on the Dark Roll. Someone had completed the mission, but the person who posted the mission wanted to renege on his promise. However, on the very next day, the guy who wanted to renege on his debt had his entire family annihilated. From then on, no one dared to renege on the Dark Roll. Just as Dong Yue Shui, escorted hegemonic war god out of Skyleap City, a mission appeared on the extreme east darkboard. Someone wanted Dong Yue Shui's life. The character reward was either a holy weapon or a divine medicine that could bring the dead back to life. The silent Dark Roll immediately became lively because whoever killed Dong Yue Shui would get the reward. At this moment, there were many people who wanted Dong Yue Shui dead. The bandits of Black God Ridge immediately took action when they received the news. Who would have thought that the wild king of the Black God Ridge would not only fail to kill Dong Yue Shui, he was even sent flying with 2 punches. He even lost his signature machete. This time, Wild King's face had been completely thrown away. When Wild King escaped back to the Black God Ridge, the leader of the Black God Ridge immediately smashed his cup. The dignified killing god of the Black God Ridge was actually defeated with just 2 punches. Does my Black God Ridge not want face? The Black God Ridge boss brought the 13 Black God Ridge bandits down the mountain. As the most powerful bandit organization in the East Moon Empire, the movements of the Black God Ridge were all monitored by the various factions. The boss of the Black Deity Ridge directly led the 13 great bandits of the Black Deity Ridge down the mountain. The news spread, and all the major forces of the East Moon Empire were shocked, especially the East Moon Empire. Investigate for me. I want to know what these fellows are up to. In the Imperial Palace of the East Moon Royal Capital, the Imperial Lord sat on the throne in the great discussion hall and roared at the people kneeling before him. Imperial Lord, there's no need to investigate. Those fellows from the Black God Ridge have come out in full force, so they're definitely targeting Her Highness. A divine general, kneeling on one knee below the throne, said with a solemn expression. What Royal Lord East Moon exploded when he heard that. Long Xiangyu, since you know that those bandits are after Shui, why are you still here? Could it be that even you are unwilling to see Shui return to the imperial capital? Overlord East Moon roared furiously at the divine general kneeling before him. Your Majesty, this subordinate has already dispatched the Yue guards. Long Xiangyu said, unhurriedly. Faced with the enraged Royal Lord East Moon, he remained calm and composed. That was because he knew his value very well. Overlord East Moon would never touch him no matter what, because not only was he a godhood cultivator, but he also controlled the Yu Moon Guards. The Yue Guards were a mysterious force in the East Moon Empire. These Yue Guards were like ghosts, infiltrating every corner of the imperial capital and monitoring all sounds in the capital. Therefore, the Yue Guards were the secret agents of Overlord East Moon. It was precisely because of the existence of the Yue Guards that none of the officials of the East Moon Empire dared to act recklessly. This was because there were many pairs of eyes watching them from the shadows. When Overlord East Moon heard that Long Xiangyu had already sent out the Yue Guards, his fury subsided significantly. You get out of here and welcome Shui as well. Overlord East Moon ordered loudly. Yes, Your Majesty. Long Xiangyu directly retreated. All of you, get out of here. Overlord East Moon roared at the officials in the Great Hall. The officials in the hall all retreated out of the hall in fear. Very soon, only the East Moon Emperor remained seated on the high throne in the hall. Should I ask the ancestor to take action? Overlord East Moon pondered. At this time, everyone who wanted to obtain the reward of the Dark Roll mission was gathering at where Dong Yue Shui was. They all wanted to kill her on her way back to the imperial capital. However, when the news of Wild King's defeat and escape spread, some people began to give up. Even someone as powerful as Wild King almost died in Dong Yue Shui's hands. Those who believed that their cultivation and battle prowess were inferior to Wild King naturally did not dare to have any ideas about Dong Yue Shui. Doing something that was clearly impossible was stupid and courting death. Those who could cultivate to the heavenly realm or godly realm were all extremely shrewd existences. Only those who believed that their cultivation and battle prowess were no weaker than Wild King were qualified to have any ideas about Dong Yue Shui. It was very difficult to survive in the cultivation world without any self-awareness. At this time, Dong Yue Shui received a flying sword message. Then, she felt terrible. Someone actually posted a mission to kill her on the Dark Roll, and the reward was a sacred tool. That was a saint artifact. Sacred tools were Tao tools that only saints could wield. The saints were the strongest existences below the peerless realm. There were only a few peerless realm supremes in the entire realm of Unbounded. Some people would never have the chance to meet them in their entire lives. But the saints were different. In the realm of Unbounded, there were many saints. Without the peerless realm, the saints were undefeatable. Even a sage realm expert couldn't resist the temptation of a sage tool. If a powerful saint were to make a move, then wouldn't she be dead? Thinking of this, Dong Yue Shui could no longer stay calm. She was not sure if Fatty and Wang Zhan could take on a saint. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. Who cares? I'm going to return to the imperial city in style and give those fellows a hard slap in the face. Dong Yue Shui's eyes were filled with determination. After eating and drinking, they continued on their way. Although a troop of thousands of people was very eye-catching, it had a fatal weakness. And that was that they couldn't move too fast, because they couldn't move fast at all. Gu Fei was riding on the horned fire tiger, which was very eye-catching in the group. However, he directly sat cross-legged on the back of the horned fire tiger, closed his eyes, and seemed to be cultivating. Actually, he was sleeping. The horned fire tiger carefully carried Gu Fei on its back and used its fire spiritual energy to form a fiery seat. Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the fiery throne, feeling warm and comfortable. When Dong Yue Shui saw this, she gnashed her teeth in hatred. When this horned fire tiger was her mount, she did not receive such treatment. Sister, your brother is hungry. Hurry up and give me something to eat. Dong Yue Yuanliang suddenly shouted at Dong Yue Shui. Then what do you want to eat? My good second brother? Dong Yue Shui rode to Dong Yue Yuanliang's carriage. Do you even need to ask? Bring me some good wine and meat. Dong Yue Yuanliang cursed. He was now locked in the carriage, with an overlord war god lying beside him. He was in a sorry state. He hated Dong Yue Shui to the core. Get him something to eat. Dong Yue Shui said to the guard beside her, Yang Fei Yun. They were siblings after all. Although they had the same father but different mothers, if anything happened to Dong Yue Yuanliang, she would be in trouble too. Yes, Your Highness. Yang Fei Yun quickly went to get the food. Dong Yue Shui left after giving the order. Your Highness, it's bad. His second highness is dead. But soon, Yang Fei Yun rushed to Dong Yue Shui's side in a panic. His face was pale, and his voice was trembling. What? Chapter 57:27. Dong Yue Yuanliang is dead. Dong Yue Shui was greatly frightened and immediately rushed out. Dead. The fatty on the side also frowned. He had promised to protect Dong Yue Shui until they reached the royal capital. Once they reached the royal capital, Dong Yue Shui Er's life and death would no longer be his concern. However, at least before they reached the imperial capital, nothing must happen to her. The fatty thought to himself, looks like things aren't as simple as they seem. This way, there will be even more people who want Dong Yue Shui Er's life. After all, Dong Yue Yuanliang was the second in line to the throne of the East Moon Empire. Behind Dong Yue Yuanliang was the new empress of the East Moon Empire, and the new empress had an even more powerful backer. Now that Dong Yue Yuanliang was dead, how could the forces behind the new empress let it go? He's really dead? When Dong Yue Shui saw Dong Yue Yuanliang's lifeless body in the prison carriage, she felt as if someone had poured a bucket of ice water on her, chilling her from head to toe. What should I do? Dong Yue Shui really panicked this time. This was a heaven-piercing matter. This was many times more serious than disobeying the imperial edict. But now that Dong Yue Yuanliang was dead, even Shui Er's father would not let her off. What should I do? Dong Yue Shui Er's face was pale, and her voice was trembling. There was nothing she could do. This matter was too serious. Even if she had the support of the crown prince and a genius like Wang Zhan, it was still impossible. This time, she was probably finished. It would be useless even if she had made outstanding contributions. Dong Yue Shui Er's subordinates were also frightened because they had been planted with restrictive spells by Dong Yue Shui If anything were to happen to her, they would be buried with her. The dozens of Dong Yue Yuanliang's followers who had been subdued by Dong Yue Shui felt that they were in trouble. Following Dong Yue Shui meant death, and betraying her also meant death. It was too difficult for them. When they saw that Dong Yue Yuanliang had really died in the prison carriage, everyone was stunned. What's going on? Dong Yue Shui roared. Dong Yue Yuanliang couldn't have died for no reason. Who did it? One look, and he was poisoned. At this moment, an unhurried voice suddenly sounded. Everyone turned to look at the person who had spoken. It was Fatty. Dong Yue Shui's newly recruited guests were extremely respectful of the Fatty. When they saw him speaking, they were all shocked and avoided him as if he was the plague. There's something wrong with the food just now. Why aren't you going to catch the person who delivered the food? Dong Yue Shui was about to go crazy. Yang Feiyun and Dragon Elephant immediately turned around and ran away. However, they soon came back because the person who delivered the food was nowhere to be found. I didn't expect the prince of the East Moon Empire to die so mysteriously. The other man in the cart suddenly sat up. He was the hegemonic war god, who was imprisoned with Dong Yue Yuanliang. This overlord battle god's cultivation had already been sealed by Wang Zhan. The current overlord battle god was just an old man. Io, is this retribution? Overlord war god scratched his messy hair and said with a faint smile, "Shut up." Dong Yue Shui roared at the hegemonic war god. "Hey, why are you so loud?" "I'm not deaf." Overlord battle god smiled and picked his ears. Seeing the gloating look on the Overlord battle god's face, Dong Yue Shui was furious. "If you want to die, I'll grant your wish." Dong Yue Shui drew the sword from Yang Feiyun's waist and pointed it at the Overlord battle god. "Ha ha!" The Overlord battle god suddenly laughed. "What are you laughing at?" Dong Yue Shui said angrily. "I'm laughing at you for overestimating yourself. Do you dare to kill me? I'm your lifesaver now." The Overlord battle god sneered with disdain. Everyone was shocked. How did this guy become Dong Yue Shui's lifesaver? Ha ha! This time, it was Dong Yue Shui's turn to laugh. Laugh, laugh. Laugh more while you still have the chance. You'll be crying in the future. The Overlord battle god said calmly, "Do you really think I won't kill you?" Dong Yue Shui clenched her teeth and said, "I'll teach you a trick. If this kid is dead, then he's dead. You can tell others that those people who wanted to kill you killed this kid by mistake, and then you killed the murderer. That way, not only will you not be in the wrong, but you'll also be avenging this kid. The Overlord Battle God said indifferently. Dongyue Shui was startled. This old guy's words seemed to make sense. What a cunning guy. The fatty scolded jokingly. Senior, you must be joking. How would this lowly one dare to show off in front of Senior? The Overlord Battle God said to the fatty seriously, Can I take it that you're trying to say that I'm more cunning than you? The fatty looked at the Overlord Battle God in the carriage with a smile. This lowly one doesn't dare. This lowly one doesn't dare. The Overlord Battle God was so scared that he immediately knelt in the carriage and kowtowed to the fatty in fear. Seeing that the Overlord Battle God was actually trembling in fear of the fatty, the surrounding people were shocked. One must know that the old man in the carriage was the Overlord Battle God. The Overlord Battle God was the #1 war god of the tyrannical Sky Empire. His name shook both the East Moon Empire and the tyrannical Sky Empire. Most of the territory of the tyrannical Sky Empire was conquered by him. Such an awesome person was actually so scared. Could it be that this fatty really had a great background? The fatty seemed to be very proud of himself. He seemed to have unknowingly shown off. Gu Fei was still sitting on the back of the horned fire tiger. Everything that happened around him seemed to have nothing to do with him. Among the 5,000 people, only Gu Fei was not affected by anything. Even Wang Zhan was quite shocked when he saw Dongyue Yuanliang being poisoned to death. This was because Dongyue Yuanliang was the second successor to the throne of the East Moon Empire. In Wang Zhan's eyes, Dongyue Yuanliang's death had truly pierced the sky. If the news were to spread to the East Moon imperial capital, it would immediately fall into chaos, and then the entire East Moon Empire would fall into internal strife. Then, the surrounding forces of the East Moon Empire would take the opportunity to swarm over and directly divide up the fat piece of meat that was the East Moon Empire. The consequences were very serious. The East Moon Empire was in danger of being destroyed at any time. What are you panicking for? I'm here for everything. Just treat this as a trial. Gu Fei's voice suddenly sounded in Wang Zhan's mind. Yes, master. Wang Zhan's heart was at ease. His master was an existence that could fight with the master of the East Pole, the beginning Pole Emperor. With his master's protection, what was there for him to be afraid of? At this moment, in front of the carriage. All right, just do as this guy says. The fatty said to Dongyue Shui. This Dongyue Shui was somewhat hesitant. Do you have a better idea? The fatty said after seeing Dongyue Shui's hesitation. All right,